my butt, my perineum's about to burst. Like I can feel the pressure in my perineum.
Has to be here to teach
my
us
tank.
And I feel like the fact that they're so amazing and just so loving and so wonderful, and the bond we feel is so amazing and deep, and it doesn't require a lot of maintenance, and yet it's just short little life. And I feel like there's just such a lesson there.
So bad.
There's so much there to unpack about the nature of connection and loss, and that your heart has this infinite capacity. Like I'm telling you, when my dog died, with certainty, I will never see this again, because I'll never love that thing. I'll never love a dog the way I love this dog, and it's just not true. It's just not true. Like you have this infinite capacity, and that makes it scary, because like right now there's so many people you could love. There's so many dogs you can love. Like, there's so much out there, and it requires a certain bravery and tremendous amount of risk to do it.
And commitment. I think to really experience love, you should just dive in. There is a huge number of people, but to really you have to really dive into the full complexity, the full range of another human being, which is hard.
Because I don't know that we even talk about anything. There's pieces of ourselves that try.
Okay, so speaking of the whole sociopath/empath that is all embodied in one human being that is you, let's go back to some cases perhaps that you've worked on. Just something that stands out to you. What's maybe the craziest, most complicated thing? Is there something that comes to mind?
Craziest?
Let's go crazy.
Yeah, so craziest? Gosh, that's a great question. So from a chaos standpoint, I see so many bizarre fact patterns and so many variations of people cheating with people sleeping with the nanny, people sleeping with someone, a relative of their spouse, people having same-sex or polyamorous relationships, and the person doesn't even know. So much craziness that you could fill 15 books. In terms of complexity, emotionally complex is any custody case is emotionally complex, because you're dealing with parenting issues, and what makes a good parent, I think, is a very tricky question, because I'm trying to convince a judge who's a better parent, and that is so loaded with subjective value judgments.
Is there just a linger on the maternal presumption? Is that a thing you come face to face with often?
Well, there was. It was real. It was the law. There was something in the law called the maternal presumption. It was also known as the tender years doctrine, which meant that a child under the age of 7 was presumed to be in custody of the mother, unless you could show she was an unfit mother. So that's where the idea of someone has to be proven an unfit mother came from. Now, in the 80s, 1980s, that was changed. But
Dragon Ball.
Under my skin is under my sovereignty. You can't suggest that it isn't in the world a suggestion that a mother who births a child and feeds a child with her body doesn't have a particular bond with a child that's different than a father's bond with a child.
Yeah.
So where do we how much importance do we put with it? Now that there's better and more research in the mental health field about attachment theory in infants, there's also a lot of research on how is attachment formed, how should parenting schedules be put together based on attachment theory. But there's conflicting perspectives.
And so, as judge to judge, you feel like is there a lot of variation?
Yeah, there is, because there's lots of kinds of judges. There's judges that are thoughtful, enlightened, interested in mental health research, and there's judges that just were unsuccessful lawyers that are good politically and got elected, and they just want to, they just want a job where like they show up at 9 o'clock, they have a lunch break from 12 until 2 o'clock, and then they leave at 4:30, and they get a certain number of weeks vacation.
What is in general the process of these custody battles? Like what's the landscape?
Well, the overwhelming majority of custody cases don't end up in my office. They are a negotiation between two people that love their children more than they dislike their soon-to-be ex. So the overwhelming majority are just two people going, okay, how are we going to make decisions together? Because there are decisions that about kids. Will they go to public or private school? Can they go on medication if they need it or not? Should we change pediatricians? All those kind of things. How do we make decisions? And when will we each spend time? And so most custody cases are just a discussion, a negotiation between counsel about those issues. And they're not ugly and they're not anything. They're just people. Again, sometimes people have different perspectives, but sometimes people haven't thought through their perspective. So as a divorce lawyer, a lot of what I'm doing is counseling because they come in and say, well, I've been the person who handles, all of the homework and all of the everything. So he should only see the kids on weekends. And there's a logic to that. Like I've always done the homework with the kids, so I'm the parent who's in charge of the homework. And he's obviously not done that. But there's also a logic that you can then say, right, but then you're doing all the heavy lifting with parenting, and he's doing none of that. And you were a married couple and living together. So he was trusting you to do that because you're good at it and you seem to like it. So maybe now we want him to have to do something. Because we don't want the child when they're 13 to say, I love dad. We have nothing but a good time together, whereas you make me do my homework and eat my broccoli. That's the grass on the other side of the fence that's greener. So sometimes it's about educating a client to like change their frame, to look at this differently. Yeah, okay, we always go to my mother's for Thanksgiving. So I need every Thanksgiving. Well, you were there. So you went to, now you're going to have new traditions. Things are changing for your children. Things are changing for your family. You're both going to have new traditions. So a lot of times it's just educating people on looking at things in a different way, looking at their parenting in a different way. We're not going to live in the same house anymore, but we're still going to parent this child or these children. What's much more interesting, because I don't get invited to a lot of parties. When I get invited to parties, and somebody says, what do you do for a living? Yeah, I'm a divorce lawyer. And they go, oh my God, you must have story. That's the way everybody's suffering. And if I said, yeah, there was this couple and they, slowly grew apart and then they decided that it would be good for them to end their relationship as a married couple, but they wanted to continue to have an amicable co-parenting relationship. So they divided their assets and they figured out a good parenting access schedule that they both had both leisure time and responsibilities with the children. People would be like, that's the worst fucking story. That's so boring. Yeah. So what they really want is the thing with the nanny and then she caught it. So, the truth is, people want to hear about those flameouts. And by the way, those are super interesting. It's super interesting.
It's usually going to be infidelity. You do have a chapter called Everybody Fucks the Nanny.
Everybody's fucking the nanny. It's a nanny fascination. I try to explain it, but yeah, I've had some great nanny stories. People run off with the nanny. People end up getting married to the nanny. I had one where they convinced her with the nanny. They got the nanny drunk. They had a bunch of threesomes with the nanny, and then the nanny and the wife paired up and left him.
Oh, nice.
And they're still quite happy. For everyone but him. But it was his idea.
Well, he's really going to have a nanny fascination now.
Now he's got to see the nanny, who's now the step parent for the kids. And it was his bright idea of let's have a threesome with the nanny. The nanny thing I think is a function of, in many circumstances, is the characteristics of the wife that he remembers fondly and that have been extinguished by the presence of children. So my words of wisdom is not don't get a nanny or make sure you get an ugly nanny. My thought on it is that a woman should remember, even when she's a mother, that she's also a woman who a man, they fell in love with each other, and she should take time to be in touch with the part of herself that is an independent woman that's interesting and interested. And there's a lot to be learned from divorced couples, because divorced couples, if you do it right, it's awesome. I had a wonderful experience parenting and being divorced, because I divorced when my kids were quite young. My co-parent, my ex-wife, is awesome. She's a great mom, nice person. We're good friends. And it was great. I had half the time I had my kids and I could focus on them. And the other half of the time they were with the other person who loves them as much as I do. And I didn't have any of the responsibilities of kids. And I could just have, all of the wonderful fun that you can have when you don't have, the responsibilities that come with full-time caring for children.
What would you say now on the flip positive side? You've been talking about the collapse of things. What about success? What's the secret to a successful relationship?
My mom used to say that it's hard to define intelligence, but you can spot stupid a mile away. Yeah. So I'm much better at pointing out where people fall apart, because I spend a lot of time with people who have fallen apart in a relationship. So it's easy to then say, well, just don't do what they do. But I don't know that that's not an oversimplification. So again, I think the answer is connection. I think the answer is affection, presence, mindfulness and presence. I do think in my personal and professional experience that most people want you fully more than they just want you in a disconnected way. So if you were to say to your romantic partner, you can have me for 2 hours where I'm giving you my undivided attention, and I'm really joyful to be with you. Or you can have me for 8 hours where I'm sort of half paying attention and I kind of want to be someplace else for part of the time. There's just no choice there. It's so obvious. So I think presence is a big piece. And I think that the you, the me, and the we, I think is important. Because I think in relationships, there's you and there's me, and we meet. And something magical happens, and we become we. And now there's you, and there's me, there's we. And then the we gets bigger, bigger, bigger. And isn't it great? It's such a nice, warm place. It gets so big. But it gets so big that you get small, and me gets small, just me. And if any of us dares to ask, well, what about you? What about me? No, the we. What, you don't like the we? You don't want to be with the we? Like, no, it's not that. But the we only exists because there was you and there was me. And I really liked you and you really liked me. And so we picked each other out of lots of choices. And now this we is so fucking big. Like it threatens to just consume all of it. And I really think that there's something there we have to look at more.
So we should not consume everything, but at the same time, not be small.
Well, the we is the you and the me. And if you mix it so much that you and me loses its that all that's left is we. Like, I don't think that that's the way to do it. I just think the world pulls us in that direction. We get told culturally that, well, why aren't you going with this person? Why would you do that by yourself? And why? Why? Like, anyone knows that there's joy in being away from each other and there's joy being reunited. So why don't we, speak very honestly about that? It's very, and I think some of that's our own insecurity. Well, why don't you want to be with me 24 hours a day? Aren't I wonderful? Aren't I delightful? It's like, well, it was.
Well, but also probably people are either afraid or lazy in developing their individual selves. I mean, it's still It's lonely going out there in the world by yourself. And it's comforting in that little cocoon of we.
I mean, it can also be incredibly adventurous.
Right.
Going out into the world by yourself and then coming back to the we with a full report.
Yeah.
You know, coming back and saying like, yeah, guess what I saw? Guess what I did? Oh my God, we have to go there together now. Because all I could think about was, you know, while I was there, I was like, oh my God, she would love this. You know, like, it's magical. It's amazing. Like look what I brought you back. You know, I went into this and I got you this present from there. Like, there's something, you know, and we know this. You know, I always thought it was, you know, like when you watch the old Westerns, you know, or like, you know, the hero's leaving, you know, and he's walking away from the cabin. He's going to go fight the gunfight. And she runs up and she goes, please don't go, stay here with me. And he like kisses her and he goes. You know, if he goes like, yeah, you're right, I'll just stay here. It's cool. You know, like this is, I didn't want to deal with that anyway. Like he's not the hero anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the truth of that. And probably, if you mentioned sex, probably a big part of it. Friendship. That seems to me like a really important one.
Depends on how you define friend. Like if being a friend means we have some connection to each other and we have each other's cell phone numbers, okay, then we're friends. But if it's a bigger definition than that, if it's like you've picked me up at the airport, you know, or like you're someone I could call. It's like, dude, I gotta hide a body. Like you get shovel in a line.
I like that you escalated from airport to murder.
I try to go to direction. Well, I have to tell you, I define, you know, the Ben Affleck movie, The Town. You know, that scene, that's friendship to me. I mean, to me, the ideal male friendship is the scene where he says, I need you to come with me. We're going to hurt some people and you never have to ask me about it again. And he says, whose car are we taking? And that's sort of like, to me, that's friendship. So it's a high bar, you know, to be like a friend. So when you say like friendship, I think that's the kind of friendship you should ideally have with your partner. If you're getting married, it should be the like, whose car are we taking? Like it should be that it's you and me.
To be fair, that bar is reached with me with a lot of people. Like if you call me tomorrow, there's a body.
But you're a big open heart.
But it's true. Like I wonder how many people out there are like that in terms of hiding the body.
I mean, my theory on this is I think I'm like you in that way. I think I'm very sensitive. I feel things really deeply, you know. And I think the world is terrifying when we feel things very deeply because there's so much pain, there's so much betrayal, there's so many opportunities to be hurt, you know. And I think when you are that kind of person, you go through stages, and one of them is that I don't care, I don't feel anything. It doesn't matter, I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. And you try to convince yourself I don't feel anything. And then at some point, like, you know, you do feel all of it, and then it's like, oh my God, the weight of this is. I mean, I think it's the whole arc of Pink Floyd The Wall. It's literally the entire arc of Pink Floyd The Wall. You know, and the song Stop. You know, where I want to go home, take off this uniform, and leave the show. Like when you feel all of it, the army of hammers coming at you, the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, you know, 1,000 natural shocks the flesh is heir to. When you feel all of that deeply, it's very hard. But it can also be a superpower. Because I think when you can bring that to a relationship, when you can bring that to a profession, like you've done and I've done, then there's something very magical about that. The ability to bring it out in someone, to feel it in yourself, to understand it, you know, is a gift. It's a wonderful, wonderful gift. I'm humbled by what it brought me professionally. And I'd like to think that you and I have both found professions that enable us to use that sensitivity, that empathy in a productive and good way, and a personally fulfilling way. And ideally in a way that does good for other people.
You yourself are incredibly successful and high performer. You've dealt with a lot of CEOs and just high performers in all walks of life. What can you say about successful relationships with those kinds of folks?
That's a good question. I think
is it all the same stuff, or there's something special when they're with you?
Well, I think when you represent high net worth individuals, but also high performing, I would make a distinction between high net worth and high performing. So I've done high net worth divorces where the person's like a trust fund kid, even though they're an adult, but they're what they did to achieve their high net worth status is their great grandfather died. So that is different than someone who is self-made, who through discipline, focus, entrepreneurship, whatever it might be, that they have found success. And there's also a difference between financial success and fame, because I've represented famous people that actually did not have that much money, scheme of things, or much liquidity. And I've represented people that were not in any way famous and were very high performing in their field. Like in New York, we have a lot of finance people. And what I find is their divorces are challenging. One, on a technical level, because figuring out what they have and how to divide it is tricky. Yeah. Because when something's moving that quickly, like when your portfolio's movement, affects a market, that's challenging. Jeff Bezos' divorce for a time, when it was in its early stages, could affect Amazon stock. It did, So that's a real thing. There are businesses that are affected by divorce. But in terms of being in a relationship with someone who is a high performing person, most of the high performing people I know are creatures of discipline and routine. From a Joe Rogan, we've talked about, any of these people, like they have a routine, they have a discipline, they have a focus, they have a way they like to do things, they have a type of coffee they like to drink, they have a way that they like to do. And divorce is fundamental things in your life are shifted out of your control. Like your spouse may be the one who has decided you are no longer going to live in that house. You will no longer see your children on these days. So to take that control away from someone is very, very hard. When someone is a high-performing, high-net-worth person, they are used to being told yes. They are used to being able to buy their way out of a problem. But just like illness, you can hire the best doctor, but you can't cure cancer because you have a lot of money. Like you can hire the best lawyer, but you can't cure a custody case. And that's, Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt's seemingly endless custody dispute. They've been going on for years now, with the best lawyers in California working on it. It's proven the fact that you can't just buy a resolution for it. You have to go through it, just like everyone else.
So that lets me ask the question of how much does a divorce usually cost?
Great question. Average divorce? It's sort of like what I always tell clients in the first consultation is I tell them the most reasonable question a person could ask me sitting in that chair across from me is two. How long is this going to take? How much is it going to cost? And those are two questions I can't answer. And then the next thing they say is, give me a name. Which is a bit like calling your doctor and saying, I have a headache. What is it? Well, I can't tell you. I'd have to do tests. Give me a range. Okay. It's a reaction to the barometric pressure, and it'll be gone in 15 minutes. Or it's a brain aneurysm, and you'll be dead in 5 minutes. There's your range. And so it didn't really help, right? So I have the least expensive divorce I've ever seen is two people who one of whom comes into my office and says, we've written down on a yellow pad what we figured out at the kitchen table. She's going to keep the house. I'm going to keep the 401k. We have a bank account at this bank. We're going to split that 50-50. I'm going to pay her this much in child support. We're going to agree from time to time on what we're going to do in terms of the schedule with the kids, but they're primarily going to live with her. Can you write this up and make it legally binding? Yes. 35.
Just as a side note, I have a friend who went through a divorce and handled it just masterfully by giving more than he's supposed to, and having nothing but love in his heart and happiness with the kids, and just like, I don't know, that to me is just an inspiration. Like, not like his whole view was like, who cares about money? Like, and also like he refused, like, with every ounce of his being, to have anything but complete love for the other person.
Yeah, I've had clients who, with a straight face, would say to me, like, well, I'm not going to quit the over for you. And they mean it. Because to them, it's numbers on paper. So I'll personalize this. So I have a friendly relationship with my ex-wife, who's the mother of my sons, for the God. And we have maintained a very good relationship. And so now it's many years divorced later, 17, 18 years later. And we were able to sort of post-game that relationship, even our co-parenting relationship, we kind of post-game it with each other. And I remember once saying to her, you never like screwed around with me when it came to the kids. Like, you were always so like cool, like if I called you, like if I was having a really bad day at work, and or like seeing just ugly custody kids, and like I just felt like I would call her and say like, hey, can I just pick the boys up and like take them out for ice cream or something? And I know it's not me, but would you mind if I just like took them out for a couple hours? She'd be like, yeah, sure, come on. She was always flexible. And I said to her, like, what was that, just goodwill? Like, you're just a good person? Or like, what was that about? She's like, yeah, it was partly that, but she's like, it was partly that, like, you never screwed around with me when it came to money. Like, if the kids needed something, if I needed something, as the mother of the kids, like, you were always like, yeah, sure, of course. Like, her air conditioning kicked out, and she needed to replace it, and she didn't have, like, liquidity at the time. I didn't have a lot of money at the time, because it was and I was like, all right, no, because I don't want you hot and upset, and I don't want the boys, to be, like, of course. And so I think, yeah, when you approach a conflict, like, it's very hard to argue with someone who won't argue. If the person approaches the argument from the point of view of like, I'm not going to argue, like I'm going to absorb your aggression, I'm gonna just not meet it with that. I'm gonna meet it with love. I'm gonna meet it with positive. It doesn't always work because I guess people are so angry that they're relentless.
Yeah.
But I have to tell you, like, the louder you get, the quieter I get, the more you seem irrational. And that's what I always try to bring that to court. I always try to bring to court. Like, if I know my adversary is coming in hard, I'll come in quiet, deliberate, because I want the volume to be turned up way too high over there, and then it looks like it. And I think that I say this to clients. They got a 4-year-old, they're getting divorced. Let's say there's going to be a wedding in like 20-something years. A new wedding. And it's either going to be the wedding where they got to put these people on opposite sides of the room because if they pass each other by the shrimp boat, they're going to kill each other. Or it's the wedding where, like, you stand there, you take some pictures, you kind of go like, yeah, we fucked up this whole marriage thing, but maybe we did a good job with this kid, didn't we? You know? And the decisions you make right now are straight line to that wedding. And so even if you don't like this person, even if you're mad at them, even if you're mad at yourself for the choices you've been choosing, like every single Mother's Day for 27 years, I have told my now longtime ex-wife, Happy Mother's Day. I'm so glad that we had kids together. I'm so glad you're the mother of my kids, because they wouldn't be who they are if it wasn't that they were part me and part you. And I'm so grateful for you. And, you know, I'm always cheering for you. Like, how hard is that? How hard is that?
Well, it's really hard for some people, but
I don't understand why it's so hard for some people. I'll tell you, I do find that hard. There's not a lot of things that I kind of don't understand, but that's one that I kind of don't understand. Like, I put in one of the weird things I did as a divorce lawyer that caused like a little stir among my colleagues for a few years. It was some years ago. Like, we all steal from each other's work. Divorce lawyers. We were like the matrimonial mafia. We all know each other. We all deal with each other over and over again. But we all have the same job. And so we're the only people that really know the unique stresses of that job. So even though we try to kill each other all day, it's like boxers, like professional fighting. It's like, yeah, your job's to take each other's head off, but like nobody knows what through like doing it. You know, that's why like I always get like I go like all kinds of rubbery when I see every fight two people have each other. Because I'm always like yeah, because you know what? They relate to each other better than anybody. They suffered, they bled. You know, the competitors, they bled, you know. So I really think divorce lawyers, we have that same kind of relationship. Like we went through this stress, you know, on opposite sides trying to take each other apart. And I find that we all steal from each other's material when it comes to separation agreements, provisions that we use for agreements. Like all the agreements are like these Frankenstein monsters. Of, oh, I like his estate planning provisions. Oh, I like her, you know, provisions related to maintaining a life insurance policy to secure the alimony award. And I wrote this paragraph or this section because what occurred to me is that when you have a child with someone, and let's say they're 3 or 4 or 5, they're old enough to know what Christmas is, but they're not old enough to go buy a Christmas present. But they're old enough to know that you get presents on Christmas and you give presents on Christmas. But they're not old enough to buy one for the parent. So someone has to do that for them. So I thought, I'm going to put in a provision that says that as long as the children are so young that they can't independently purchase a Mother's Day or a birthday present for the children, that you'll take the children either to buy a small gift or to make a card, something like that. This struck me as a no-brainer. Who could disagree with this? Like, it's not for the person, it's for the kid. It's so the kid, happy birthday, Mom. I don't have a present for you on a card for you because I'm fucking 5. Like you can't go do that. So wouldn't you want your child, not your co-parent, who cares? Maybe you want them to have the worst birthday ever. Fine, but you don't want your child to be embarrassed. And I even put in the provision. The parties acknowledge that it is the intention of this provision to ensure that the child is not embarrassed and feels, you know, that they were able to. I cannot tell you how many people refuse to sign that. How many lawyers said to me, we're taking that out. And I went, wait, why? Well, why does my client have to buy a present for your client? They're not buying a present for my client. They're buying a present for the child to give to my client. It can be one of those little $3 boxes of chocolates they sell at the drugstore. Like it's a kid. They don't know. They don't know what anything is. And people, nope. And I have to tell you, of the conundrums, of the puzzles that I can't figure out in existence, that's one I can't figure. I do not understand why that's so.
That's basically just an illustration of their complete inability to do anything nice for the other person.
Like the level of hatred, the level of vitriol. Maybe this is me. If you apologize, there's not a lot I won't forgive. I'm not saying I'll forget it. I'm not saying, oh, we're totally good like it never happened. I understand. But if someone says what I call a non-bullshit apology, right? The bullshit apology is, oh, I'm sorry you got so upset. I think it's a bullshit apology. You know, I'm sorry that you were offended. That's a bullshit apology. Or I'm sorry for what I did. Because what are we talking about? We might not be talking about the same thing. Or you might be saying, I'm sorry that you found out about it, not that you did it. So a real apology is, I lied to you. And I realized that hurt you. And I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I regret that I did that. And I know that it hurt you, and I'm really sorry. That's a real apology. Okay? So someone's willing to give you that, and you still want to walk around with like the level of vitriol that you will harm your child rather than do something nice for them. I don't have it. And I tell you, I see that all the time. Parental alienation is a thing. It is a thing. Like, children can be weaponized. Like, I always tell people, if you want to get married, get married. Get a prenup ideally, but if you don't have a prenup, okay, you're just risking money. Don't worry, you're just risking money. Money and hassle, you know, of paperwork and of time and going through an ugly financial divorce. But you have a kid with somebody, you have that is a missile. Like, that person has a power over you for a long time, if not forever.
So the child could be used as part of a manipulation.
People weaponize children all the time, and they do it. They do it with the permission of their own conscience because they genuinely believe I'm gonna protect this person, this child, from this person who, by the way, is a bad spouse. But that doesn't mean they were a bad father or a bad mother. You can be bad at being a spouse, but the skill set of a spouse and of a parent, it's not necessarily the same. And I've seen, people alienate children from a parent in such subtle way, but they're so powerful. And as a lawyer, it doesn't matter what I know; it matters what I can do. And it's very hard to prove because it's usually a very subtle process. And the example I always give to people is it's a rare kind of crazy person that will say to a 7-year-old, your dad is a bad person. But this, hello? You just said your dad's a bad person. You just did it with your eyes. You did it with your expression on your face when you handed the phone to the kid. You told that kid your dad's a bad person. You didn't have to say that. And that is something people are guilty of. When the kid comes home and says, there's a divorced couple. The kid comes home and says, oh, yeah, mom's new boyfriend. And you go, oh, yeah, that's nice. Remember, he's not your dad. Whoa. Like, you just told that kid a whole bunch of information about this person. Whereas if you go, oh, that's nice. He's a nice guy. Oh, that's great. I heard nice things. Yeah, I heard he likes bicycles. That's cool. It's really neat. Like, you just told this kid, okay, it's okay. You can like this person. It's okay to like this person. It's okay that your mom is with this person. Like, and again, whatever you feel about your ex, your co-parent, usually you love your kid more than you hate your ex.
Also, I wish people would, even without an apology, forgive each other. Because it goes back to the earlier discussion I had. Like, I usually forgive people if there's something in them, especially if you shared something, but even just if there's something about them that's beautiful. Like, it's great that they exist in the world. So I'm just grateful for that, and I use that as the fuel of forgiveness.
I don't know, to me, like, forgiveness is very often, it's for me. Like, when I let go of anger, I feel lighter. I think my heart enjoys peace. I mean, partly it's because I fight for a living. I work in the world of conflict. Like, I jokingly used to say to my sons when they were teenagers, like, I can only argue if you pay. Like, it's not fair to the paying customers. If I argue with you for free, that's not fair.
But I think we're talking about the incredibly wide range that a divorce can cost.
Yeah. So
and you were saying the cheapest one was yellow.
Yeah, yellow pad. 2 people came to an agreement, write it up, make it legally binding. $5,000 maybe. Tops. Usually $3,500, $5,000. That kind of vibe. Most expensive, millions.
And that's because of the duration, the complexity.
Yeah, the duration, the complexity of issues. Like, I have clients who paid $2-3 million.
So it's like as a custody or like what's
it can be complex custody that requires a hearing, that requires expert testimony, pooling mental health professionals, opining on the parenting. It can be a situation where emergency circumstances occur, like when an individual tries to abscond to another country with the children and you have to bring them back under the Hague Convention on international child abduction. We've done some Hague cases. There are cases where people have very different facts. Like, before I came here today, a client of mine's soon-to-be ex-husband, who she's in the middle of it, where he tested positive for cocaine on a hair follicle test, where it was said he was definitely not going to test positive, and he tested positive. So it was like we were scurrying now. Okay, we got to get a motion filed. We got to suspend access. We got to protect the kids. We got to get part of the judge. We got to think about what are the implications of this. Because he was about to transition to an unsupervised parenting. Like, this is the kind of stuff that can can amp up the amount of work the lawyer has to do, which then translates to money. I mean, I get paid for my time, and the time of my team. I have attorneys, paralegals who work for me. So, but when you have a team of lawyers working on a case, you can burn tens of thousands of dollars a day if it's a big enough case. There are also very complex financial cases that people move and hide money. The high net worth space is a different world. Like if an average person owns a home, they own a home in their name or their name with their spouse. A high net worth person owns an LLC that owns that home. That LLC is owned by a trust. They are a beneficial interested party in that trust. Like, this is how some of my clients who make tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars a year pay less in taxes than a cop or a firefighter. Because they have structures, and the structures that were designed for tax planning purposes, then in a divorce, become very tricky to unwind and to figure out, wait, no, what is mine and what is not.
Well, then that takes us to the question of prenups. What's your view on prenups? Prenuptial agreements.
It's not possible to yes, but if you ain't no chump, how do we want prenup? I mean, that's what I said.
Meaning, so prenup is a good idea.
Prenup is an excellent idea. A prenup is a contract between two people that binds their respective rights and obligations in the event of a divorce when it comes to financial issues. That's all it is, and there's a lot of reasons to have them, and there really aren't any reasons not to have them other than the fact it requires an uncomfortable conversation.
So, a few questions here. First, do they work?
Yes. If they are crafted correctly, which is not that hard to do for a lawyer to do. I'm saying for a lawyer to do, because with the internet, everybody thinks, why would I spend $1,000? I can just Google prenuptial agreement. I can get one, and that is a bad idea. Like, it is like a will. Like, if you're going to have a document that binds your rights at that level, it's worth. Like, the most expensive prenup I've ever done was like $3,000. That's ridiculous. That's not a lot of money. Like, so there's no reason you wouldn't do it, but people will still. I've had clients that have hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they did their prenup downloading something from the internet. And because of some imperfection, it doesn't have the right, what's called acknowledgement, which is the section where the notary signs. He has to say that it was duly sworn before this person on this date. And if it doesn't have that, it's invalid. So there are weird technicalities, but yeah, prenups are fine. As long as there's been some minimal asset disclosure, which is easily done in a prenup, and as long as there's not a language deficiency, meaning that the person who is reading it understands English to the level that they understand what they're signing, and if they don't, that at least they've acknowledged in their native language that there is some opportunity for this to be translated for them. Yeah, they're buying. They're presumptively buying. We live, thankfully, in a culture where people are allowed to enter into contracts.
What are some prenups that you've seen that can be effective in the work that people converge towards in terms of what does an agreement look like? Because the popular conception is when there's no prenup, both sides get half.
And that's generally true, that both sides get half. Equitable distribution, which is what the law is called, it's the law of equitable distribution. It's not called the law of equals for a reason, because it's equitable, not equal. Now, equal, like equitable, is presumed to be equal, but there are exceptions to that presumption, and that's where lawyers can get into fun and or trouble, depending on who you do it. It's where we make our money. We make our money arguing that the fair result will not be just a 50-50 split. And so there's the very generic standard prenup, which is easy. And I call that yours, mine. Like, if it's in your name, it's yours, whether it's an asset or a liability. My name, it's mine. Joint names, we split it 50-50. Simple. And you go in to the marriage knowing what the rules are. So if you get a bonus at work and you put it in your sole name, then it's your separate property. You go out and buy a boat, and she doesn't support you buying the boat. But the boat, you got a big loan on this boat. You're responsible for that. So I like that because I like people having some control. And I also like people having to have discussions. Well, why are we putting that bonus just in your bank account? Why wouldn't we put it in the joint bank account? We should have that discussion while we're married, not when we're in a divorce lawyer's office. Because we should be able to talk about this. So, you know, what's interesting about prenups is that somehow people think there's something like it takes away from the romance of it. But I've said it before, and I'll say it again, all marriages end. They end in death or divorce. So having life insurance or having a will, it doesn't mean you can't wait to die. It doesn't mean you're looking forward to death. It doesn't mean that you're predicting, you know, your demise sometime imminent. It just means that, you know, you're being realistic and honest. So when you marry, and I don't mean spiritually married, having a marriage ceremony, I mean legally married. You're making changes to your rights and obligations. That's what you're doing. Like marriage, from a legal standpoint, what we mean when we say I got married, is a state agency. It's been created by the state. Like this is a legal status that most people who are in it know nothing about. They just did the most legally significant thing they're ever going to do other than dying. And they have no idea what rights and obligations are created. And the first time they're going to get an education about it is in mind.
When you get divorced.
It's crazy.
So prenup is an opportunity to learn something about it at the start.
So first of all, whenever someone approaches me about prenups, and that's like 4 or 5 times a week, probably, depending on the season, right before wedding season, we get around.
When's wedding season?
Well, it used to just be the summer. They say when you're married, you're bride all your life. It's from some Rodgers and Hammerstein music. Now the fall is very big too. People love fall content, fall weddings, pretty, you know, pictures and things.
Yeah, good on the gram. All right.
Weddings is for the gram. I have to tell you, weddings is performative. See, the problem is though, it's great. So here's us picking the cake. It's not here's us doing the prenup. You know how many people I've done prenups for that I've watched on their social media or them being interviewed by Andy Cohen on Bravo and saying, well, no, we don't have a prenup. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You do. It's in my office. It's in the phone. Yeah. It's prenup. But prenups are not published any place. They're not filed with a court. They're maintained by the 2 people that signed it and their lawyers. That's it. So nobody has to admit that they have it. But there's a certain problem with that insofar as a lot of people have prenups, and we need to normalize prenups. Like, there's no reason not to normalize prenups. There's no reason not for until some famous people say, yeah, we have a prenup. We're crazy about each other, and it's why we're getting married. You know, but yeah, look, we're getting, you know, I don't want to get a car accident, but I got a seatbelt. You know, like, you have it, just in case.
And what do you do if you're running a company? What does that have to do with, you know, you're running a $100 billion or $1 trillion company, Jeff Bezos. I suppose his marriage was before Amazon.
Yeah.
But like, how does that work? You know?
Well, no, actually, it's the same. I mean, what you're doing with a prenup is you're identifying how things will be classified. So you're creating a set of rules, and then you both can function under those rules that you have. So, like, for a brief time, I taught a family law drafting class at law school, and when we would do separation agreements, we would do pleadings, you know, lots of fun. When we would do prenups, I would say to the students, you know, what's the main thing you need when you're doing a prenup? And you need assets. That's not the main thing. So, well, you need, you know, technical languages. You know, the main thing you need is a crystal ball. The main thing you need is the ability to see what's going to happen in the future. Who's going to have money, who's not, who's going to be successful, who isn't, what people will inherit. Problem is, we don't have that. We don't have that. So what can we do? We can create tranches. We can create structures. We can create systems. And then people can live with those in mind. You enter the game knowing who, right? So you know if this is going to be a submission only. You know if this is going to be no time limit. You know if we're after a certain number of minutes, we're going into points here. Okay? So I can work with that rule set, and I'm going to amend my game based on that rule set. Same thing. Same thing. You're just going to say, look, what's the rule set? Let's agree on the rule set, and then let's conduct ourselves with the rule set in mind. Let's plan the rule set in mind. And I think that, you know, and by the way, and if you're going to cheat, you cheat the rule set. You know you're cheating, right? You know you're trying to get around the rule set. So prenups are, when I do a consult to a prenup, the first thing I do is, here's what's going to happen legally if you marry without a prenup. Here's what happens to your rights and obligations. Then, what we can change with that, there's almost no limit. You can amend anything you want to. The example I always give is there was a case that went up to the appellate court where a high net worth guy married a very beautiful woman, and there was a provision in the prenuptial agreement that said for every 10 pounds she gained during the marriage, she would lose $10,000 a month in her. And there's a baseline weight as of the time of execution of this agreement. And I wondered if she was did what a wrestler does. Like, did she did she bulk up right before and then cut when she eventually got divorced? Like, is she in their sauna, with the suit on? But the appellate court essentially said, I don't know why you married this person, having had them make you sign this, but it's fine. It's fine.
I wish somebody would do a contract like that. Like the rent for this place would be more expensive if it was better and cheaper if I was skinnier. And that way I would have to weigh in. Motivation. Yeah, exactly. That kind of prenup is motivating.
Well, what's his name? I think Tim Ferriss says that about how he does he said you should make bets with people. It's like, if you gain this much, I got to give you this amount of money. He says that in one of his early books.
And try to make it binding.
Yeah. I think when we create incentives with that, that's why there was the No Nut November, No Shave November, sober, all this. Yeah. It was a competition. When people make a competition of something, they gamify something. It makes something that people are more likely to stick with. So, I guess a prenup is interesting. The problem is there's also, people put in prenups what's called fidelity clauses.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Fidelity clauses, and people still do these. I discourage people to do it. The two things that people put in prenups that I discourage people from putting in prenups, but very often people still put in prenups, even with my dad, is fidelity clauses and sunset clauses. Mm-hmm. So fidelity clauses is, I'm waiving alimony, I'm waiving this, I'm waiving that, but if you cheat, I get $1 million, or I get this much alimony, or I get this amount. And I know the intention is to disincentivize the person from cheating. It's a deterrent to have them cheat. But all it really does is just creates an interesting legal battle for lawyers. How did you prove that they cheated?
All right, because what constitutes cheating also.
Right. Is an emotional affair an affair? Is oral sex cheating? Is what is? And by the way, how do you prove it? I was in a hotel with her, but how do you prove that I had sex with her? And it's very, very, you're opening a can of worms with that kind of thing. But people sometimes get different. And sunset clauses. Sunset clauses is if we're married X period of time, this person never.
Why is that a bad idea?
The same reason the community property law in California is about. So community property law is after a certain number of years, I think it's 7. Everything, including your premarital property, all becomes marital property. And the idea of that was supposed to be that if you've been married that number of years, you're in enough of a serious relationship now that everything is one unit for one person. What it actually does is creates a very uncomfortable thought experiment that people have to have at the 6-year mark. Because you have to, now the honeymoon's kind of over. You might have a kid or two. And you go, okay, wait a minute. Am I so happy in this relationship that I'm willing to take all of my premarital assets and throw them in the pot. Because if not, I got 6 months to get through. Like, and that's not, so like if you say to someone, like if you got married tomorrow and then you found a company that's worth $100 million and under your prenup, that's your separate property. But there's a sunset clause that says that your prenup goes out the window in 15 years. Man, at year 14 and 6 months, you got to ask yourself some serious questions about where's this relationship going to be in 5-10 years.
It's brilliant. And that's why, kids, you pay for a lawyer.
So we get paid to see around corners. You know? I get paid to be paranoid. I tell people that all the time.
Okay, so you mentioned infidelity. You write in the book, which everybody should get. It's a great book. It's a great read. It's a window into your soul. You, in this book, write that there's 5 kinds of infidelity. Do you remember? Can you explain?
Yeah, I mean, what I wanted to say is that all infidelities are the same. There's different kinds. And some of them are more obvious. Like, there's the soulmate, you know. That's the one I think I see most often, which is person meets another person or rekindles on social media or elsewhere a reconnection with another person in their life. And they go, oh my God, this is the person I'm supposed to be. I'm in love. The heart wants what the heart wants. I'm leaving you for this person because I have found my true love. That's one. It's an incredibly powerful. And there's there are plenty of cautionary tales associated with that, where people thought that they found their someone, and it turns out it was, no, it's just unfair. And a man who leaves his wife for his mistress just leaves a new job completely.
And we should also mention that you talk about Facebook and Instagram.
Oh yes, if we were going to invent an infidelity generating machine, it would be called Facebook. Which, by the way, is a function of the fact that it was written 20 years ago. I would now change it to Facebook.
Oh, because you said just Facebook.
Yes. Now, if I had to rewrite it, it would be, if we were going to invent an infidelity generating machine, it would be called.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Very tech forward.
It was a function of what Facebook and I think Instagram also are, which is it is a communication tool that has people looking into windows that I think are antagonistic to you. You're looking into the lives of other people. You're looking into the social lives of people that you meet casually. So there was a time where you would be at your son's soccer practice and see the attractive mom across the way, and you wouldn't really talk to her, interact with her. If you did, it would just be at practice. But now we add on social media because for legitimate reasons. We need to maybe communicate about what practice is and message the person. But now it's sort of an invitation to a connection. And then it's, there's a picture of her on vacation in a bikini. And then you have a benign, oh, I saw you guys went on vacation. What did you say? Oh, was that good? Did you like that? Oh, that's nice. And now we're talking. Now we're having an interaction. And now this is how the spark of affairs begins. It's usually, people don't usually meet and go, would you like to potentially wreck your marriage? Yes, would you? Oh my God, let's do this. Yeah. Like it's much more, it slowly happens. So when I talk about types of infidelity, the soulmate, the unexpected soulmate, this connection that you didn't expect. I didn't expect to fall in love with this person, but I did, and I want to be that one's tough. Because, it's an interesting distinction between men and women to some degree. That when a man finds out his wife was cheating, the question is, did you fuck him? And when a woman finds out their man cheated, the question is, do you love her? And those are different things, I
feel like there could be many and have been many folks who are
yeah, there has by much smarter people. But I think that the soulmate thing is very, very painful for a lot of my female clients. When a man says, listen, I found the one and it's not you. That is really, really hard to get past. Even when it turned out to be true. I mean, I've seen some people that, there was an affair that turned into 20-plus-year marriages, you know. So an unhappy marriage and then a happy affair that turned into a very happy marriage. Like I've not seen, there's not a formula. You know? Like I've been doing it long enough now that I've seen permutations. So that's one type of infidelity. The other is what I call the push out of the closet, which is that I think happened more often earlier in my career. There have been tremendous strides, I think, in the lesbian and gay community, where, including marriage equality, obviously, where there's a lot of change as to people accepting people as being gay or lesbian. And I think that there was a time where people were being in the closet was much more important. You were subject to professional scorn, and, all kinds of things if you were gay or lesbian. So people were sneaking around and having affairs with their same-sex partners, and then they get caught. It really was a function of the fact that they were closeted. And again, that's another kind of complicated dynamic because, I haven't had that happen to me where a woman left me for a woman, but I'd like to think it would be easier. Because if you left me for a man, you're saying I want one like you but better than you. Whereas if you leave me for a woman, well, that's a whole different set of equipment. I don't have that. So I can't, okay, it's not me, it's you. It's something you want that I can't offer. We don't serve that at this restaurant, so it's okay. I get it. I mean, there's a betrayal, there's a sadness, whatever, but it's a different thing. The saddest type of infidelity, in my opinion, is mistake, which is someone just makes a mistake. They just, people do dumb shit like this. People just, in a moment, they follow temptation. Their impulse control is poor, and they do something that doesn't reflect their morality or doesn't reflect the depth of their feelings. Like if you spend enough time in a room with people who've cheated in a relationship and are speaking candidly to you about it, they'll say to you very openly, no, I really love my life. I really love my life. I don't know, I'm just an idiot. I saw this bright shiny object and I really wanted to sleep with that woman. I wanted to fuck her. I love my wife. I make love to my wife. I love my wife, but I just want to sleep with her. And we created a culture where one of those eradicates the other. That's a whole nother discussion. Or is there ethical non-monogamy? Is marriage about who I have sex with, or is marriage a different kind of a partnership? Is it a pair bond that's about building a life together? And where does monogamy fit into that? And people like Esther Perel, and those are people who are making very intelligent discussions about that.
Yeah, that's a complicated one. Just to actually just wonder on that. How often people who open marriages?
Well, let's see, and this is one of those, from a research perspective, this would be flawed. Because I see they're in my office because they're married. So there may be lots of people having open relationships that don't end up in the divorce lawyer's office. But I meet a lot of people that was the Hail Mary. I meet a lot of people that they tried that, but in retrospect, it was a Hail Mary. It was look, we just figured let's try this. Maybe this will keep the glue together on this thing, And I've also seen open relationships go wrong. Where we agree we're just going to have sexual connections with other people, or we're going to bring other people into the bedroom, but together, we're going to be together with other people, and then that connection of those two people, do you think it's a soulmate all of a sudden? Because again, is that novelty? It's the reason why I don't understand why people like it. It's kind of like, when someone sings to you, I don't know where to look. I don't know where to look. If someone's singing to me, I don't know where to look. Like it's just weird, right? Like this is a conundrum. I'll say this too. This will never. But it's the reason I can't go to strip club. Yeah. I don't know what it's like. If I go to a strip club, like you go to a strip club and there's the part where the woman's on the stage and she walks past each person and does anything, and then the next person and the next thing. So when she's right in front of you, I like a woman's face and I like a woman's body. I like both of them. So I'm looking at the woman's face, but she's naked, and I think, oh, she's naked. I should be looking at her naked body because obviously it's almost rude not to because she's naked in front of me, of course. So then I'm looking at her naked body, which is lovely to look at. But then I find myself going, oh my God, you should look at her face for God's sake. Yeah. And then I look at her face, and then find myself having this whole thing in my head where I'm going, like, oh my God, where am I supposed to look? So I think a threesome with two women you don't hardly know or you're not, that's different. But a threesome with a long-term partner who you're in a relationship with and a new person seems to me a very dangerous group because you're going to want to enjoy the novelty of this person, but you're going to have to spend time with this person after. So how much attention do you spend to the new novel, exciting thing without creating the impression that you're not interested in this because you're my favorite person, but this is fun, so I wanted to try this with you, but then also I don't want to forget about that. Like it just seems tricky.
That analogy, by the way, is brilliant, and also I guess it's tricky because the consequences of the stakes are quite high. You're gonna have to talk about it.
Right, and there's an easy way to misinterpret the data, right? Like, so if I really like sleeping with my partner, but I get one chance to sleep with this other person, like, well, of course I should indulge in that because I can do this anytime. Like, but this person, my partner, might interpret that as, oh, so you're more interested in her than me, because that voice in my partner that would be, insecure might hear that. So I just, why would you open yourself up to that level of chaos?
You seem to love chess in the courtroom. It's the kind of intimate human chess of sorts.
Yeah, no, that's too high risk.
How do we get on threesomes? Oh, open marriages.
Well, how do we get on threesomes? I don't know. I was really looking. I think they like if on two must be better, if three better, three must be better. Yeah, I think the way that this becomes an issue is why would you have a non-monogamous relationship? What is it about your sex life with this person that's not satisfying? And I think that is the question that's harder to ask yourself and to try to answer with your partner.
I mean, you've said that this idea of soulmates is it's great for your business, but for like a human being in a partnership can't be everything. Is that true?
I think it's unrealistic.
True romance, right?
Mm-hmm.
The document that we keep referencing here.
I think it's wonderful to do because sometimes now people don't get that reference. Like I talk to people when I try to teach negotiation to young lawyers who come work for me, I tell them to watch the Gary Oldman scene where he offers them the Chinese food.
Yeah. But why is that scene really?
Because it's the best negotiating lesson I've ever heard in my life. Where he comes in,
just for the record.
Yeah, Gary Oldman plays a pimp.
Yeah.
And he owns his girl is Patricia Arquette, right? And Christian Slater's character, the protagonist, is coming in to tell Gary Oldman that he no longer owns this girl, Alabama. Alabama is going to be with him now. And Gary Oldman is an amazing performance. And he's sitting in a living room with a shotgun next to him, with armed guys around him, watching television and eating Chinese food. He's got Chinese food laid out in front of him. And Christian Slater comes in and he says, I need to talk to you about Alabama. And Gary Oldman says, do you want some Chinese food? And Christian Slater sort of taken back by the question. He says, no, I came to talk about Alabama. She's with me now. You see, tell him what his offer essentially is. And Gary Oldman says, you fucked up. In sum and substance, he says, if you sat down and started eating my Chinese food, I would have thought, who's this guy? Didn't have a care in the world, sitting down eating my egg foo young. But instead, you tried to be hard, and now I know you're full of shit. And so I think that scene summarizes how in negotiation, the more you enter into it with that, like anytime I deal with another lawyer, and they're like, oh, we'll see you in court. Empty barrels make the most of it. Like you and I, as people who've been in the jiu-jitsu community, I know some dangerous people. I know FBI SWAT people. I know people that they know how to do things to people. And they're the calmest guys I've ever met in my life. You scuff their sneaker, they like them. They quick apology. Like they just chill.
What were we talking about?
We were talking about
True Romance. Oh, the soulmate.
Yeah, well, you're saying that this idea, like with that film underlying, there's this current of like they were. I think there's a distinction between the feeling that someone is your missing puzzle piece, that you're made for this person. I think what that just means is there's a lot of overlapping beautiful things. I love them intellectually. I love them sexually. I love them interpersonally. We have some shared history. We have some shared commonalities. We were raised in the same culture, raised in the same religion. Like we have politically similar ideas. These are all, or we have totally opposite ones, but they're complementary. Like I've always joked that like finding someone with complementary psychology, like I'm obsessively disciplined. So having a partner who's like flexible and like spontaneous is really good for me. And also me being like, no, come on, come back. We're going to do this now. No, it's time to actually do this now. Like we're good for each other. It's barefoot in the park. It's this idea of like, the yin and the yang. So what I have an issue with is the definition of soulmate that I think is sold to so many people now, is this idea that if your partner is disappointing to you in any way, meaning they're not the perfect travel companion, they're not the perfect vocabulary companion, they're not the perfect roommate, they're not the perfect lover, they're not the odds of someone being all of those seems crazy to me. Like it's infinitesimally small, and they don't have to be everything. Like if I go to a restaurant and eat 10 courses, and one of them is kind of subpar, and the other 9 are the most amazing culinary experience I've ever had, how dare I say, well, that wasn't the right restaurant? What do you mean? Like, it's a great restaurant. What are you talking about? Like, of course, there's one little. So I think it's impossible to have someone never disappoint. It's impossible to have someone who never lets you down, who doesn't say and do the exact right thing at the exact right time, and to create the idea or expectation that your partner should never let you down, never disappoint you, never not know what to say, is, I think, crazy. I mean, I find for myself, when someone, for example, loses someone loses a family member, I often say the same thing to the person. I'll either talk to them or send them a text or call them, and I'll say, if I wish I knew the perfect thing to say, because I would say it. But I know there isn't. I know that, I don't say that part, but I know there isn't. Like there isn't a perfect thing to say. But if there was a perfect thing to say, I would say it. Like, love to me is not that you never let this person down, it's that you never want to let this person down. It's love is a verb. Like it's this feeling of I never want to disappoint you. I will disappoint you, but I never want to disappoint you. I will hurt you, but I never want to hurt you. When I hurt you, it will be my insecurity, my stupidity, my humanity that causes me to hurt you, but I will never intentionally hurt you. I will betray your trust. I'll never intentionally betray your trust. Like I will, by my stupidity, say the wrong thing or loose lip say something to someone that you didn't want me to, but it won't be intentional. I will always try to be on your team. That feels to me like a realistic thing.
Yeah, the intention is the way, but there's some aspect of just like the 10-course meal, that over time there's a kind of convergence towards perfection, and along the way there's the rose-colored glasses where you see everything, beauty and everything. So it feels it's probably destructive to really internalize the idea of soulmate, because then any imperfections can make you doubt, can make you step away, can make you lose the connection. But it just feels like I don't know, it's too heavy.
It just feels. I feel like when you see a couple that's 90 years old, they've been together for 60, 70 years, there is of course a temptation to think about all the beauty that they've seen on that journey together, the children, the grandchildren, maybe the great-grandchildren, all the joy that they've seen, all the pain they've endured and struggled together. But they've also disappointed each other a whole bunch of times, probably let each other down, probably lied to each other a bunch. And for me, that is a beautiful thing. Like that is not, it's great in spite of that. It's great because of that. They still love each other, even though they've been so flawed and imperfect. And they're human, and they still love each other. They still rode that thing together because the reasons to do so were greater than the reasons to not.
You mentioned some of this, but I'd love to get your opinion on having seen things gone wrong. How much, and having mentioned and heard in the Giant Deck, how much fighting do you think is okay in a relationship? And how to resolve the fights such that they don't escalate to that disconnection? Is there some wisdom you have for that? I imagine you've seen some fights.
Yeah, it's very, I've seen some crazy fights. I have, even on my phone, I have some recording. Because now there's, cameras everywhere, like Nest cams and, Ring cams. So a lot of this gets recorded. And people, have phones so readily available that they can record the person. And I listen to the way people speak to each other. First of all, I listen to the way people speak to each other, and I'm shocked. I listen to the way people speak to their romantic partner, to their spouse, disrespect, or just disrespect, insults, profanity, just degradation, just brutality, just, and then kind of go on like the next day. You kind of go, nothing happened. I'm shocked. I mean, I listen to it and I think like, if someone ever spoke to me, I don't know that I could ever really feel deep connection with them, like freely. I would feel so betrayed. Like, they're just so brutal. Like I can't imagine speaking to someone that way, like saying you just did such vicious insults to someone. But I understand that's how some people communicate. Perhaps I guess the question of how much fighting is too much fighting in the relationship is for me a bit like the question how much sex is enough sex in the relationship. It depends on the two people and their individual tastes. But what's problematic is when there is a disconnect between the two people. Like, so if, there's I think it's Annie Hall, it's one of the Woody Allen films, where Diane Keaton and Woody Allen are both talking to their respective therapists about the relationship, but it's like a split screen.
Yeah.
And she says, I mean, we have sex all the time. We have sex like once a week. And he goes, we never have sex. We have sex like once a week. And, it's funny because it's true. It really is this, they both know the same data, but they're interpreting that data set completely differently. And I think, the question you have to start asking is, like, what is, Steve Harvey actually once said something funny to me. He said that success is not where you are. Success is where you are in relation to where you started. He says, because if success is where you are, Oprah's got to solve people. Yeah. Or maybe Elon's got to solve people. I don't know. But if it's where you are versus where you started, because there's a lot of people that started on second, started on third act like they hit it up. Like, well, I was given 10 million, but then I turned it into 100 million. Wow, first million dollars. So, come on. But I think the question of like how much sex were we having at the beginning of the relationship, that might be the wrong gauge, because that's like we couldn't keep our hands off each other and we just novelty. But like how much sex we're having post children versus before the children, that might be different. Like how do we compare it? Like am I overweight compared to what? When I was 20 and running marathons, or most 50-year-old men? I gotta like, what do you compare it to? So I think fighting, there are some people that I think they enjoy fighting. Like they enjoy arguing. I know people that enjoy political people. I don't particularly enjoy political people. Not that I'm not very interested in political concepts, economic concepts. I argue for a living. So in my free time, I don't find argument that enjoyable. When it's intense, I find discussion more interesting.
So you just keep the battle to your main profession.
Sure. Did you ever, Bob Goldthwait, Bobcat Goldthwait's comedian, very, very funny. Had a whole second chapter. But he has this, I saw an interview with him once, and he says, he says, like, I'm a comedian. I've been a comedian a long time. People always talk to me. They're like, oh, you're a comedian. You want to hear a joke? He's like, and all I can think is, oh, yeah, that'd be real fucking true. Yeah. Like, I haven't heard jokes all day, all night for years. That would be a real special occasion. Yeah. Like, I get it.
And I mean, a sadder story. I've been reading quite a bit about Robin Williams and his wife would talk about how quiet and introspective and thoughtful and intellectual he was, and not really that humorous in his private life.
But that may be a function of, that it is enjoyable to be the other thing. Yeah. One of the things I've always thought was very funny in relationships, my own relationship, is most women I know who have a husband who doesn't wear a suit every day. When their husband gets dressed up, let's say going to a wedding or something, they go, look at him. Yeah. And I wear a suit every day. On the weekends, I have a black t-shirt. The rest of the time, a suit. And I remember, I think this has been true in every relationship I've been in since I was a lawyer, including my ex-wife. It was always like if I had on jeans and I wasn't shaven, it was like, look at you. Like, are you kidding me? Like really? Like, whereas the suit, they wouldn't even know.
Sometimes the other thing.
Well, that's what it is. It's the novelty of the other thing. So I think that if you're Robin Williams and like being shot out of a cannon in terms of your performative style and your energy and explosive, being quiet must be very refreshing. Like, I imagine, incredibly intelligent people must love just watching stupid humor or having a dumb. It's why some of the smartest people I know like really dumb shit. It's why like Rick and Morty I think is brilliant because it's both smart and dumb.
Yeah, it's a perfect combination.
It really is. Yeah, I think it's possibly the perfect show.
Is there advice you can give to somebody like me on how to interview well, how to do conversations well? Do you think there's something transferable from the courtroom to this setting with complicated people?
Yeah, I think so. I think what can be learned about interviewing is the distillation of what is most important. When I hear a story that I have to present to a judge, the totality of someone's parenting, the good of their parenting, the bad of their parenting, the good of the other parent, the bad of the other parent, I have to sort of boil down what are the best examples, because I can't lay it all out. And then what greater principle do they speak to? The best jiu-jitsu teacher that I think I've had is Paul Schreiner. And Paul doesn't just teach you techniques. He's teaching you ways of thinking about concepts in jiu-jitsu, and then here are some techniques that illustrate that. John Danaher, from what I can see, does a lot of that as well. I think they're like soulmates in the jiu-jitsu world.
And then there's the element that you spoke to, which is maybe considering the other side. And
always.
Kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, straw man, steel man stuff. You do a lot of that, and I think all the best interviewers do it. But yeah, I think it's really, really important to think about. I have to know the other side's case much better. I have to know what are their defenses, what are their strengths, I have to map out a strategy that keeps those in mind. And that's hard because early in my career, I would attribute to the other side an intelligence and strategy that sometimes wasn't applicable. Like I've learned, like, you know, there's like the simplest explanation is the accurate one, you know, Occam's razor. I think like sextons, you know, would be never attribute to strategy that which could be attributed to stupidity or laziness.
Yeah.
Because I have lots of adversaries that like they'll not file a motion I thought they were going to file and go, wait, I didn't know that. Tactically, what are they thinking I'm going to do? And what is that about? You know, and I would go, well, if I didn't file it, why wouldn't I? And the answer is like they just didn't think to file it, or like they were too lazy to draft it, or they went on vacation. And I'm, you know, driving myself crazy when there's some tactical read. There must be. So I think you have to look honestly and don't attribute to the other side your constitution. You know, if I said that, I'd be saying it sarcastically. If you said it, maybe you weren't saying it sarcastically. Like, you have to think about the fact that we're unique human beings who express themselves differently.
For you, the audience is usually the judge.
Yeah, it's
jury.
judge. No, we don't do jury trials. That's the interesting thing about family law attorneys. Family law attorneys don't do jury trials. We do bench trials. We just persuade. There's a person in the black robe. It's the only person I have to convince.
Does the person in the black robe, do they have emotions? Are they human, or are they very dark?
They are all too human.
Do they impose that humanity on you? Like, do you feel it?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh no, you feel it. Like, they're human. They're working their shit out. Okay. They're parents.
Yeah.
They're husbands and wives.
Yeah.
You're talking about stuff they deal with.
Yeah.
I had a woman on the stand, an expert witness on the stand, who was talking about the emotional and physical abuse that was perpetrated on a 7-year-old. And this person had written a bunch of reports that were in evidence in this trial. We're on like day 6 or 7 of the trial. And there's all of this information in the record about this verbal abuse and mental abuse and like gaslighting and really intense stuff that this woman was doing this time. And the judge was like vaguely paying attention to it. And at some point, the person says, well, when a parent is abusing a child, and the judge just interrupts, she goes, well, look, you know, do you think like if a person spanks a child, if that's abuse? Like, well, like a person in general? Like, I mean, by the way, if my adversary asks that question, I can object, but I can't object when the judge asks the question. They get to rule on that objection. So I'm like, where's this going? She's like, well, no, I mean, spanking can be a form of abuse. Right, but like, you know, are you saying like everybody who spanks children? What is going on in your house?
Yeah.
So what went on with your parents? Like, because you're bringing some stuff here that's not, this is not what you're supposed to be. This is not your role. But there are good judges and bad judges. And that's a big, big deal.
Well, I've noticed that I don't have kids, so I have a certain perspective on the world. I really want to have a family and have kids. But I've noticed when I talk to people that have kids, and gender matters also, like fathers or with daughters and so on, like it changes the landscape of the conversation. It's like you're no longer this intellectual that's like, well, there's this and there's this. It's more like go fuck yourself. Anything that fucks with kids can like burn it to the ground. I don't care what the nuance is, the little intellectual thing.
Well, you want to learn about this. Represent someone who's accused of child sexual abuse. I've had about a dozen of those cases where I've represented someone who's alleged to have perpetrated sexual abuse of a child. You are guilty until proven innocent. And let me tell you, as a lawyer, that is the toughest cases, because you put sex and kids together and everyone loses their goddamn mind immediately. There's a rush to judgment. There's a disregard for procedure. there's a confirmation bias, there's a desire to be a protector. And again, all motivated and informed by really good things, the desire to protect the innocent, the desire to protect the vulnerable. But gang, no, we have these, I like living in a world that has due process. I like these rules. I like the rules of evidence. I like innocent until proven guilty. I like that. I'm not saying it's perfect.
It's such a, I'm so torn on it because I also like living in a world where people are so emotionally invested in connection to living. Like,
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive. It shouldn't be.
I know, but if you dedicate yourself fully to the law, you might lose some of humanity.
I don't think you have to. I have to tell you, I once actually went off on a DA, on a district attorney, who was very vehemently prosecuting the child sex abuse case that I was involved in. And I remember, I came in, thankfully, I came in very early in the case. So the accusation was made, and I came in right away. Because very often you get this case, there have been 15 interviews, this person's been interviewed by police, by child protective services, and it's like they're already so far down the hole they didn't even know they got themselves into. So I got in very early on, and I just kept saying, like, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. I was like, wait. We should both want this to be fair, done properly. Like, there's an expert, a well-respected expert who's a clinical psychologist who their job is their validation expert. Their job is to interview the child. They record the interviews with a hidden camera so that everyone can see they didn't have suggestive questioning. There are very stringent standards that they follow to prevent like suggestive questioning or any of this kind of thing. And I was saying, listen, no one should be interviewing this child other than this person who's a neutral, qualified person. And I kept saying to the other side, like, wait, see, this is the problem. Like, you want to win. You're a lawyer. You want to win. I want to win too, right? But we want to win fair. Like, that's like saying, going into a boxing match, I want to win. So if the referee's looking to the side, I'm going to kick the guy in the nuts. Like, okay, then you might have won, but you didn't win boxing. You won some other thing. Like, I want to win a fair fight. Like, I want to go in with the rules set, the law, the rules of evidence. I don't want a judge who doesn't understand evidence. I don't want an adversary who plays it fast and loose with the rules. I want to go in and win a fair fight. And that's where, when it comes, our passion to protect the innocent, to emotionally connect, to feel deeply about children and protecting them, I don't think that that's antagonistic. But we always treat dandruff with decapitation in this culture, and I don't understand it. And that's what I like about the law. There's rules, there's rules about procedure. And so that's our job, is to bring out the truth using the rules and the procedure. And I love it.
But still, there's a human being in the judge.
And that's the problem.
It seems like a really hard job. Because you have to be paying attention to the whole thing.
You have to pay attention to the whole thing. And everyone is trying to persuade you.
Yeah.
And everyone can keep their shit together in a court appearance most of the time. Like, it takes a rare kind of crazy to blow up in a courtroom. So most of the time, everybody looks really put together. And, yeah, you got to have an amazing bullshit detector. I'm not saying they don't have a really hard job. They have a really hard job. They have a way harder job than I have.
What's their source of ground truth? Like, how do they sharpen the radar for bullshit?
I think that they're assessing credibility, which is what we call it in the law, is something that, I think you're supposed to develop it on the job.
Do you have the data of who was lying in the end or not?
Not really. I mean, you can try to demonstrate a lot. What I always tell clients, and this is the art of advocacy, right? Is I want to use examples of misrepresentations to show that this person's a liar. Like, I'm trying to extrapolate from the small to large. Like, I'm trying to say, here's 3 times he lied, therefore he's a liar. When in fact, human beings don't really work that way. But I've seen people submarine to just torpedo their entire case because they lied about some dumb shit, some dumb little thing. And I say to them, why did you lie? Why did you lie about that? Like, I had a case where a person was accused of child sexual abuse. And on cross-examination, they were asked, did you have an affair with this babysitter? No. And then it was shown through text messages and things. They clearly had an affair with the babysitter. And I said, why did you lie? And they said, well, I didn't want that to come out. And I said, right, but now you're a liar. Like, did you molest your child? Because if the answer to that is no, and now you destroyed your credibility because you didn't want to admit that you slept with an adult woman. By the way, it would have been good for your case. It would have been good for your case for you to say, yeah, I slept with her because I like sleeping with adult women. That's how I am. I don't sleep with children, much less my own. You know, so why would you lie? And so that concept is incredibly important. And the judges, theoretically, they have to make very tough calls. I feel like it's the most impotent place to just sit there and dispassionately sort of listen and rule on objections. Like I just would be so frustrated because I'd want to get up and, you know, I had to do jury duty once, and it was like a horrific experience for me. Because I'm sitting there and I'm I'm just watching these two lawyers and I'm like, why did you ask the question? Why would you object? When you object, you bring more attention to what you're doing. And I'm watching both of them. It's like watching like a jujitsu. How would it feel like for like John Danaher to watch two white belts spar? Like, why are you doing? Wow, my God, what are you doing? Why would you grab that? What are you thinking? Like, and you know, it's frustrating. It's frustrating. And as a judge, it must just be unbelievable.
So divorce lawyers sometimes get a bad rap. Is there a reason?
I mean, no one's ever happy. Like, you have a criminal lawyer, they're defending you against the maelstrom of injustice with false allegations, they're protecting your freedom. And maybe you're acquitted, and then you're like, oh, the person saved me. You know, buy a house, you know, a lawyer helps you get the house, and then you have that, some paperwork. You do a will, you help to make it. Like, yes, I'm a representative of a chapter in someone's life, and it's very unpleasant. I have a friend who's a Juilliard trained prosecutor, and he was having a humidification system installed in his home because his piano required a certain level of humidity. And it was very expensive to install this humidification system. And we went out to dinner, and then when we came back to his place, he said, man, this is the most depressing $15,000 I've ever spent. And I said, why? And he said, because there's nothing different. Like, I spent $15,000 and I feel absolutely nothing different. My piano does, but I don't. Like, I don't have anything to show for it. If you finish getting divorced, you don't really have anything to show for it. You know, like
best.
Yeah,
best is the same.
One of the things I think that's interesting about divorce is in our increasingly performative society, you can't pretend you meant to get divorced. You can't. Like, everything everybody does. Like, well, I wrote that album for me. It didn't matter that it's not going to be popular. No, you wanted that album to be popular. Like, come on. Like, you're lying. And that's fine. What you want. Oh, I think my haircut came out great. I wanted to see this stuff. You didn't. You're lying. And that's fine, because we live in a society now where everybody's just, oh, yes, I meant to do that. Okay. Divorce? Nope. You got married. You break up in a relationship, not a marriage. Okay. Well, we were only going to be together for a little while. It was never serious. It was just. It wasn't. We were never going to happen. No, you got married. You got married, guys. You got up there and you said forever. And it didn't go for that. So you can't bullshit anybody. No, it didn't go the way you thought it was going to go. It didn't go the way you signed on for. So now that's undeniable. Like, what can we make it into? Like, if barns burned down, now I can see the movie. You know, like, let's make it something. And so for me, I think people look at a divorce lawyer and they just go, yeah, like, this is this horrible chapter, and I associate with it. Also, too, listen, some of the things we do, it's difficult to simultaneously prevent and prepare for war. The things you do to protect your client sometimes look like acts of aggression, but really they're just trying to shore up a defense. And so I get paid to be paranoid, and I have to say to clients sometimes, like, well, are you sure that they're not doing this? And then they go, well, I don't know. And I go, well, let me inquire. They go, she accused me of that. No, I'm not assisting. I'm just trying. But we get a reputation, divorce lawyers, as amping up conflict because we get paid for the conflict. Right? It's like if you get paid by the bullet, you're going to start a lot of gunfights. Right? It doesn't really work that way with most good divorce. Like there are plenty of people that are bad lawyers and they stoke up conflict because it jacks up fees. They usually don't do well. They don't build a successful career. You live and die by your reputation. Yes, reputation. But good lawyers, like good experienced divorce lawyers, we do the whole, hey, listen, you're going to say this, I'm going to say this, you're going to do this, I'm going to do this. This way. Let's skip it. We're going to end up here. We got Judge blah, blah, blah. You know what he's going to do. He's going to go right here. So why don't we just agree right now?
You want to minimize the number of polls.
It's like the two. It's like Morimana Musashi. It's like the two swordsmen who see each other, and they just stand there at the edge, and they see the whole fight in their minds, and they know who won and who lost in the war. Like we do a lot of that. We do a lot of it's like when you watch high-level chess, and someone resigns. You go, wait, what happened? And you go, no, the other guy won.
Yeah.
It's 15 moves from me, but he won, and the other guy sees it. So now we're done.
Can you speak to some recent high-profile divorces? Like the most recent I saw is Kevin Costner.
Yeah, Kevin Costner's a great. I don't know him. I'm not involved in the case.
By the way, Yellowstone.
Oh, it's so good, right?
And I hope Matthew McConaughey, who I've gotten to know, I hope he does one of these shows. Yellowstone or anything else. Be born for the world.
Yeah. He'd be amazing. Your conversation. The Kevin Costner divorce is interesting because Kevin Costner had one of the most expensive, from a distributive award perspective. Like he gave a huge payout to his first wife. And then this time he had a prenup. So it's a very public showing of the fact that one's 55 shot. Like he had a very public divorce. It cost him a lot of assets in terms of the division of assets. And now it appears by all acknowledged reports that he had a prenuptial agreement that was well crafted and enforceable. And he's the argument now is over what is child support, what is spousal support, what's covered in the prenup, and what isn't.
So it seems like the prenup worked, actually.
The prenup worked. In Kevin Costner's career, which has always been a steady career, I don't know that in the Hollywood stock market that people would have bet on Yellowstone. I think you would have said, hey, the best years of that guy's career are behind. How do you get better than Dances with Wolves and Robin Hood, all these big hits, The Bodyguard, and then Yellowstone. And it's like, holy cow, did he knock that out of the park? And he's central to it. He knocked the skin off the ball. So I think that's why prenups are important. You don't know what your career's going to do. You don't know where it's going to go. And so he saved himself a lot of money. He also has a great lawyer as well. Laura Wasser's, LA, just a top professional, brilliant lawyer, even-tempered but intense in the courtroom, and just a smart human being.
The thing I like, I haven't been following it, but I saw a few comments he's made, and he refused to comment negatively about his spouse. But the way he said it, it wasn't lawyer advice. It's good lawyer advice, probably. But he said it from the heart, which I always I like seeing that.
Yeah.
Where he refuses even the drama, even the public nature of it, to throw in jazz.
Well, Laura, his lawyer, is actually notorious for not speaking to the press about cases in an extended way. And that's a smart move. I don't speak about pending cases I'm involved in publicly, and I discourage my clients from doing so. I can't always stop them, but I discourage them from doing so. I don't think there's any good to come of it. There are lawyers who try things in the court of public opinion. I think there is to take it to the broader principle you just brought up, I think there is a lot of value in talking about your ex in a favorable way. I have to say, when I first got divorced many years ago, I went on a date with a young woman, one of my first dates as a divorced man. And she was a divorced woman. She was a beautiful woman. And we were having dinner, and it was going quite well. it was one of those things where I was like, oh, I definitely want to see this show again. And I said something about, oh, there's going to be this thing at this museum. We should go. And she's like, oh, yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. And I'm like, yeah, we should definitely, maybe that's the next thing we do together. And she was like, yeah, we should go next weekend. Like, the kids are with the asshole, so we can go. And it was like, you could hear that record scratch. I just went, oh, yeah. I'm not. You're referring to the father of your kids as the asshole. We're already. I'm walking into something here that I don't know that I want to be involved in. Matthew McConaughey, before he was married, if you look at his history, he dated some of the most beautiful women in Hollywood in their prime, and none of them ever talked bad about him in the press. They all were like, oh my God, he's such a great guy. He's such a great guy. And I always wondered, how he got out of all of those relationships without a scratch on him. And when you'd watch an interview, they would say, like, so you dated Penelope Cruz. And you go, that's just a special lady. It's just what a special lady. She's just a wonderful woman. I'm just so blessed to have the time with her. What a beautiful, wonderful woman. And I would think to myself, you're a genius. Like, he's a genius. Because, he never came off as petty, as spiteful, bitter, any of that. He just came off as, just dignified, strong, smart, self-assured. And, it left the viewer with the impression that, when he was looking off and especially just thinking about some wonderful time he had with her. And you think to yourself, God, that guy, he just became cooler and cooler. Whereas if he got into, the whole, oh, yeah, that was ugly, and then, this happened. Nobody wants to hear it. It's awful.
The funny thing about it, interacting with him a bunch, I don't think he's in the Logan school of thought, I think. But I don't see him ever having a fight. Now, his parents were, because he spoke about a bunch, nonstop fighting. They got divorced and remarried, and just insane.
And they were volatile.
Yeah, very. He seems maybe because the other way. He just seems cool as a cucumber.
Just lets it roll off. But even if it's internally not right, there is value in just rising above it in your discourse. Yes. Like you lie to your children. People say this to me all the time, clients. They're like, why did you tell your child that dad had your kid? Well, I'm not going to lie to my kids. Fuck you. Yes, you are. You lie to your kids all the time. Yeah. Mommy, are you going to die someday? Yes, Dad. I'm going to die, and Daddy's going to die, and then someday the Earth's going to hurl into the sun, and we're all going to die. Sweet dreams. That's not, you lie to your kids all the time. What's wrong with you? You don't know what's wrong with you. We'll take you to the doctor, and hopefully it's nothing serious, you won't die. You lie to your kids all the time. You tell them that Santa Claus exists, whatever. So to say, I'm not going to lie to my kids, you lie to your kids all the time. You don't like your husband, that's okay. You don't like your ex-husband, but it's their fault. They just spin, Oh, Daddy took me to meet his new girlfriend, Kiki. Oh, that's nice. You guys have a good time. Oh, and she helped me do my hair, and she did my makeup. Listen, I'm sure that's burning you inside. But you go, oh, that's great, because you love me.
But again, McConaughey has a way about him with that. It's he basically says never lie, but a little bullshit is okay.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm very Tom Waits has that song "Lie to Me." You gotta lie to me, baby. Honesty is a funny thing.
Tom Waits also believes that God's away on business.
I think his words, man.
And who are the ones that we left in charge? Killers, thieves, and that's the top.
It must be true. Then. I don't know how many limbs I have, but I would give all of them to talk to Tom. And he's a very private person.
I feel like he's the musical equivalent of Cormac McCarthy.
Yeah.
Even if you get the interview, you're not, I don't think, going to get in there.
No, I don't think you want, honestly, I don't think you want to. I think I've seen his public interviews over the years. Let him in there. I think he is the poetry.
I would put Tom Waits, Cormac McCarthy, Maynard James Keenan, Like these are artists that like I think they want the art to speak for itself. They would like to be lessened. They don't want you to. I remember early days of Tool that he like this. He could not have been less interested in the spotlight. To the point where I think it was almost to the detriment of the band early on. And there's no surprise that those are three artists that I think are unbelievable and in a category of their own, and that you hear their performance. You can give me a page of a Cormac McCarthy novel, and I'll know it's a Cormac McCarthy novel. You can a few notes of Maynard James Keenan or Tom Waits' voice, the best stuff.
Yeah, genius eyes from the spotlight. But doesn't stop me from feeling sad about it. But anyway.
Yeah, that does. I would like to hear that.
She's the girl that got away.
Yeah.
And I'm just standing outside of that girl's house.
Just with the sign, just laying in your eyes. You can hear Gabriel. Yeah.
Anyway, was this lie to me? This whole idea of honesty in relationships is interesting. In clerks with blowjobs. I don't know how to phrase it eloquently, but like, there's stuff you should be honest with, and there's stuff maybe you don't need to be.
So in the law, it is illegal to commit fraud. Fraud is a material misrepresentation of fact. But the law specifically says you're permitted to engage in mere puffery. Puffery. So, and that's the term that is used for it. Puffery. And puffery is when you are inflating something. You're being like hyperbolic, but people wouldn't necessarily think you're telling the truth. Like that. It's not. Like if I say to you, this bottle of water, was held by Elvis, and that's why you should pay me $50 for it. That's fraud. But if I say this is the water this water is drank by the finest people, the presidents drink this water. This is puffery. And so I advertising marketing is based on puffery. It's not fraud. When it's fraud, it crosses the line. So I think there's a difference between honesty and candor. Right? So in relationships, being honest is good. Being totally candid is probably not a great idea. Like, it's indelicate to be totally candid about some things. The woman you're in a romantic relationship with says to you, do I look good in this dress? And they don't. Or do I look fat in this? That's better. Any heterosexual man who's ever been in a relationship has had that question asked to him. Do I look fat in this? Does this make my butt look big? Whatever. Do I look fat in this? If you go yes, that's indelicate. It's honest, but it's indelicate, and it's almost mean, right? But and if you say no, but it's true. She doesn't look good in that. Like, the concern she sees is a legitimate concern. Do you lie and go, no, you look good? Great, you didn't do that. That's not a good thing either. So what do you say? That blue dress you have really complements your body in a way that one does. The cut of that dress is such that it doesn't flatter you. I see what you're saying. Now it's the dress, it's not you, babe. But I'm telling you the truth. Like, I'm addressing your concern. Like, this is the distinction. Like, don't material misrepresent the facts. Like, don't steer people down roads that that's not how it's gonna go, right? But so it's like if the woman says I love you, and you don't love her, don't say I love you back. You do the like, I have very strong feelings for you as well. Or like, there has to be some middle ground. You don't just think you hear me.
Yeah, I mean I guess all of it requires skill, just like you described. I think just being honest in quotes is not enough.
Well, it's not a specific structure. I mean, that's the problem. When you write a relationship book, which I never intended to do, people come to you and say, what are the things I should do to help my relationship? Or what is the cause of divorce? Disconnection. What do you mean by that? Or like, how do I improve my relationship? Pay more attention. Make small gestures. Okay, what does that even mean? What do you mean? Like acts of love. You should show your partner that you love them more often. What do you mean? Like what I say, what I do? We should have more sex. Like, what do you say? Like people will send a text, leave a note, just every day, just some little thing that just tells them how much you like them. Like this is a low cost, high value move. Doesn't take much, and it's a practical thing. But we speak in these sort of like broader axioms and broader concepts that people just don't have any idea how to practically apply.
I can't wait to listen to the audiobook where you talk about managing marital finances as like anal sex. Your mastery as a metaphor touches one's heart and soul. You're Shakespeare in the 21st century, really.
I don't know that Shakespeare would have brought anal up in that context, but I appreciate it. Yeah. My thesis there, or my point there was, proceed carefully and have discussion in advance, and don't just spring it on someone, and realize that if this goes wrong, it will go catastrophically wrong. So good communication is important, and I don't think it's something you should just dive into unless you're prepared for that to have potentially very negative impact.
And finances is one of the sources of a huge amount of stress in relationships, which is
because it's about value. I mean, it's aside from having painful conversations about what you tried to do and were able to do, or what your impulse control was in terms of what you spent money on. There's the conversation, and then there's what's underneath the conversation. There's gender stuff about men feeling the need to be a provider. There's gender stuff of men or women thinking material goods will fill the void and buying things and then creating stress on their partner. There's the very human desire to make things seem effortless so your spouse doesn't feel any stress, when in fact it's causing tremendous financial stress. And then when the dam breaks, it breaks hard. So yeah, there's a lot. Finance is tricky stuff, and you could probably be wonderful romantic and sexual partners and have very different styles of how you handle your finances. And how you handle your finances is informed by, not only your individual psychology, but also how you were raised, and, how your family taught you about finance and how you should conduct your finances. So,
and there's interesting power dynamics.
Like tremendously, yeah. And those are very tricky because the standard of living of a couple becomes important in a divorce, but sometimes this toxic standard of living that created toxic levels of stress is one of the causes of the divorce. And so they're asking the court to maintain a financial obligation on you that is the reason why the marriage fell apart. And that feels like a particularly insulting form of indignity.
Well, you're a fascinating human being on many levels, but you're also exceptionally productive, and you've talked to me about working up early. For you, we met today at 11 a.m., and for you, that's late afternoon, I suppose. Yeah, we had to negotiate and come to an agreement because I went to bed at 4 a.m.
And I was up. I get up at 4 every day.
You woke up at 4 a.m.
Well, it's 3 o'clock local time, so I woke up at 3 a.m. Yeah, I wake up at 4 naturally, and my body just wakes up.
Oh, wow.
Wakes up full on is sleep. Like my most productive writing and speaking is from 4 a.m. until noon.
Can you take me through a perfectly productive day?
I wake up at 4 a.m. very naturally. I wish I didn't, but I do check my phone first thing because I want to see if any emergencies come in from client overnight.
So work emergencies.
Yeah, work related. And as a divorce lawyer, our definition of emergency can be very serious. It's people absconding with a child, it's a police being involved in a domestic violence incident. It can be like time sensitive. And when someone is hiring a divorce lawyer, I think they want someone responsive. My clients have my stuff with me. And I go to bed early because I get up early, and so I go to sleep by 8 p.m. latest. I don't think I've seen 9 p.m. So I wake up at 4. I I check my phone, check my email. Usually, even if there's something that's time sensitive, it's usually not so time sensitive that it needs to be responded to at 4 a.m. because most other normal people are asleep. I have espresso, black espresso, which I enjoy very much, and then I work out. That's some days it's going to be weights. A lot of days it's just going to be cardio. I've changed my habits now that I'm in my early 50s. It used to be much more intensive weight training, deadlifts and stuff like that, and I created 5S1. So 485 was my max deadlift, and
so you can still relive the past glory.
I do. I see pictures.
You have pictures.
I have videos. Me put on there.
So you can, in the stories when you talk about it, you can exaggerate how much you actually did.
That's true. But then you can't back it up. See, I'm very evidence-based. So if I don't have a photo or video of it, it's just puffing. Mere puffery. But I work out, and then I try to work out for like a good hour. And I do that partly because of stress. I think when I don't work out, it's difficult. I had a group of guys that I would do jiu-jitsu with at 5 a.m. They were mostly law enforcement. They were cops who would either be starting a shift or coming off a night shift, and we would train together, just do like an open mat. It was at 5 a.m. till 6, and that was heaven. I loved training jiu-jitsu first thing in the morning. And then I always do either a sauna or steam for 20 minutes, half an hour, and then I do a cold plunge, or if I don't have access to a cold plunge, cold shower. And then I have breakfast, and it's usually a very uncontroversial, simple breakfast. I like to eat, I like slow carb, Tim Ferriss type style, and then I get right to work. I try to do my drafting early in the day, prenups, motions, things like that, from let's say 6 or 7 until 9:30, which is when court begins.
The drafting is like writing up different.
Right, writing prenups, writing separation agreements, writing settlement proposals, writing motions for the court, pretrial memos, which is like research that we want to present to a judge that supports my arguments. I do drafting. I review documents that the attorneys who work for me have drafted and refine them. And then court is usually from 9 o'clock until noon. And if we're on trial, then it's a whole different pace because trials, the lunch break isn't really a lunch break. You're preparing the afternoon's witnesses and you're trying to do damage control and what happened in the morning. But if it's just court conferences, like most cases, there's conferences. Conferences is you go in, you make oral argument, but you don't have witnesses on the stand, you're not taking testimony. It's like everybody's just shouting allegations back and forth and making temporary arguments pre-trial. It's kind of the fourth way of the trial.
Is that exhausting, by the way?
It's exhausting when you're done. Like while you're doing it, it's exhilarating. I always say that I never sleep as poorly as the night before a trial, and I never sleep as well as the night I finish the trial. Because when I am on trial, I am speaking, listening, watching the judge closely to see what they're reacting to and when they're paying attention or not paying attention. Watching opposing counsel and the opposing party, like when is the opposing party writing a little note to their lawyer to show it to them? What is the opposing counsel objecting to? My client is trying to pass me notes half the time while I'm speaking and making my arguments. I'm trying to adjust what I'm doing strategically based on the objections that the judge is ruling on. So I'm so hyper stimulated on trial that when you finish, you can't even talk. You've gone. Your brain is jello. Conferences is harder because at least with a trial, there's a singularity of focus. Like with a trial, it's just one case and it's all my attention. The problem is then on the lunch break, all the other cases that I've been ignoring for the last several hours while I was on trial, they all have stuff going on. So it's like, hey, where's that settlement proposal on this? Hey, she just did this. We need to file a motion. So now it's like, okay, I have an hour to eat and to answer all of this in some preliminary way, to delegate some responsibilities. And then I got to go back in and put 100% of my focus on this other case. So you find yourself in a place, that's why I'm very disciplined. You find yourself in a place where I live my whole life in 6-minute increments, tenths of an minute, and we bill in tenths of a minute. So everything I do is like 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, and I'm logging time. Well, and you find yourself at the end of the day. My son is my older son. He's a district attorney, and I'm very proud of him. He gets put bad guys in jail, and he's very smart. He's doing a great job. He just beat about a year ago. And when he graduated from law school. We were very close. We were talking, and he said, we were just talking about like your career in the law, and he was actually this. And I said to him, you know the feeling at the end of the day when like all your homework or all your work is done, and you just go, okay, it's all done now, and I'm gonna go home. You'll never have that feeling ever again. Ever. You're just gonna every day go, all right, it's enough. It's enough. I got it. Because you could, with every one of these cases, you could stay up 24 hours focusing just on it. So you have to have the discipline to go, yeah, like I'm done for now. I've done what I could do today. And now I'm going to sit and read for half an hour. I'm going to watch this show for half an hour. Have this meal. Because you it's never done. You know? So that's challenging. That's a hard part of this job. But I think my discipline helps with that. And then I finish my day around 5:30, 6 o'clock, and I have something to eat, and I try to wind down a little, and I'm usually in bed by 7:30 and sleep by 8.
Yeah, you mentioned jiu-jitsu. What your brown belt? What role has jiu-jitsu played?
I love jiu-jitsu. I trained martial arts from the time I was a little kid, 7 or 8. I took a Okinawan doju karate, and I did judo, and it was always part of my life. And then I got to college and grad school, and I didn't have time for it, and I didn't do it so much. And then I got divorced. I was quite young still when I got divorced, and I had 2 young kids. And I thought, well, I can grow a goatee and buy a convertible and do like the thing you're supposed to do when you're a dude with kids and go close to middle age. Or I can try to do something more productive. And so I said, well, maybe I'll go back to martial arts. So I took up Muay Thai, kickboxing, and they had a jiu-jitsu class at the same school after the Muay Thai class. And I had been around the orbit of jiu-jitsu, having been, my kids took karate, and there was jiu-jitsu there, the Gracie Academy. And I stayed for a jiu-jitsu class, and I had a 120-pound girl ragdoll me, because I just knew nothing about grappling. And I remember just going, well, I gotta learn what this is. And that was it. I just dove into it. My first professor was Lou Ventolaro in New Jersey. He's a Burley Gracie black belt. Great teacher, taught me amazing fundamentals, took me all the way up to purple belt. And then right after I got my purple belt, I moved to the city, moved to Manhattan. I actually chose my apartment based on its proximity to Marcelo Garcia. And I moved to West Chelsea because it was a short walk to Marcelo's academy. My core jiu-jitsu was up to purple belt. It was Lou Ventolaro, and then from Marcelo. And Marcelo, Paul Schreiner, who's really phenomenal at his academy. All the people at his academy are all phenomenal. I mean, Bernardo Regea was there for a period of time that I was there, and before he went to Boston. Marcos Tinoco was like his lasso guard stuff. He was at Marcelo's for a long time, and what a teacher. I mean, my lack of skill at jiu-jitsu is not based on a lack of quality instruction. Right? It's based on an inability to retain the information, for very long.
And for me, it's one of the most reliable places I can go to humble myself.
I love jiu-jitsu. I love the progressive humility that it drives home constantly. I love the impossibility of perfecting it, although Gordon Ryan's probably come close and Marcelo's probably come close to perfecting it.
Let me ask you, since you mentioned Gordon Ryan, so apparently some close with Gordon, I'm sure in Austin, just this jiu-jitsu scene. It's
like jiu-jitsu mecca. I'm actually seeing John Donald here this week.
So this is amazing. It's a truly special place. Anyway, apparently long ago, you mentioned Jersey. There was a bit of a conflict between you and Gordon. You mentioned to me offline that you love him and how much respect you have for him as an athlete and so on. But can you explain why is it?
Yeah, I'm actually glad I have that. It's funny that you bring it up. And of all we're talking about all these heavy topics, and this is probably the one that I find the most actually emotional. But Gordon's I think, a very young man still. In his 20s, early 30s. And it's hard to imagine that because he's accomplished so much as an athlete. He's a business person. But there was a time, not that long ago, it was 8 or 9 years ago, where he was just a young guy on his way up. He's only, I think, a couple years older than my oldest son. And through a series of circumstances, jiu-jitsu wasn't, it's really exploded in the last 10 years, but there were not as many people sponsoring quote-unquote super fights. There really weren't like jiu-jitsu super fights being sponsored in Jersey and New York in particular. And I got involved in sponsoring some jiu-jitsu super fights. And I also got involved in sponsoring some jiu-jitsu athletes. And Gordon was a young part of the Danaher Death Squad. I was friends with Eddie Cummings. I was still friends with Eddie. I was friends with John. But I didn't really know Gordon. I actually don't know that I've still ever met. I don't think I've ever met Gordon. I've been in the same room as him. But there was a fight that I had sponsored some other fights with this particular motor. And they asked me to sponsor one. And it didn't involve anyone from Marcelo. But it involved Gordon, who was one of the people. And I liked John very much. And I liked everybody in the Danaher Death Squad. I was watching him compete. And thought, I think John's just brilliant. I mean, everyone at Marcelo's has such respect for John and for everyone. And the stuff they were doing, like when they were the early days of that Danaher Death Squad, like Eddie Cummings, like his leg locks, like it just blew the whole game out. Like it just was a whole other thing, It was like insane what they did, such innovation. And Gordon at the time was online, and I'm much older than that. I'm in my early 50s, and that's not, I guess, chronologically that much older, but generationally, I think it's probably 50s. And Gordon was smack talking with about a guy who I was a sponsor, who I knew was a very good athlete and had been through difficult things in his life. And Gordon just, said some like nasty things about him. It falls into the category of totally appropriate smack talking, looking at what Gordon became, which is he's someone who talks trash. It's like part of his brand is to talk trash. And I see now that's like Muhammad Ali. But at the time, I just didn't see it as what it was. And although it doesn't excuse it, my mother was dying. I was not at my best. I was having a hard time. And Gordon had spoken a little to this person, and I got upset, and I reached out to John and to Tom Glass. And I said to them, hey, can you tell this guy to knock it off? Don't talk about this person as my sponsor if I'm sponsoring this fight. I don't even know this Gordon Ryan kid, and I'm sponsoring his fight. And he should say thank you. Don't talk bad about a person that I financially sponsor. That's not true. And I think on Facebook, he wrote some comments, and then I wrote some comments back, and I was incredibly obnoxious. And very soon after, I felt really gross because I was an adult and I was talking to a young person who's on their way up, who's like a little older than one of my kids, and I just said these obnoxious things to him, and I felt really like that's gross, and but I never really thought much about it again. I watched his star rise, and I was very, who was not impressed by Gordon Ryan, and everyone at our academy was very thrilled to see him rise. And, I've stayed friends with John, and every time Gordon would have a big victory, I would always text John, because Gordon's victories are John's victories too. They have such a great bond. All the people in his orbit are all people that I respect and love. And I just would say, hey, listen, congratulations, and please pass on my congratulations to Gordon. And but we don't know each other. I don't have his number. I have no way to contact him or apologize to him. But if Gordon hears this, I am profoundly sorry. I don't say that because I'm trying to get into good graces. I don't know that we'll ever meet each other. But that was an unbelievably wrong, stupid thing to say to a young person.
Well, thank you for saying that. This warms my heart in general.
See, you talk to a divorce lawyer and it warms your heart.
Well, speaking of which, so what? You're a romantic actor. What role? You've seen love break down completely. What role does love play in
It's kind of everything, right? It's love is romantic love. It's wars are fought for romantic love. Empires fall because of romantic love. Like it takes down kings. It takes down, like it's we're all just struggling for it. We're all just chasing it. Like we're all chasing the dragon. It's like the rush we all are. So it's huge. It's huge. I mean, sex and love, which I like to believe are in some way connected, and love and romance, which again I like to believe are in some way connected. I think it's huge. I think it's a look. I've always thought most of what men do, including me, we do to get laid. Like on some level. Like you want to be successful. Why? So you can have money. Why? So you can have nice things so that you can attract attractive members of the opposite sex. Like a lot of things come down. And even for like men, like red pill, men who are like, you talk about it. For someone that's not interested in women, sure, like in the orbit of women who you're telling how much you don't care about women, which kind of feels like you're doing that to attract a certain kind of woman, which I get, like more power to you. But like this, a person who worships an idol and a person who destroys an idol are both idolaters.
Yes.
So if all you're talking about is how you don't need women, you're talking about women. So it's just such a splinter in people's mind, relationships, breakups. And like it's such a great equalizer. I mean, you're spending some time in the rarefied air now with like big celebrity people. And I remember when I started out as a lawyer, just doing like the regular, like the cop and the teacher with 401k, and didn't have any assets. I remember thinking like, well, someday if I represent celebrities, wealthy CEOs, it'll be different. It'll be like smaller, like be like different. Same, this weird petty shit, the same infidelity,
the same kind of insecurities, the same kind of jealousy, the same kind of fights. They're all equal.
But it is, it's like, and it's all the same insecurity, sadness. It's the same, like, desire to be validated, like mommy issues, daddy issues, like intimacy issues, and it's all the same stuff. And just because you're really good at other things, like I've represented professional athletes, or phenomenal, world-class, doctors, business people, and they suck at relationships. No better than like anybody else. Like there's no connection between the skills that made you a good entrepreneur and the skills that made you a good, spouse or partner. I'm sure there's some overlap. Like patience is good and thinking strategically is probably good. But I'm just humbled by how it it's so. And even when we lose, and even when like our greatest pains were caused by our desire to love and be loved in a romantic sense, we just keep putting the money on the table and playing. Like, we won't just quit. We just keep going, and
the whole mess of it is worth it.
I mean, I guess so. Like it's calling us. I don't know if it's worth it or not. That's a value judgment, right? But we don't stop. I don't know a lot of people that they played the hand, they lost, and they went, well, no more of that game for me. Like, I'm not a good poker player. I'm not playing poker anymore. Like, I know people who've done that. I know people that are like, listen, I don't drink. Like, I'm allergic. I break out and handcuff some hospital bills. Like, I'm not drinking. But I don't know people that are like, man, that relationship, I screwed that up. Or I got screwed on that one. I'm not doing that. You can say that. Everybody says that. I'm through with love. I'm done. They're not. They keep going. They'll go up again.
Never gonna fall in love again, and then a few weeks later,
they got job security. People are not gonna stop walking down that aisle. They are not gonna stop having kids with people that they probably should have thought through whether they would have kids with that person.
And I'm glad they are. I'm glad they're taking that leap. I'm glad they're taking that risk. It's this whole beautiful mess that we're all a part of. It's like taking that risk taking that leap of vulnerabilities of this whole thing.
Yeah, and what a danger if we didn't, like every, you hear about people like Alexander Hamilton. You hear about, people who they were born of circumstances that these two people should never have had a kid. And then they did. And that kid changes the world, and moves the dial forward. What a great mistake. What a great, you can't ever say it's a mistake. What an amazing thing. And I think that's one of the things I like about divorce as a practice, and as almost looking at it like spiritual practice. I think you just don't know what is a blessing, right, in the world. You just don't know. My father, I've spoken about this before publicly, and he does frequently. My father's an alcoholic. My father's been in recovery now for 7 years. Yeah. But he was a bad alcoholic, Vietnam veteran. He only got sober, when he was in his 40s. And a lot of the personality characteristics I have are consistent with those of adult children of alcoholics. Desire for control, control issues, a lot of those things. And I love my life. I'm having a great time. If I died tomorrow, man, I did more, learned more, earned more, loved more than I ever dreamed. And so I'm so glad my dad was doing that. And if you said to me, how do you raise kids? I wouldn't say well, you definitely want to be an alcoholic, because your kids get a lot of really good discipline lessons from that. No, I wouldn't, I wouldn't with that. But it's born, all these wonderful things were born of this awful situation. So I think divorce is the same thing. We make these mistakes, right? But they're not really, I often have to say to my friends, oh, I wish I could marry this person. Love your kids, right? Your kids are half that person. They would not be the organism they are without that person's DNA. So you can't regret being with that person if you love your kids. If you love your kids, those kids don't exist without that person. And I don't know how we refocus on it. I don't know, maybe we get anyone going through a divorce. I've actually had a theory, which I've not set up. Say it to you. It's just this time. I think if we could figure out a way to take a divorcing couple that is interested in potentially mediating and put them in a setting where we could give them both psilocybin, a good dose, 2.5, 3 grams, and have them do individual sessions with, controlled setting with a guide, right? And have them sort of do that inner work, and then have them do some kind of a session together after they've had that experience, that psychedelic experience. I actually think you could do transformative super. Because I have found myself, and certainly many people that I've talked to who've had psilocybin experiences in particular, but any psychedelic experience, many of the empathogens, right? Or even MDMA, MDMA, which is an empathogen. If we brought that space and the divorce and conflict resolution space together, that sort of psychopharmacological intervention on empathy, one's empathy receptors, or one's connectivity, I think that could be radically transformed. It would be logistically an absolute nightmare. It would never get done from a legal standpoint. But man, I think sometimes because I think the more that you can bring people to the awareness of connection that comes from many people's psychedelic experiences, I think they could then extrapolate that into their understanding of the conflict and disconnect.
So really lean into use this drink of divorce as a kind of catalyst for doing a lot of soul searching, a lot of growth together.
Yeah, that was what appealed to me. Before I started doing it was this idea that this is a opportunity for radical reinvention. Like it was an opportunity for people to say, okay, now what? I didn't expect that, now what? And it was to be part of the architecture of it. I didn't look at it like I'm helping demolish the building. It was like I'm tearing down the building so we can build the new one, which I hope is filled with joy and abundance and peace and love, real satisfaction. Like my ex-wife is married for over a decade now to a phenomenal guy who is perfect. And he's nothing like me. Like if you met him and you met both of us, you'd go, well, no one could love both of these guys. Like if you like this flavor, you wouldn't like this flavor. Like I'm impatient, fast talking, like skip to the end, we gotta land this plane, come on. And he's like, he's a therapist, he's chill, he's like patient, and they're perfect together. And I can say that as someone who loves her, and knows her, or knew her. Like, and I think if we can, we can radically view honestly, like without jealousy, without the sense of like, look at it and just go, yeah, okay, it's like this is the love this person needed. Like that doesn't mean my love sucks. It just means it wasn't the right one for this person, Like there's a lid for every pot, like she found her lid. I want her to find her lid. It's good,
And there's billions of pots out there. We just need to match them with the proper lid.
Yeah, not hit each other over the head with each other.
Yeah, and it's such a romantic few hours we got to spend together. And there's you and a candle burning over
Is there?
there.
Oh, it's there.
All right, brother. Thanks so much, James. Thanks for listening to this conversation with James Sexton. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from Rabbi. Your task is not to seek for love, but merely to seek and find all the barriers within yourself that you have built against it. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I hope with my book, I'm saying this isn't a how-to guide, but this is somebody you can walk alongside. You can see Einstein growing up Jewish in Germany. You can see Jennifer Doudna growing up, or Leonardo da Vinci, or Elon Musk, in really violent South Africa with a psychologically difficult father, and getting off the train when he goes to any apartheid concert with his brother, and there's a man with a knife sticking out of his head, and they step into the pool of blood, and it's sticking on their souls. This causes, scars that last the rest of your life. And the question is not how do you avoid getting scarred. It's, how do you deal with it?
The following is a conversation with Walter Isaacson, one of the greatest biography writers ever, having written incredible books on Albert Einstein, Steve Jobs, Leonardo da Vinci, Jennifer Doudna, Benjamin Franklin, Henry Kissinger, and now a new one on Elon Musk. We talked for hours on and off the mic. I'm sure we'll talk many more times. Walter is a truly special writer, thinker, observer, and human being. I highly recommend people read his new book on Elon. I'm sure there will be short-term controversy, but in the long term, I think it will inspire millions of young people, especially with difficult childhoods, with hardship in their surroundings or in our own minds, to take on the hardest problems in the world and to build solutions to those problems, no matter how impossible they are. In this conversation, Walter and I cover all of his books and use personal stories from them to speak to the bigger principles of striving for greatness in science, in tech, engineering, art, politics, and life. There are many things in the new Elon book that I felt are best saved when I speak to Elon directly again on this podcast, which will be soon enough. Perhaps it's also good to mention here that my friendships, like with Elon, nor any other influence like money, access, fame, power, will ever result in sacrificing my integrity, ever. I do like to celebrate the good in people, to empathize and to understand. But I also like to call people out on their bullshit with respect and with compassion. If I fail due to a lack of skill, not a lack of integrity. I'll work hard to improve. This is the Let's Review podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Walter Isaacson. What is the role of a difficult childhood in the lives of great men and women, great minds? Is it a requirement? Is it a catalyst? Or is it just a simple coincidence of fate?
Well, it's not a requirement. Some people with happy childhoods will do quite well. But it certainly is true that a lot of really driven people are driven because they're harnessing the demons of their childhood. Even Barack Obama's sentence in his memoirs, which is, I think, every successful man is either trying to live up to the expectations of his father or live down the sins of his father. And for Elon, it's especially true because he had both a violent and difficult childhood and a very psychologically problematic father. He's got those demons dancing around in his head. And by harnessing them, it's part of the reason that he does riskier, more adventurous, wilder things than maybe I would ever do.
You've written that Elon talked about his father and that at times it felt like mental torture, the interaction with him during his childhood. Can you describe some of the things you've learned?
Yeah, well, Elon and Kimball would tell me that, for example, when Elon got bullied on the playground, and one day was pushed down some concrete steps and had his face pummeled so badly that Kimball said I couldn't really recognize him. He was in the hospital for almost a week. But when he came home, Elon had to stand in front of his father, and his father berated him for more than an hour and said he was stupid and took the side of the person who had beaten him.
That's probably one of the more traumatic events in Elon's life.
Yes, and there's also Veld School, which is a sort of paramilitary camp that young South African boys got into. And at one point, he was scrawny. He has very bad at picking up social cues and emotional cues. He talked about the Asperger's. And so he gets traumatized at a camp like that. But the second time he went, he got bigger. He had shot up to almost 6 feet, and he learned a little bit of judo. And he realized that if he was getting beaten up, it might hurt him, but he would just punch the person in the nose as far as possible. So that sense of always punching back has also been ingrained in the life. I spent a lot of time talking to Errol, his father. Elon doesn't talk to Errol, his father, nor does Kimball. It's been years. And Errol doesn't even have Elon's email. So a lot of times Errol will be sending me emails. And Errol has one of those Jekyll and Hyde personalities. He was, a great mind of engineering, and especially material science. Knew how to build a wilderness camp in South Africa using mica and how it would not conduct heat. But he also would go into these dark periods in which he would just be psychologically abusive. And of course, Maymus says to me, his mother, who divorced him, said the danger for Elon is that he becomes his father. And every now and then, you've been with him so much, Lex, and you know him well. He'll even talk to you about the demons, about the opera dancing in his head. I mean, he gets it, he's self-aware. But you've probably seen him at times where those demons take over and he goes really dark and really quiet. And Grimes says, I can tell a minute or two in advance when demons are about to happen. It'll go a bit dark. I was here in Austin, wanted dinner with a group. And you could tell suddenly something had triggered him and he was going to go dark. I've watched it at meetings where somebody will say, we can't make that part for less than $200, or no, that's wrong. And he'll rate them. And then he steps out of it. As you know that too. A huge snap out where suddenly he's showing you a Monty Python skit on his phone and he's joking about them.
So I think coming out of his childhood, there were just many facets, maybe even many personalities. The engineering mode, the silly mode, the charismatic mode, the visionary mode, but also the demon and dark mode.
A quote you cited about Elon's really stood out to me. I forget who it was from, but inside the man, he's still there as a child. The child standing in front of his dad.
That was Tallulah, his second wife, and she's great. She's an English actress. They've been married twice, actually. And Tallulah said that's just him from his childhood. He's a drama actor. Kimball says that as well. And I asked why, and he said, and Tallulah said, for him, love and family are kind of associated with those psychological torments. And in many ways, he'll channel. I mean, Tallulah would be with him in 2008 when the company was going back, or whatever it may have been, or later. And he would be so stressed he would vomit. And then he would channel things that his father had said, use phrases his father had said to him. And so she told me, deep inside the man is this man-child still standing in front of his father.
To what degree is that true for me?
I think it's true, but in many different ways. I'll say something personal, which is I was blessed, and perhaps it's a bit of a downside to it, but the fact I had the greatest father you could ever imagine, and mother. They were the kindest people you'd ever want to meet. I grew up in a magical place in New Orleans. My dad was an engineer, an electrical engineer, and he was always, perhaps I'm not quite as driven or as praised. I don't have to prove things. So I get to write about Elon. I get to write about, Einstein, Steve Jobs, or Leonardo da Vinci, who, as you know, was totally torn by demons and had different difficult childhood situations, not even legitimized by his father. So sometimes those of us who are lucky enough to have really gentle, sweet childhood, we grow up with fewer demons, but we grow up with fewer drives, and we end up maybe being Boswell, and not being Dr. Johnson. We end up being an observer, not being the doer. And so I always respect those who are in the arena. I don't,
You don't see yourself as a
I've had a gentle, sweet career, and I've got to cover really interesting people. But I've never shot off a rocket that might someday get to Mars. I've never moved us into the air of electric vehicles. I've never stayed up all night on the factory floor. I don't have quite those, either the drive or the addiction to risk. I mean, everyone's addicted to risk. He's addicted to adventure. Me, if I see something that's risky, I spend some time calculating, okay, upside, downside here. But that's another reason that people like Elon Musk get stuff done, and people like me write about the Elon Musk.
One other aspect of this, given a difficult childhood, whether it's Elon or Da Vinci, I wonder if there's some wisdom, some advice almost that you can draw, that you can give to people with difficult childhood.
I think all of us have demons, even those of us who grew up in a magical part of New Orleans with parents. Yes. And we are. And rule one in life is honest. You know that you're ambitious, or not ambitious, or lazy, or whatever. Leonardo da Vinci knew he was a procrastinator. I think it's useful to know with each actor, know how to harness it. Also know what you're good at. I'll take Musk as another example. I'm a little bit more like Kimball Musk than he maybe got over endowed with the empathy gene. And what does that mean? Well, it means that I was okay when I ran Time Magazine. There was a group of about 150 people on the editorial floors, and I knew them all. And We have jolly time. When I went to CNN, I was not very good at being a manager or an executive of an organization. I cared a little bit too much that people didn't get annoyed at me or uh, mad at me. And Elon said that about John McNeil, for example, who was president of Tesla. In the book, I talked to John McNeil one time, and he says, Elon just would fire people. He really rough on people. He didn't have the empathy for the people in front of him. And Elon said, yeah, that's right. And John McNeil couldn't fire people. He cared more about pleasing the people in front of him than pleasing the entire enterprise to getting things done. Being over-endowed with the desire to please people can make you less tough of a manager. And that doesn't mean there aren't great people who are over-endowed. Ben Franklin, over-endowed with the desire to please people. The worst criticism of him from John Adams and others was that he was insinuating, which kind of meant he was always trying to get people to like him. But that turned out to be a good thing. When they can't figure out the big state, little state issue at the Constitutional Convention, when they can't figure out the Treaty of Paris, whatever it is, he brings people together, and that is his group. So to get back to the lesson you asked, and of course, to harness your demons, the second is to know your strengths and your superpower. My superpower is definitely not being a tough manager. After running CNN for a while, okay, I've proven I don't really enjoy this or know how to do this well. Do I have other talents? Yeah, I think I have the talent to observe people really closely, to write about it in a straight, but I think interesting narrative stuff. That's a talent. Totally different from running an organization. It took me until 3 years of running CNN that I realized I'm not cut to be an executive in a really high intense situation. Elon Musk is cut to be an executive in highly intense situations. So much so that when things get less intense, when they actually are making enough cars and rockets going up and landing, he thinks of something else so he can surge and have more intensity. He's addicted to intensity. And that's his superpower, which is a lot greater than the superpower of being a good observer.
But I think also build on that. It's not just addiction to risk and drama. There's always a big mission above it. So I would say it's an empathy towards people in the big picture.
It's an empathy towards humanity more than the empathy towards the 3 or 4 humans who might be sitting in the conference room. And that's a big deal. You see that in a lot of people. You see it, Bill Gates, Larry Summers, Elon Musk. They always have empathy for these great goals of humanity. And at times they can be clueless about the emotions of the people in front of them, or callous sometimes. Musk, as you said, is driven by mission more than any person I've ever seen. And it's not only mission, it's like cosmic missions, meaning he's got 3 really big missions. One is to make humans a spacefaring civilization, make us multi-planetary, or get us to Mars. Number 2 is to bring us into the era of sustainable energy, to bring us into the era of electric vehicles and solar roofs and battery packs. And third is to make sure that artificial intelligence is safe and is aligned with human values. And every now and then I'd talk to him and we'd be talking about Starlink satellites or whatever. Or he would be pushing the people in front of him in SpaceX and saying, if you do this, we'll never get to Mars in our lifetime. And then he would give the lecture how important it was for human consciousness to get to Mars in our lifetime. And I'm thinking, okay, this is the pep talk of somebody trying to inspire a team, or maybe it's the type of pontification you do on a podcast. But on like the 20th time I watched it, I was, okay, I believe it. He actually is driven by this.
He is frustrated and angry that because of this particular minor engineering decision, the big mission is not going to be accomplished. It's not a pep talk. It's a little frustration.
And impatience, a frustration, and also just probably the most deeply ingrained thing in him is his mission. He joked at one point to me about how much he loved reading comics as a kid. And he said, all the people in the comic book, they're trying to save the world, but they're wearing their underpants on the outside and they look ridiculous. And then he paused and said, but they are trying to save the world. And whether it's Starlink in Ukraine or Starship going to Mars or trying to get a global new Tesla, I think he's got this epic sense of the role he's going to play in helping humanity on big things. And like the characters in the comic book, it's sometimes ridiculous, but it also is sometimes true.
When I was reading this part of the book, I was thinking of all the young people who are struggling in this way. And I think a lot of people are in different ways, whether they grow up without a father, whether they grow up with physical, emotional, mental abuse, or demons of any kind. And it's really painful to read, but also really damn inspiring. That if you sort of walk side by side with those demons, if you don't let that pain break you, or somehow channel it, if you can put it this way, that you can do great things in this life.
Well, that's an epic view of why we write biography, which is more epic than I'd even thought of. So I say thank you, because in some ways what you're trying to do is say, okay, I mean, Leonardo, you talk about being a misfit, he's born illegitimate in the village of Vinci, and he's gay, and he's left-handed, and he's distracted, and his father won't legitimize him. And then he wanders off to the town of Florence. He becomes the greatest artist and engineer of the early Renaissance, of that part of the Renaissance. I hope this book inspires Jennifer Doudna, the gene editing pioneer who helps discover CRISPR, gene editing tool with my book, The Codebreaker. She grew up feeling like a misfit, in Hawaii, Polynesian village, being the only white person, and also trying to live up to her father who pushed her. So if people can read the books, and I should have said about Jennifer Doudna, my point was that she was told by her school guidance counselor, no, girls don't do science. Science is not for girls. You're not going to do math or something. And so it pushes her to say, all right, I'm going to do math and science.
Just to interrupt real quick, but Jennifer Doudna has written an amazing book about her. Nobel Prize winner, CRISPR developer, just incredible, one of the great scientists in the 21st century.
Right, and I'm talking about when Jennifer Doudna was young, and she felt really, really out of place. Like you and me and a lot of people when they go in that way, they read books. They go into their curl up with the book. So her father drops a book on her bed called The Double Helix, the book by James Watson on the discovery of the structure of DNA by him and Rosalind Franklin and Francis Crick. And she realizes, oh my God, girls can become scientists. My school guidance counselor was wrong. So I think books, like she read this book, and even if it's a comic book, like Elon Musk read, books can sometimes inspire you. And every one of my books is about people who are totally innovative, who weren't just smart, because none of us are going to be able to match Einstein in mental processing power. But we can be as curious as he was, and creative, and think out of the box the way he did, where Steve Jobs put it, think different. And so I hope with my books, I'm saying, this isn't a how-to guide, but this is somebody you can walk alongside. You can see Einstein growing up Jewish in Germany. You can see Jennifer Doudna growing up as an outsider, Leonardo da Vinci, or Elon Musk, in really violent South Africa with a psychologically difficult father, and getting off the train when he goes to anti-apartheid concert with his brother, and there's a man with a knife sticking out of his head, and they step into the pool of blood, and it's sticky on their souls. This causes, scars that last the rest of your life. And the question is not how do you avoid getting scarred. It's, how do you deal with it?
Einstein too. Wow, one of my, it's hard to pick my favorite of your biographies. But Einstein, I mean, you really paint a picture of another, I don't want to call him a misfit, but a person who doesn't necessarily have a standard trajectory through life of success. So, and that's extremely inspiring. I don't know exactly what question to ask. There's a million.
Well, I'll talk about the misfit for a second, because we talk about Leonardo being, Einstein was Jewish in Germany at the time when it starts getting difficult. He's slow in learning how to talk, and he's a visual thinker, so he's always daydreaming and imagining. The first time he applies to the Zurich Poly test, because he runs away from the German education system because it's too much learning by rote. He gets rejected by the Zurich Poly test. That's the second best school in Zurich, and they're rejecting Einstein. I tried to find, but couldn't, the name of the admissions counselor at the Zurich Poly test.
Yeah.
Like, he rejected Einstein. And then he doesn't finish the ethics class, and once he does, and he goes to graduate school, they don't accept his dissertation, so he can't get a job. He's not teaching. He even tries about 14 different high schools, a gymnasium, to get a job, and they won't take it. So he's a third-class examiner in the Swiss Patent Office in 1905. Third class because they've rejected his doctoral dissertation, and so he can't be second class or first class because he doesn't have a doctoral degree. And yet he's sitting there on the stool in the patent office in 1905 and writes 3 papers that totally transformed science. And if you think about being misunderstood or unappreciated, in 1906 he's still a third class. In 1907 he's still. It takes until 1909 before people realize that this notion of the theory of relativity might be correct and it might upend all of Newtonian physics.
How is it possible for 3 of the greatest papers in the history of science to be written in 1 year by this one person? Is there some insights, wisdoms you draw?
Plus, he had a day job as a patent examiner. And there's really 3 papers, but there's also an addendum, because once you figure out quantum theory and then you figure out relativity and you're understanding Maxwell's equations and the speed of light, he does a little addendum. That's the most famous equation in all of physics, which is E equals mc squared. So it's a pretty good year. It partly starts because he's a visual thinker, and I think it was helpful that he was at the patent office rather than being the acolyte of some professor at the academy where he was supposed to follow the rules. And so at the patent office, that's doing devices to synchronize clocks, because the Swiss have just gone on standard time zones, and Swiss people, as you know, tend to be rather, Swiss. They care if it strikes the hour in Basel to do the same in Bern at the exact instant. So you have to send a light signal between 2 distant clocks. And he's visualizing what's it look like to ride alongside a light beam. He said, well, if you catch up with it, you go almost as fast, it'll look stationary, but Maxwell's equations don't allow for that. He said, it's making my palms sweat that I was so worried. And so he finally figures out, because he's looking at these devices to synchronize clocks, that if you're traveling really, really fast, what looks synchronous to you, or synchronized to you, is different than for somebody traveling really fast in the other direction. And he makes the mental leap that time, that the speed of light's always constant, but time is relative depending on your state of motion. So it was that type of out-of-the-box thinking, those leaps, that made 1905 his miracle year. Likewise with Musk. I mean, after General Motors and Ford, everybody gives up on electric vehicles. To just say, I know how we're going to have a path to change the entire trajectory of the world into the era of electric vehicles. And then when he comes back from Russia, where he tried to buy a little rocket ship so he could send a experimental greenhouse to Mars, and they were poking fun of him and actually spit on him at one point in a drunken list. This is very fortuitous because on the ride back home, on the Delta Airlines flight, he's like doing the calculations of how much material, how much metal, how much fuel, how much would it really cost. And so he's visualizing things that other people would just say is impossible. It's what Steve Jobs' friend called the reality distortion field, and it drove people crazy. It drove them mad, but it also drove them to do things they didn't think they would be able to do.
You said visual thinking. I wonder if you've seen parallels of the different styles and kinds of thinking that operate the minds of these people. So, is there parallels you see between Elon, Steve Jobs, Einstein, Da Vinci, specifically in how they think?
I think they were all visual thinkers, perhaps coming from slight handicaps as children. I mean, Leonardo was left-handed and a little bit dyslexic, I think. And certainly Einstein had echolalia, he would repeat things, he was slow in learning to talk. So I think visualizing helps a lot. And with Musk, I see it all the time when I'm walking the factory lines with him or in product development, where he'll look at, say, the heat shield under the Raptor engine of a Starship booster. And he'll say, why does it have to be this way? Couldn't we come this way? I'll make it, or even get rid of this part of it. And he can visualize the material science. There's a small anecdote in my book, but at one point he's on the Tesla line and they're trying to get 5,000 cars a week in 2018. The life or death situation. And he's looking at the machines that are bolting something to the chassis. And he insists that Drew Bagley, not Drew, but Lawrence Morrissey, one of the great lieutenants, comes, and they have to summon him. And he says, why are there 6 boats here? And Lars and others explain, well, for the crash tests or anything else, the pressure would be in this way, so you have to. And he said, no, if you visualize it, you'll see if there's a crash, the force would go this way and that way. And it can be done with 4 boats. Now, that sounds risky. And they can test it, but it turns out to be right. I know that seems minor, but I could give you 500 of those, where in any given day, he's visualizing the physics of an engineering or manufacturing problem. That sounds pretty mundane. But for me, if you say what makes him special, there's the mission-driven thing. I give you a lot of reasons. But one of the reasons is he cares not just about the design of the product, but visualizing the manufacture and of the product, the machine that makes the machine. And that's what we failed to do in America for the past 40 years. We outsourced so much manufacturing. I don't think you can be a good innovator if you don't know how to make the stuff you're designing. And that's why Musk puts his designer's desk right next to the assembly lines in the factory, so that they have to visualize what they drew as it becomes the physical output.
So understanding everything from the physics all the way up to the software, so like end to end.
Well, having an end-to-end control is important. Certainly with Steve Jobs. I'm looking at my iPhone here. It's a big deal. That hardware only works with Apple software. And for a while, the iTunes store only works, so he has an end-to-end that makes it like a Zen garden in Kyoto. Very carefully curated for the thing with you. For Musk, when he first was at Tesla, and before he was the CEO, he was just the executive chairman and basically the finance person funding it, they were outsourcing everything. They were making the batteries in Japan, and the battery pack would be at some barbecue shop in Thailand, and the sent to the Lotus factory in England to be put into a Lotus Elise chassis and engine. And that was a nightmare. You did not have end-to-end control for the manufacturing process. So he goes to the other extreme. He gets that factory in Fremont from Toyota, and he wants to do everything. The salt in-house, the painting in-house. The battery. He makes his own battery. And I think that end-to-end control is part of his personality. But it also what allows Tesla to be innovative.
Yeah, I got to see and understand in detail one example of that, which is the development of the brain of the car in autopilot, going from Mobileye to in-house building the autopilot system to basically getting rid of all sensors that are not rich in data to make it AI friendly, sort of saying that we can do it all with vision. And like you said, removing some of the bolts. So sometimes it's small things, but sometimes it's really big things like getting rid of radar.
Well, vision only, getting rid of radar. And everybody, and they're still fighting it. They're still trying to do a next generation, some form of radar. But it gets back to the first principle. We talk about visualizing. Well, you start with the first principle. And the first principles of physics involve things like, well, humans drive with only visual input. They don't have radar. They don't have LiDAR. They don't have sonar. And so there is no reason in the laws of physics that make it so that vision only will be successful in creating self-driving. Now, that becomes an article of faith for him. He gets a lot of pushback. But now, and he's, by the way, not been that successful in meeting his deadlines of getting self-driving. He's way too optimistic. But it was that first principle of getting rid of unnecessary things. Now, you would think LiDAR, why not use it? Like, why not use a car? It's like, yeah, we can do things vision only, but when I look at the stars at night, I use a telescope too. Well, you could use LiDAR, but you can't do millions of cars that way at scale. At a certain point, you have to make it not only a good product, but a product that goes to scale. And you can't make it based on maps, like Google Maps, because you'll never be able to, then drive from New Orleans to Slidell, where I want to go when it's too hot in New Orleans. Take, for example, Full Self-Drive. He has been obsessed with what he calls the robo-taxi. We're going to build the next generation without steering, without that. Because it's going to be full self-drive, you just summon it, you won't need to drive it. Well, over and over again, all these people I've told you about, Lars Marvey, they think, okay, fine, that sounds really good, but, it ain't happened yet. We need to build a $25,000 mass market global car that's just normal with a steering wheel. And yes, he finally turned around a few months ago and said, let's do it. And then he starts focusing on how's the assembly line work? How are we going to do it? Make it the same platform for robo-taxi so you can have the same assembly. Likewise, for full self-drive, they were doing it by coding hundreds of thousands of lines of code that would say things like, if you see a red light, stop. If there's a blinking light, if the two yellow lines, do this. If there's a bike lane, do this. If there's a crosswalk, do that. That's really hard to do. Now he's doing it with artificial intelligence and machine learning only. FSD-12 will be based on the billion or so frames from Tesla each week that Tesla drivers are saying, what happened when a human was in this situation? What did the human do? And let's only pick the best humans, the five-star driver, millions of drivers, as Elon said. And so that's him changing his mind and going to first principles, but saying, all right, I'm even going to change full self-driving so there's not rules-based. It becomes AI-based. Just like ChatGPT doesn't try to answer your question, who are the 5 best hosts or something, by studying. ChatGPT does it by having ingested billions of pieces of writing that people have done. this will be AI, but real world done by ingesting video.
Sometimes it feels like he and others, they're building things in this world successfully, are basically confidently exploring dark room with a very confident, ambitious vision of what that room actually looks like. Like they're just walking straight into the darkness. There's no painful toys or Legos on the ground. I'm just going to walk. I know exactly how far the wall is, and then very quickly willing to adjust. They step on the Lego, and their body is filled with a lot of pain. What I mean by that is this kind of evolution that seems to happen, where you discover really good ideas along the way that allow you to pivot. Like to me, since since a few years ago when you could see with Andre Karpathy, the software 2.0 evolution of autopilot, it became obvious to me this is not about the car. This is about Optimus Robot. This is like, if we look back 100 years from now, the car will be remembered as a cool car, nice transportation. But the autopilot won't be the thing that controls the car. It will be the thing that allows embodied AI systems to understand the world. So broadly. So that kind of approach, you kind of stumble into it. Will Tesla be a car company? Will it be an AI company? Will it be a robotics company? Will it be a home robotics company? Will it be an energy company? And you kind of slowly discover this as you confidently like push forward with a vision. It's interesting to watch that kind of evolution as long as it's backed by this confidence.
There are a couple of things that are required for that. One is being adventurous. One doesn't enter a dark room without a flashlight and a map, unless you're a risk taker. The second is to have iterative brain cycles where you can process information and do a feedback loop and make it work. The third, and this is what we fail to do a lot in the United States and perhaps around the world, is when you take risks, you have to realize you can blow things up. First three rockets, that the Falcon rockets that left us, they blow up. Even Starship, 3.5 minutes, but then it blows up the first time. So I think Boeing and NASA and others have become unwilling to enter your dark room without knowing exactly where the exit is and the lighted path to the exit. And the people who created America, whenever they came, whether the Mayflower is refugees from the Nazis, they took a lot of risks to get here. And now I think we have more referees than we have risk takers, more lawyers and regulators and others saying you can't do that, that's too risky, than people willing to innovate. And you need both. I think you're also right on 50, 100 years from now. What Musk will be most remembered for besides space travel is real world AI. Not just Optimus the Robot, but Optimus the Robot and the self-driving car. They're pretty much the same. They're using GPU clusters or dojo chips or whatever it may be to process real world data. We all got, and you did on your podcast, quite excited about large language model, generative, predictive text AI. That's fine, especially if you want to chit chat with your chat bot. But the holy grail is artificial general intelligence. And the tough part of that is real world AI. And that's where Optimus the Robot or full self-drive are, I think, far ahead of anybody else.
Well, I chit chat. I would say for one of the greatest writers ever, it's funny that you spoke about language and the mastery of language is merely chit chat. People have fallen in love with some words. People have gone to wars over some words. I think words have a lot of power. it's actually an interesting question, where the wisdom of the world, the wisdom of humanity, is in words or is it in visual, is it in physical? I don't really.
It's in mathematics.
Maybe it all boils down to math, and in the end, this kind of discussion about a real world AI versus language is all the same. Maybe I've gotten a chance to hang out quite a bit in the metaverse with Mr. Mark Zuckerberg recently, and boy, is the realism in there. The new, like the thing that's coming up in the future is incredible. I got scammed in Pittsburgh for 10 hours into the metaverse, and there's like a virtual version of me. I got to hang out with that virtual version.
You like yourself?
But it was easier to like that other guy. That was interesting. I was
Does he like you?
He didn't seem to care much.
That's the lack of the empathy.
But that was, it made me start to question even more than before, like, well, how important is this physical reality? Because I got to see, myself and other people in that metaverse, like the details of the face and like all the things that you think maybe if you look at yourself in the mirror are imperfections, all this kind of stuff. When I was looking at myself and at others, all those things were beautiful, and it was like it was real and it was intense and it was scary because you're like, well, are you allowed to murder people in the metaverse? It's like, are you allowed to? What are you allowed to do? Because you can replicate a lot of those things. You start to question what are the fundamental things that make life worth living here as we know as humans.
Have you talked to Elon about his views of we're living in a simulation, maybe, and how you would figure out if that's true?
Yes, there's a constant, lighthearted, but also a serious sense that this is all a bit of a game.
One of my theories on Elon, a minor theory, is that he read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy once too often.
Yeah.
And as you know, there's a scene in there that says that there's a theory about the universe that if anybody ever discovers the secrets of meanings of the universe, it will be replaced by an even more complex universe. And then the next line doesn't happen, right? There's another theory that this has already happened.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to get my head around that. I know that universe.
But there's a humor to that.
Yes, and enormous humor to Hitchhiker's Guide. I really think that helped Musk out of the darkest of his period to have sort of a sense of fun, figuring out what life is all about.
I wonder if this is a small aside you could say. Just I haven't gotten to know you not very well, but just the silliness, the willingness to engage in the absurdity of it all and have fun. What is that? What is that? Is that just a quirk of personality, or is that a fundamental aspect of a human who's learning?
Well, it's a release valve, just like video games and Polytopia and Elden Ring are release valves for him. And he does have an explosive sense of humor, as you know. And the weird thing is when he makes the abrupt transition from dark demon, and you're in the cockpit, and you really become upset about that. And not only their dark vibes, but there's dark words emanating, and he's saying your resignation will be accepted if you don't, etc. And then something pops, and he pulls out his phone and pulls up a Monty Python skit, like the School of Silly Walks or whichever dark things. And then he starts laughing again, and things great. So it's almost as if he has different modes: the emulation of human mode, the engineering mode, the dark and demon mode, and certainly there is the silly and giddy mode.
Yeah, you've actually opened the Elon book with quotes from Elon and from Steve Jobs. So Elon's quote is, to anyone I'm offended, I just want to say is enough. I just want to say I reinvented electric cars and I'm sending people to Mars on a rocket ship. Did you also think I was going to be a chill normal dude? And then the quote from Steve Jobs, of course, is, the people who are crazy enough to think that can change the world are the ones who do. So, what do you think is the role of the old madness and genius? What do you think the role of crazy?
Well, first of all, let's both stipulate that Musk is crazy at times. I mean, and then let's figure out, and I try to do it through storytelling, not through hyphen preaching, where that craziness works. You know, give me a story. Tell me an anecdote. Tell me where you think. And, you know, the almost final example of AI, but in shooting off Starship for the first time. In between an aborted countdown and the shoot off, he goes to Miami to an ad sales conference and meets Linda Yaccarino for the first time, makes her the CEO. I mean, there's a very impulsiveness to him. Then he flies back. They launch Starship. And you realize that there's a drive and there are demons and there's also craziness. And you sometimes want to pull those out. You want to take away his phone so he doesn't tweet at 3 a.m. You want to say, quit being so crazy. But then you realize there's a wonderful line of Shakespeare, Magic, where he says, even the best are molded out of faults. And so you take the faults, which includes a craziness that can be endearing, but also craziness, which is like definitely crazy, as well as this drive and demon mode. I don't know that you can take that strand out of the fabric, and the fabric remains whole.
I wonder, sometimes it saddens me that we live in a society that doesn't celebrate even the darker aspects of crazy, in acknowledging that it all comes in one package. It's the man in the arena versus the critic.
And the man in the arena versus the regulator, and to make it more prosaic.
Well, let me ask about not just the crazy, but the cruelty. So, you've written when reporting on Steve Jobs, Woz told you that the big question to ask was, did he have to be so mean, so rough and cruel, so drama addicted? What is this answer for Steve Jobs? Did he have to be so cruel?
For Jobs, I asked Woz at the end of my reporting, that's what he said at the beginning. We were doing the launch of, I think, the iPad 2, and Steve was emaciated because, you know, he was been sick. And so I said to Woz, what's the answer to the question? And he said, well, if I had been running Apple, I would have been nicer. Everybody got stuck up. And we've been like a family. And then I don't know if you know Woz, we were like a teddy bear. He paused, he smiled, and he said, but if I'd been running Apple, I don't think we would have done the Macintosh or the iPhone. So, yeah, you have to sometimes be rough. And Jobs said the same thing that Musk said, which is he said, people like you love wearing velvet gloves. You know, you're not wearing velvet gloves often, but you like people to like you. You like to sweet talk things. You sugar those things. He says, I'm just a working class kid, and I don't have that luxury. If something sucks, I got to tell people it sucks, or I got a team of B players. Well, Musk is that way as well, and it gets back to what I said earlier, which is, yeah, I probably would wear velvet gloves if I could find them in my haberdasher. And I do try to see those things. But when I was running CNN, it needed to be reshaped. It needed to be broken. It needed to have certain things blown up. And I didn't do it. You know, so bad on me. But it made me realize, okay, I'll just write about the people who can do it.
Well, that thing of saying, I think probably both of them, but Elon certainly, saying things like that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I've heard Jeff Bezos say it. I've heard Bill Gates say it. I've heard Steve Jobs say it. I've heard Steve Jobs say it about a smoothie they were making in a Whole Foods. I mean, people, they use the word stupid really often. Yeah. And you know who else used it? Elon Musk. He kept faking Elon standing in front of him and saying, that's the stupidest thing, you're the stupidest person, you'll never amount to anything. I don't know, you know, as John McNeil, the president of Tesla, said, Do you have to be that way? Probably not. There are a lot of successful people who are much kinder, but it's sometimes necessary to be much more brutal and honest, brutally honest, I would say, than people like who are win Boss of the Year trophies.
Well, as you said, this kind of idea did also send a signal. This idea of Steve Jobs of A players, it did send a signal to everybody. There was a kind of encouragement to the people that are all in.
Right, and that happened to Twitter. When we went to Twitter headquarters the day before the takeover, he was having Andrew and James, his two young cousins, and other people from the autopilot going over lines of code, and Musk himself sat there with a laptop on the second floor of the building, looking at the lines of code that had been written by Twitter engineers, and they decided they were going to fire 85% of them because they had to be all in. And this notion of psychological safety and mental days off and working remotely, he said either, and then it came up, actually one of his, I think it was one of the cousins, or maybe Ross Nordine, came up with the idea of, let's not be so rough and just fire all these people. Let's ask them, do you really want to be all in? Because this is going to be hardcore. It's going to be intense. You get to choose. But by midnight tonight, we want you to check the box. I'm hardcore, all in, either in person, I'll work, or that's not for me. I've got a family, I've got work balance. And you got different types of people that way, and different stages of their life. I was a little bit more hardcore and all in when I was in my 20s than when I was, in my 50s.
Yeah, you read about this really nice idea, actually, that there's two camps, and you find out, I wonder how true this is. It rings. You can just ask people, which camp are you in? Are you the kind of person that prides themselves and enjoy staying up to 2 a.m. programming or whatever? Or do you see the value of quote unquote, work-life balance, all this kind of stuff? And it's interesting. I mean, like people probably divide themselves in different stages of life. And you can just ask them, and it makes sense for certain companies at certain stages of their development to be like, we all want our
team. It doesn't even have to be a whole company. And you're right. It goes back to what I was saying about the first secret is sort of know thyself. Obviously comes from Plato, and everything comes from Plato and Socrates. But and decide in this stage in my life, do I want to be a hackathon all in all night and change the world, or do I want to bring wisdom and stability but also have balance? I think it's good to have different companies with different style. The problem was Twitter was at almost one extreme with yoga studios and mental health days off and enshrining psychological safety as one of the mantras that people should never feel psychologically threatened. And I remember the bitter laugh he unleashed when he kept hearing that word. He said, no, I like the words hardcore. I like intensity. I like a intense sense of urgency as our operating principle. Well, yeah, there are people that way as well. So know who you are and know what type of people you are.
Versus psychological safety and too many birds everywhere.
Oh, yeah. A lot of times Musk did things. I go, what the hell? The one of them was changing the name Twitter and getting rid of it. Hey, man, there's a lot invested in that plan. But when I watched him, he thought, okay, these sweet little chirpy birds tweeting away in the name Twitter, it's not hardcore. It's not intense. And so, for better and for worse, I think he's taking X into the hardcore realm with people who post hardcore things, with people with hardcore views. It's not a polite playpen for the blue check anointed elite. And I thought, okay, this is going to be bad. The whole thing's going to fall apart. Well, it has had problems, but the hardcore intensity of it also meant that there's new things happening there. So it's very Elon Musk to not like the sweetness of birds chirping and tweeting and saying, I want something more hardcore.
As you've written in referring to the previous Twitter CEO, Elon said that Twitter needs a fire-breathing dragon. I think this is a good opportunity to maybe go through some of the memorable moments of the Twitter saga, as you've written about extensively in the book, from the early days of considering the acquisition to how it went through to the details of, like you mentioned, the engineering.
Well, at the beginning of 2022, he was riding high. But as we say, he's a drama addict. He doesn't like those. And, Tesla took a new vehicle of, I think, 33 boosters of, Falcon 9s have been shot up and landed safely in the past few months. And he was the richest person on Earth and Times Person of the Year. And yet, he said, I'm still want to put all my chips back on the table. I want to keep taking risks. I don't want to savor things. He sold all of his houses. So he started secretly buying shares of Twitter. January, February, March. Becomes public at a certain point. He has to declare it. And we were here in Austin at Gigafactory on the mezzanine. And he was trying to figure out what we're going to do from here. And at that time, it was early April, they were going to offer him a board seat. He was going to do a standstill agreement and stop at 10%. I remember, we were standing around. It was Luke Nozick, whom you know well, Ken Howley, some of his friends on that mezzanine here. And all afternoon, and then late into the evening at dinner, he's like, should we do this? And I didn't say anything. I'm just the observer. But everybody else is saying, excuse me, why do you want to leave Twitter? And Griffin, his son, joined at dinner. And May, for some reason, was in town. And like everybody says, no, we don't use Twitter. Why would you do that? And May said, well, I use Twitter. And it's almost like, okay, the demographics are people my age or May's age. And so it looked like he wasn't going to pursue. They offered him a board seat. And then he went off to Hawaii to Larry Ellison's house, which he sometimes uses. He was meeting a friend, Angela Bassett, an actress. And instead of enjoying 3 days of vacation, he just became supercharged and started firing off text messages, including the fire-breathing dragon one. I think, he used that phrase a few times. That Parag wasn't the person who was going to take Twitter to a new level. And then by the time he gets to Vancouver, where Grimes meets him, they stay up all night playing Elden Ring. He was doing a TED Talk. And then at 5:30, he finishes playing Elden Ring and turns out that I've made an offer. Even when he comes back, people are trying to intervene and say, excuse me, why are you doing it? And so it was a rocky period between late April and October when the deal closed. And people ask me all the time, well, did he want to get out of the deal? I said, which Elon are you talking about at what time of day? Because every time's in the morning when he'd say, the Delaware court's going to force me to do it. It's horrible. Talk to his lawyers. You can win this case. Get me out of it. He met here in Austin with 3 or 4 investment bankers, Blair Efron at Centerview, Bob Steele at Corella Weinberg. And they offered him options. Do you want to get out? Do you want to stay in? Do you want to reduce the price? And I think he was mercurial. There were times he would text me or say to me, this is going to be great. It's going to be the accelerant to do X.com the way we thought about 20 years ago. And so it's not until they finally tell him at the beginning of October, right when Optimus the Robot is being unveiled in California, actually, that the lawyers say, you're not going to probably win this case. Better go through with the deal. And by then, he's not only made his peace with it, he's kind of happy with it at time. Eventually, the deal is going to close on I think a Friday morning out in the court. And we're there on Thursday, and he's wandering around looking at the Stay Woke t-shirts and psychological safety lingo they're all using. And he and his lawyers and bankers hatched a plan to do a flash close. And the reason for that was if they closed the deal after the markets had closed for the day, and he could send a letter to Farag and two others firing them, quote, for cause. This will be some cool stuff to figure out. Then he could save 200 million or something. And it was both the money, but for him, a matter, I won't say principle, but hey, they misled me about the numbers. I got forced into doing it. So I'm gonna try this jujitsu maneuver and be able to get some money out of it. Then when he takes over, it's kind of a wild scene. Him trying to decide in 3 different rounds how to get the staff down to 15% of what it was. Him deciding on Christmas Eve after he'd been at a meeting where they told him we can't get rid of that Sacramento server farm because it's needed for redundancy. He says, no, it's not. And he's flying here to Austin. And young James says, why don't we just do it ourselves? He turns the plane around, they land in Sacramento, and he pulls him out himself. So it was a manic period.
We should also say that underneath of that, there was a running desire to, or consideration, perhaps, start a new companies to build the social media company from scratch.
Well, Kimball wanted to do that. And Kimball here at a wonderful restaurant also launches like, hey, why are you buying Twitter? Let's start one from scratch and do it on the blockchain. Now, it took them a while, and you can argue, well, to come to the conclusion that the blockchain was not fast enough and responsive time enough to be able to handle 1 billion tweets, in a day or so. He gets mad when they keep trying to get him to talk to Sam Bankman-Fried, who's trying to say, I'll invest, but we have to do it on the blockchain. Kimball is still in favor of starting a new one and doing it on blockchain base. In retrospect, I think starting a new media company would have been better. He wouldn't have had the baggage or the legacy that he's breaking now in breaking the way Twitter had been. But it's hard to have millions and millions, hundreds of millions of true users, not just trolls, and start from scratch, as others have found. There's Mastodon, and Blue Sky, and Threads, and Threads even had a base, so it would have been hard.
Yeah, and to do that in what he did requires another part that you write about with the Three Musketeers and the whole engineering, the firing and the bringing in the engineers to try to sort of go hardcore. So there's a lot of interesting questions to ask there, but the high level, can you just comment about that part of the saga, which is bringing in the engineers and seeing like what can we do here?
Right. He brought in the engineers and figured that the amount of people doing Tesla, full self-driving, autopilot, and all the software there was about 1/10 of what was doing software for Twitter. He said, this can't be the case. And he fired 85% in 3 different rounds. The first was just firing people because they looked at the coding and they had a team of people from Tesla's autopilot grading the code of all that was written in the past year or so. Then he fired people, who didn't seem to be totally all in or loyal, and then another round of layoffs. So at each step of the way, almost everybody said, that's enough, it's going to destroy me. From Alex Spiro, the lawyer, to Garrett Birchall, he said, well, and even Andrew and James, the young cousins who are tasked with making a list and figure out who's going to say, we've done enough, we're going to be in real trouble. And they were partly right. I mean, there was degradation of the service some, but not as much as half the services I use half the time, and I wake up each morning and get the app and okay, so there.
What do you think? Was that too much?
I think that he has an algorithm that we mentioned earlier that begins with question every requirement. What's up to is delete every project. And then a corollary to that is if you don't end up adding back 20% of what you deleted, then you didn't delete enough in the first round because you were too timid. Well, so you asked me, did he overdo it? He probably overdid it by 20%, which is his formula. And they're probably trying to hire people now to keep things going.
But it sends a strong signal to people that are hired back or the people that are still there. The
Yeah, and with Steve Jobs and many other great leaders felt, and certainly Bezos, and certainly in the early days of Microsoft, Bill Gates, it was hardcore only A players.
So, how much of Elon's success would you say Steve Jobs' success is the hiring and managing of great teams?
When I asked Steve Jobs at one point what was the best product you ever created, I thought he'd say maybe the Macintosh or maybe the iPhone. He said, no, those products are hard. The best thing I ever created was the team that made those products. And that's the hard part, is creating a team. And he did, from Johnny Ive to Tim Cook, Eddie Q, Bill Schiller. Elon has done a good job bringing in people. When Shotwell, obviously, Linda Yaccarino, she's, navigate through the current crises. Certainly stellar people at SpaceX, like Martin Kosa, and then at Tesla, like Drew Bagley, Lars Markey, and many others. He's not as much of a team collaborator as, say, Benjamin Franklin, who, by the way, that's the best team ever created, which is the founders. And you had to have really smart people like Jefferson and Madison, and really passionate people like John Adams and his cousin Samuel, and really a guy of high rectitude like Washington, but you also needed a Ben Franklin who could bring everybody together and forge a team out of that and make them compromise with each other. Musk is a magnet for awesome talent.
Magnet. Interesting. But there's the priorities of hiring based on excellence, trustworthiness, and drive. These are things you describe throughout the book. I mean, there's a pretty concrete and rigorous set of ideas based on which the hiring is done.
Oh, yeah, and he has a very good, spidey, intuitive sense, just looking at people who could, not looking at them, but studying them, who could be good. One of his ways of operating is what he calls a skip level. And let's take a very specific thing, like the Raptor engine, which was powering the Starship. And it wasn't going well. It looked like a spaghetti push, and it was going to be hard to manufacture. And he got rid of the people who were in charge of that team. And I remember that he spent a couple of months doing what he calls skip level, which means instead of meeting with his direct reports on the Raptor team, he would meet with the people one level below them. And so he would skip a level and meet with them. And he said, and I just asked them what they're doing, and I drilled them with questions. And he said, this is how I figure out who's going to emerge. He said it was particularly difficult. I was sitting in those meetings because people were wearing masks. It was during the height of COVID. And he said it made it a little bit harder for him because he has to get the input. But I watched as a young kid, dreadlocks, named Jacob McKenzie, who's in the book. He's sitting there, and he's a bit like you. Engineering mindset speaks in a bit of a monotone. Musk would ask a question, and he would give an answer. The answer would be very straightforward, and he would get loud, just like that. And Musk said one day, called him up at 3 a.m. Well, I would say 3 a.m., but after midnight, said, you still around? And Jake said, yeah, I'm still at work. And he said, okay, I'm going to make you in charge of the team, something left. And that was like a big surprise. But Jacob McKenzie has now gotten a version of Raptor, and where they're building him at least one a week, and they're pretty awesome. And that's where his talent, Musk's talent, for finding the right person and promoting them, that's what it is.
And promoting it in a way where it's like, here's the ball, here, catch.
Yeah.
And you run with it. And I've interacted with quite a few folks from just the Model X, all throughout, where people, on paper don't seem like they would be able to run the thing, and they run it extremely successfully.
And he does it well. Sometimes he's had a horrible track record with the Solar Roof division. Wonderful guy named Brian Dow. I really liked him. And when they were doing the battery factory surge in Nevada, Musk got rid of 2 or 3 people, and there was Brian Dow. Can do. Stays up all night and he gets promoted and runs it. And so finally Musk goes through 2 or 3 people running the Solar Roof division. Finally calls up Brian Dow. I was sitting in Musk's house in Boca Chica, that little tiny 2-bedroom he has, and he offers Brian Dow the job of running Solar Roof. And, Brian there, okay, can do. And 2 or 3 times Musk insisted that they install a solar roof in one of those houses in Boca Chica. This is this tiny village at the south end of Texas. And late at night, I have to climb up to the top of the roof on these ladders and stand on this peaked roof as Musk is there saying, why do we need 4 screws to put in this single leg? And Brian was just sweating and doing everything. But then after a couple of months, it wasn't going well, and boom, Musk just fired him. So I always try to learn, what is it that makes those who stay thrive?
What's the lesson there? What do you think?
Well, I think it's self-knowledge, like an Andy Krebs or others. They say, I am hardcore. I really want to get a rocket to Mars, and that's more important than anything else. One of the people, I think it's Tim Zayman. I hope when he hears this, I'm getting him the right person. Who, took time and was working for Tesla Autopilot. And it was just so intense, he took some time off and then went to another company. He said, I was burned out at Tesla, but then I was bored at the next place. So I called, I think it was Ashok at Tesla. Can I come back? He said, sure. He said, I learned about myself. I'd rather be burned out than bored.
That's a good line. Well, can you just linger on one of the 3 that seem interesting to you in terms of excellence, trustworthiness, and drive? Which one do you think is the most important and hardest to get at? Trustworthiness is an interesting one. Like, are you ride or die kind of thing?
Yeah, I think that especially when it came to taking over Twitter, he kept people over this Lord. And he was wrong about 2/3 with this Lord, not just him. And it was, how do we weed out those? And he did something and made the firing squad, I call it, or the Musketeers. I think that is my nickname for them, which is, the young cousins and 2 or 3 other people. He made them look at the Slack messages. These people who post, everybody at Twitter who posted. And they went through hundreds of Slack messages. So if anybody posted on the internal Slack, that jerk Elon Musk is going to take over, and I'm afraid that he's a maniac or something. They would be on the list because they want all-in loyal. They did not look at private Slack messages, and I guess people who are posting on a corporate Slack board should be aware that your company can look at them. But that's more than I would have done, and most people would have done. And so that was to figure out who's deeply committed. I think that was mainly the case at Twitter. He doesn't sit around at SpaceX saying who's loyal. At other places, it's excellence, but that's pretty well given. Everybody is like a marketing poster, just with smarts. It's, are you hardcore and all that? Especially if you got to move to this bit of a town in the south tip of Texas called Boca Chica, you got to be all in.
And that's the drive. So you, in terms of collaborating, one of the great teams of all time. I like that. I thought it was the Beatles, but Frank Franklin's.
Yeah,
sorry to offend.
Read the Constitution and read Abbey Road. Listen to Abbey Road. They're both good, but they're different.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so one of the many things that comes to mind with Ben Franklin's incredible time management. Is there something you could say about Franklin and Steve Jobs? I think interesting with Elon is that, as you write, runs 6 companies. 7 depends how you count. Starlink is its own thing. I don't know. Um, what can you say about these people in terms of time management?
Well, Musk is in a league of his own in the way he does. First of all, Steve Jobs had to run Pixar and Apple. But Musk, every couple of hours, is switching his mindset from how to implant the Neuralink chip and what will the robot that implants it in the brain look like and how fast can we make it move. And then the heat shield on the Raptor, or switching to human imitation machine learning full self-driving. On the night that the Twitter board agreed to the deal, this is huge around the world. I'm sure you remember, like Musk, it wasn't when the deal closed. It was when the Twitter accepted his offer. And I thought, okay. But then he went to Boca Chica, to South Texas, and spent time fixating, if I remember correctly, a valve in the Raptor engine that had a methane issue. And what were the possible ways to fix it? And all the engineers in that room, I assume, were thinking that this guy just bought Twitter, so we say something. And he's like, and then he goes with Kimball to a roadside joint in Brownsville and just sits in the front and listens to music with nobody noticing really him being there. One of the things that's one of his strengths and sort of weaknesses in a way is in a given day, he'll focus serially, sequentially on many different things. He will worry about uploading video onto X.com or the payment system, and then immediately switch over to some issue with the FAA giving a permit for Starship, or with how to deal with Starlink and the CIA. And when he's focused on any of these things, you cannot distract him. It's not like he's also thinking about, I'm dealing with Starlink, but I've got to also worry about the Tesla decision on the new $25,000 car. Now, he'll, in between these sessions, process information, then let off steam. For better or worse, he lets off steam by either playing a friend in Polytopia or fire off some tweets, which is often not a healthy thing. But it's a relief for him. And he doesn't, I once said he was a great multitasker, and that was a mistake. People corrected me. He's a serial tasker, which means focuses intensely on a task for an hour. Almost as a, whatever they call it at restaurants, where they give you a palate cleanser. He does some palate cleanser with Polytopia, and then focuses on the next one.
Is there some wisdom about time management that you could draw from that?
There's some things that these people do, and you say, okay, I can be that way. I can be more curious. I can question every rule and regulation. I just don't think anybody should try to emulate Musk's time management style, because it takes a certain set of teams to know how to deal with everything else other than the thing you're focusing on, and a certain mind that can shift, just like his moods can shift. You and I go through transitions, and also if I'm thinking about what I'm going to say on this podcast, I'm also thinking about the email my daughter just sent about the house that she's looking, and I'm multitasking. He doesn't actually do that. He single tasks sequentially with a focus that's hardcore.
I don't know. I think there's wisdom to draw from that. I feel like, first of all, he makes me, like, Nathan makes me feel that way. That there's a lot of hours in the day. There's a lot of minutes in the day. Like, there's no excuse not to get a lot done. And it requires just an extreme focus. Extreme focus and like an urgency.
I think the fierce urgency that drives him is important. It is sometimes gemmed up. Like I said, the fierce urgency of getting to bed. And on a Friday night at the launch pad in Boca Chica at 10 p.m., there are only a few people working. This is a Friday night, and they're not supposed to launch for another 8 months. And he orders a surge. He says, I want 200 people here by tomorrow working on this pad. We have to have a fierce sense of urgency, or we will never get to Mars.
That sense of urgency, is also a vibrancy. That's like really taking on life fully. To me, that's the lessons. Like even the mundane is full of this just richness, and like, you just have to really take it in intensely. Like the switching enables that kind of intensity because most of us can't hold the intensity at any one time for a prolonged period of time. Maybe that's also a lesson.
Right. And I guess it goes back up on who you are. I mean, there are people who can focus intensely, and there are people who can see patterns across many things. Look, Leonardo da Vinci, he was not all that focused. He was easily distracted. It's why he has more unfinished paintings than finished paintings in his past. But his ability to see patterns across nature and to, in some ways, process, procrastinate, be distracted, that helped him some. But Musk is not that way. And there, every few months, there's a new surge. You don't know where it'll be, but it'll be on solar roofs. And all of a sudden, we'll have a surge. And there has to be, 100 solar roofs built. Or this has to be done by tomorrow. Let's make a Starship dome by dawn. And you surge and you do it. And there are people who are built that way. It is inspiring, but also lets appreciate, that there are people who can be really good, but also can savor the success, savor the moment, savor the quiet sometimes. Big failing is he can't savor the moment or success. And that's the flip side of hardcore intensity.
In Innovators, another book of yours that I love, you learn about individuals and about groups. So one of the questions the book addresses is it individuals or is it groups that turn the tide of history?
When Henry Kissinger was on the shuttle missions to the Middle East, he said, when I was a professor at Harvard, I thought that history was determined by great forces and groups of people. But when I see it up close, I see what a difference an individual can make. He's talking about Sadat and Golda Meir, probably talking about himself too, or at least in his mind. And we biographers have this dirty secret that we know we distort history a bit by making the narrative too driven by an individual. But sometimes it is. Musk is a case like that. And sometimes, as I did with the Innovators, there's teams and people build on each other. And Gordon Moore and Bob Noyce then getting Andy Grove and doing the microchipper thing comes out, and Wozniak and Jobs find it at some electronics store, and they decide to build the Apple. And so sometimes there are flows of forces and groups of people. I guess I err a little bit on the side of looking at what Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, and Albert Einstein can do. And I also try to figure out if they hadn't been around, would the forces of history and the groups of people have done it without? That's a good historical question as somebody who loves history. And you think about special relativity. Even after he writes it, it's 4 years before people truly get what he's saying, which is it's not just how you observe time is relative, it's time itself is relative. And on the general theory, which he does a decade later, I'm not sure we would have gotten that yet. What about moving us into the era of an iPhone, which is so beautiful that you can't live without 1,000 songs in your pocket, email, and the internet in your pocket, and the phone? There are a lot of brain dead people from Panasonic to Motorola who didn't get that, and it may have been a while. I certainly think it's true of the era of electric vehicles. Jim and Ford, all the great people there, they crushed the boat. And I mean that literally. They ended up smashing them because they decided to discontinue. Likewise, nobody was sending up rockets. Our space shuttle was about to be grounded. And so Musk does things, and there'll be people who say, read the book. They read the book, they'll see the whole story. So they say it wasn't Musk who did Tesla, it was what never Mark Zuckerberg. No. You know, there were people who had helped create, you know, the shells of companies and other things, and they were all deserved to be called co-founders. So the guy who actually gets us to 1 million electric vehicles a year is Elon Musk, and without him, I don't think we look. If anybody 5 years from now buys a car that's gasoline powered, we'll think that's quaint, you know, that's odd. I mean, suddenly we've changed. We're not going to do it. 90% of that is Elon Musk.
We're all mortal. When and how do you think Elon will retire from the insanely productive schedule he's on now?
I would think that he would hate to retire. I think that he can't live without the pressure, the drama, the always feeling. It's never been anything that seemed to have crossed his mind. He's never said, maybe I love Larry Ellison's house on the beach in Hawaii. Maybe I should spend time and do it. Instead, he says things like, I learned early on that vacations will kill you. He gets delirium when he goes on one vacation. I mean, he goes on vacation at one point and they oust him from PayPal. And then he goes to Africa one point, he gets delirium. He says, I've learned vacations kill you.
Well, it's interesting because the projects are 100+ year projects.
One of the weird things is watching him think incredibly long. One of the meetings every week early on when I was watching him was Mars colonized. And we did do a 2-hour meeting about what would the governance structure be on Mars? What would people wear? How would the robots work? And would there be democracy or should there be a different form of government? I'm sitting there saying, what are they doing? What are they talking about? They're trying to build rocket ships and everything else. They are worrying about the governance structure of Mars. And likewise, whenever he's in a tense moment, like a rocket's about to be launched, he'll start asking people something in the way future, like the new LEAP engine or something. If we're going to build that, do we have enough materials ready to order? Or I don't know, he'll just ask questions like when he's building robo-taxis. The global car, the $25,000 inexpensive global car, that's not a total passion. We're stuck into doing that. His passion is robo-taxis. But his passion is, how are we going to make this factory to do 1 million cars a year? So even the robo-taxi is a longer range vision. I mean, he's been touting it to 2016, but, you know, we're not. I don't know, robo-taxis, I mean, there's Waymo maybe doing a little experiments, but there's not cars being manufactured without steering wheels that are going to take over the highway. Yeah, so he's always looking way into the future.
I just hope that there's a lot of Da Vinci's and Steve Jobs' Einsteins and Elon Musk's that carry the flame forward.
That's one of the reasons you write books about these people, is so that if you're a young woman in a school where you're not being told to do science and you read the code breaker about Jennifer Doudna, you say, okay, I can be that. And when you say, oh, maybe I'll be a regulator, or you say, no, maybe I'll be the person who pushes the boundaries, who pushes the lines, who pushes, as Steve Jobs said, the human race.
Let me ask you about your mind, your genius, your process.
I'll give you 2 out of 3.
All right. Take me through your process of writing a biography. in not just writing a biography, but understanding deeply, which your books have done. So the human story and like the bigger ideas underlying the human story. So you've written biographies both of individuals, which are hardly individuals. It's a really big, complex picture. And biographies of ideas that involve individuals.
Step one for me is trying to figure out how the mind works. What causes Einstein to make that leap? Elon Musk to say stainless steel while he's looking at a carbon fiber rocket? Or how do you make the mental leap? Because I write about smart people. Smart people are a dime a dozen. They don't usually amount to much. You have to be creative, imaginative, to think differently. And so what makes people creative? What makes them think imaginatively? That's the key question we got to ask. You also ask questions like you asked earlier, which is what demons are jangling in their head and how do they harness them into drive? So you look at all that and you try to observe really carefully the person. One of the more mundane things I do is a lot of writers try to give you a lot of their opinion and preach or whatever. As I said, this mentor said two people types come out, preach a storyteller, be a storyteller. I try, whenever I'm trying to convey a thought, there's 6 magic words that I almost should have written on a card pinned above my head, which is, let me tell you a story. So somebody says, how does Elon Musk figure out good talent, as you did? I think, well, let me tell you the story. I'll tell you the story of Jake McKinnon. Or, this is not something I invented. I mean, this is where the good Lord does it in the Bible. I mean, that's the best opening lead sentence ever. It's in the beginning, comma, and then it's story. And secondly, to pick up on that lead sentence in the beginning, make it chronological. Everybody in the 40th year of their life has grown from the 39th year and the 38th year. And so you want to show how people evolve and grow. I had the greatest of all nonfiction narrative editors, Alice Mayhew, who, among other things, created All the President's Men with Woodward and Bernstein. But she had a note she put in the margin of my book that was a TikTok. It meant all things in good time. Keep it chronological. If it's good enough for the Bible, it's good enough for you.
Interesting. To me, like that's a small note, but to you, it's extremely important
because it's the framework for how you structure things, but also how you understand things. Which is, if you keep it a chronological narrative, then you're showing how a person has grown from one experience you talked about to the next one, and that moral growth, creative growth, risk-taking growth, wisdom, that's the essences of creativity, but you can't do it. There's a buildings, which is a book of, that carries a narrative and tells how people learn something. I'm a big believer in narrative. If you're an academic, you sometimes, not today, but in like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, there were 2 things you thought were bad. One was having a great person theory of history, in which you decided to do biography. I had a great professor when I was in college. His name was Doris Curran. She later married Dick Griffin. And she, when she was going to tenure at the university, wrote a biography. Lyndon Johnson and the Americans. And they denied her tenure because it was beneath the dignity of the academy to write history to one person. That's great. It opened up the field of biography to us non-academics, starting with David McCullough, Bob Caro, but maybe John Newsom and myself are in a new generation, and certainly there's a generation coming after us. But the second thing, besides telling it through people, is the academy tended to disdain what they called imposing a narrative in which you made it storytelling. Because that meant you were leaving things out and making it into a narrative. Well, that's how we form our views of the world.
Well, let me ask you this question. In terms of gathering an understanding, how much of it is one observing and how much of it is interviews?
Yeah. And obviously depends on the subject. And with Ben Franklin, it's all based on archives. And of course, we have 40 volumes of letters he wrote. That was the good old days. And every day you get 20 letters. The Bus book is based much more on observation than almost any of my books, because he opened up in a way that was breathtaking. Yeah. Even when he'd be sitting playing Polytopia or seething at other people, he'd have me just sitting there watching. I mean, I spent a lot of time with Jennifer Doudna's side. I went to her lab and I looked at the human gene and, with the pipette and the test tube. But I would say I spent 30 hours with her. I can't count, 100 hours of just observing moms. And I'm not sure that any biographer, perhaps since Boswell took on Dr. John, has ever had quite as much up close, meaning 5 feet away at all times, access. And because of that, I'll go back to what I said a moment ago, I try to get out of the way of the story. It's not about me. I try to just say, okay, here's what happened. Here's this story. Here's what happened the night he came in to Twitter for the first time. And let you form your own judgment.
What about the interviews? You've had a lot of conversations. You give acknowledgement to the people you've done interviews with. Or one, I have to ask, as an inspiring interviewer myself, how?
People love to talk. And I had 140, maybe 150 people that all listed with that. One of the little things that people won't notice, but I'll say it now, is all of them are on the record. Getting them to talk is easy. But then at a certain point saying, I don't put anonymous quotes in. I cite them. I say, if you're tough enough and you've gone through this, and a lot of times it takes 2 or 3 calls back. Somebody will tell me a story. I say, oh, no. But I think it's important to know where everything came from. And with Musk, I had that from the very beginning because I was a Time magazine reporter. I reported for the Times Picayune on New Orleans. First day on the job, I had to go cover a murder. Phoned in this story from a payphone, and my editor, the city editor said, well, did you talk to the family? I went, no, Billy. He said, go knock on the door. I knocked on the door. An hour later, they were still talking. They were bringing out their yearbooks. Lesson 1 I learned. People want to talk if you're willing to just listen. And whether it be Henry Kissinger, you just push the button and say Kissinger, and people tell you the stories, all the way through Elon Musk. Everybody talked. Everybody in his family, everybody fired. I think it's important to listen to people. And the other thing I learned as a reporter, back when I was covering politics in New Hampshire, the early campaign, I learned from 2 or 3 great reporters, a guy named David Broder and Tim Russell, the late NBC guy. They do what was called door knock. You just walk in the neighborhood, knock on the door, and ask people about the election. And they said, here's the secret. Don't ask any leading questions. Don't have any friends. Just say, hey, I'm trying to figure out this election. What's going on? What do you think? And then stay silent. With Musk, a third secret. You know this one. He'll go silent at times. Sometimes a minute, 2 minutes, 4 minutes. Don't try to fill the silence. If you're a listener, you got to learn, okay, he's not saying anything for 4 minutes. I can outlast him.
It's tough. As humans, it's very tough. Respecting silence is really, really difficult. Speaking of demons, When there's silence, all the demons show up in my head. The fear, I think, is if I don't say anything, is boring. And if I say something, it's going to be stupid. That's the basic engine that just keeps running. Not on the podcast, well, on the podcast, but also in human interaction. And so I think there's that nervous energy when interacting with people.
You can never go wrong by staying silent if there's nothing you have to say. Not something I've mastered, but I do, when I'm a reporter, try to master that, which is don't ask complex questions, don't interject, and when somebody hasn't fully answered the question, don't say, well, let me, I haven't fully, just stay silent, and then they'll keep talking.
Just give them a chance to keep talking, even if they've kind of finished.
Sometimes they haven't given you enough instead of following up.
You're making it sound simple. Is there a secret to getting people to open up more?
I'm somewhat lucky because I started off working for a daily newspaper, and people back then they want to talk to the newspaper reporter.
But you also have a way about you. Like I feel like you have like a cowboy in a saloon. Like you just kind of want to talk. Like there's a draw. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's, I don't know if it's developed or you're born with it. It feels like I want to tell you a story. It's usually
A couple of things. I did learn to be more quiet. I'm sure I know when I was younger, or even I'll see videos of me, news thing where I'm always trying to interject a question. And so you learn to be quieter sometimes. I haven't mastered it, I've learned it enough. You learn to be naturally curious. Many reporters today, when they ask a question, are either trying to play gotcha or trying to get a news scoop or trying to, give something that can make believe. And if you actually are curious and you really want to know the answer to a question, then people can tell that you asked it because you want the answer, not because you're playing the game.
I'm sure some of them off the record, some of them on the record, you had maybe, just some incredible conversations. I was going to say some of the greatest conversations ever, but who knows? Some of the best conversations ever are probably somewhere in South America between two drunk people that we never get to hear. So I don't know. But is there advice you can give for what you've learned to somebody like me on how to have good conversation, especially when it's recorded?
Well, to be actually curious. I mean, every question you've asked me is because I think you actually want to know the answer, and you've got your homework to be open and not to have an agenda. I mean, we all suffer from having too many agendas in the world today.
Yeah, so that just genuine curiosity. There's something when you talk about just one-on-one interaction, whether it's Elon or Steve Jobs, or there's something beautiful about that person's mind, and it feels like it's possible to reveal that, to discover that together efficiently, and that's kind of the goal of the conversation.
Well, I mean, look, you're amongst the top 5 casters and interviewers in the world today. You have an earnestness to you. Ben Franklin is the person who taught me, by reading the most about on conversations. It includes on silence. But it includes trying to ask sincere questions rather than get a point across. I mean, it's somewhat Socratic, but whenever he wanted to start a fireman's corps in Philadelphia, he would go to his group that he called the Leather Apron Club, and they would pose a question: why don't we have it? What was it take? What was it like? And then the second part is to make sure that you listen. If somebody has even just the germ of an idea, give them credit for it. Like, as Joe said, the real problem is this. And I do think that if I'm in situations, and even at dinner, sometimes I'm usually curious, and the conversation will proceed, with questions. And I guess it's also because I'm pretty interested in what anybody's doing, whoever I happen to be with. And so that's a talent you have, which is you're pretty genuine in your interest. There are people like Benjamin Franklin, like I'll say Charlie Rose, even though he's this way, who are interested in a huge number of subjects. And I think that helps as well. To be interested in basketball and opera and physics and metaphysics. That was a Ben Franklin. That was a Leonardo trick, which is they wanted to know everything you could possibly know about every subject.
But there's a different aspect to this, which is that I would love to hear how you've solved it or if you faced it. You're certainly disarming. See, I'm like peppering you with compliments here, trying to get you.
That's a very disarming method.
Yeah. I've recently talked to Benjamin Netanyahu. We'll talk again. Yeah, unfortunately, because of scheduling complexities, only had 1 hour, which is very difficult. Mm-hmm. Very difficult with a charismatic politician. I understand this. But he's also a charismatic talker, which is very difficult to break through in 1 hour. But there are people have built up walls, whether it's because of demons or because of they're politicians, and so they have agendas and narratives and so on. To break through those. I wonder if there's some advice, some wisdom you've learned of how to sort of wear down through water or whatever method the walls that you've built up.
I mean, you call it disarming, which I don't know that I am, but disarming basically means you're taking down their shields also. And when people have a shield. And you try to give them comfort. I had zero of that problem with Elon Musk. I mean, it was like disarming to me, which is I kept waiting to say, okay, he's not going to, they've got a shell or he wants to do that. But he was almost crazily open and did not seem to want to be spamming or hiding, faking things. And I've been lucky. Downer was that way. Steve Jobs was that way. But you have to put in time, too. In other words, you can't say, okay, there's a 1 hour interview and I'm going to break down every wall. It's like on your fifth visit.
Yes. Well, actually, there's one of the things in my situation you learn. Fifth visit is very nice, but sometimes you don't get a fifth visit. Sometimes it's just the first date. Mm-hmm. And I think what it boils down to, and you said disarming, but there's something about this person that you trust. I think a lot of it just boils down to trust in some deep human way. And I think with many of the people I've spoken with, sometimes the trust happens like after the interview, which is really sad because it's like,
I've never been in your situation where I have a show. I usually have.
Second date.
I'm not a first date person.
Yeah. Well,
But then I'm lucky. I mean, I say lucky, but I mean, print. Print is a couple thousand-year-old medium, but there are those of us who love it.
Well, the nature of the podcast medium is that I'm a one-night stand kind of girl. Let me ask you about objectivity, following on I mean, I don't even know if you would say you're front. You have to be careful with words like that, but there's an intimacy. And how do you remain objective? Do you want to remain objective while telling a deeply human story?
Yeah, I mean, I want to be honest, which I think is akin to being objective. I try to keep in mind who am I writing for? I'm not writing for Elon Musk. As I say, I haven't sent him the book. I don't think he's read it yet. I've got one person I'm writing for, the open-minded reader. And if I can put in a story and say, well, that will piss off the subject, or that will really make the subject happy, that's irrelevant, or I try to make that a minor consideration. It will the reader have a better understanding because I put this story in the book.
I'm a bit of a romantic. So to me, even your Einstein book had lessons on romance and relationships. So how important are romantic relationships for the success of great men, great women, great minds?
Well, sometimes people who affect the course of humanity have better relationships with humanity than they do with the humans sitting around us. Einstein had two interesting relationships with wives. Mileva, his first wife, was a sounding board and helped with the mathematics of the special relativity paper in particular. But he didn't treat her well. I mean, he made her like sign a letter that she wouldn't interrupt him, she wouldn't, and finally, when she wanted a divorce, he couldn't afford it because he was still a time clerk. And so he offered her a deal, which is, I think, totally amazing. He said, one of these days, one of those papers from is going to win the Nobel Prize. If we get a divorce, I'll give you the money. That was a lot of money. I can make $1 million now. So. And she's smart. She's a scientist. She consults with a few other scientists, and after a week or so, she takes the bet. It's not until, 1919 that he wins his Nobel Prize? And she gets all the money. She buys 3 apartment buildings in Zurich. With his second wife, Elsa, it was more a partnership of convenience. It was not a romantic love, but he knew, and that's sometimes what people need in life. It's just a partner. I mean, somebody who's going to handle the stuff you're not going to handle. So I guess if you look at my book, they're not great inspiring guide to personal relationships.
Let me ask you about actually the process of writing itself. When you've observed, when you've listened, when you've collected all the information, what's maybe even just the silly mundane question of what do you eat for breakfast before you start writing? When do you write?
First of all, breakfast is not my favorite meal. Those people who tell you that you have to start with a hearty breakfast, look askance.
Yes.
And morning is not my favorite day part, so I write at night. And because I love narrative, it's easy to structure it. Because I can make a outline that if I printed it out, notes would be 100 pages, but everything's in there. In other words, if there's a Burning Man and he's coming back to crimes, and then there's a solar roof thing, and then there's something, I put it all in order, day by day, as an outline. And that disciplines me when I'm starting to write to follow the mantra from Alice Mayhew, my first editor, which is all things in good time. Don't get ahead of the story, don't have to flash. And then after you get it, so that it's all chronologically written, then you have to do some clustering. You have to say, okay, we're going to do the decision to do Starship or to build a factory in Texas or to whatever. And then you sometimes have the organizational problem of, and that gets us all the way up to here. Do I keep that in that chapter, or do I wait until later when it's better chronological? But those are easy.
Well, what about the actual process of telling the story?
Well, that's the mantra I mentioned earlier, which is whenever I get pause or I don't have a say something, I just say, let me tell you a story. And then I find the actual anecdote, the story, the tale that encompasses what I'm trying to convey. And then I don't say what I'm trying to convey. I don't have a transition sentence that says, Elon sometimes changes his mind so often he couldn't even remember whether he changed his mind. No, you don't need transition sentences. You just say, all right, here's the point I need to make next. And so you start with a sentence that says, one day in January in the factory in Texas, comma.
Well, one of the things I'd love to ask you is for advice for young people. To me, first advice would be to read biographies, in a sense, because they help you understand of all the different ways you can live a life well lived. But from having written biographies, having studied so many great men and women, what advice could you give to people on how to live this life?
Well, I keep going back to the classics of Plato and Aristotle and Socrates. I guess it's Plato's maxim, but it may be Plato's Socrates, that the unexamined life is not worth it. And it gets back to the know thyself, which is, you don't have to figure out what is the big meaning of it, but you have to figure out why you're doing what you're doing. And that requires something that I did not have enough of when I was young, which is self-awareness and examining every motive, everything I do.
Where does the examination lead you? Is it to a shift in life trajectory?
I mean, it's not for me sort of, all right, I've now decided, having been a journalist, I'll run a think tank or I'll run a network or I'll write a bio. It is actually something that's more useful on an hourly basis. Like, why am I about to say that to somebody, or why am I going to do this particular act? What's my true motive here? And also, in the broader sense, to learn, as I did after a couple years of cleaning, my examination of my life is that I'm not great at running complex organizations. I'm not great as a manager. Given the choice, I'd rather somebody else have to manage me than me have to manage people. But it took me a while to figure that out. I was probably too ambitious when I was young in the Time magazine. That was when I was green and, that was when I was in my salad days in green and Judge. And it was like chasing the next level of Time Incorporated, whatever it might be. And then one day I got the brass ring and I became an editor and then the top editor. And after a while I realized that wasn't really totally what I'm suited to be, especially when I got put in charge of CNN. I mean, all young people are almost by definition in the salad station. But you learn what's motivating you, and then you learn to ask, well, is that really what I want? Should I be careful of what I'm wishing for?
One of the big examinations you can do is the fact that you, if everybody dies one day, how much you often think about that and you're afraid of it.
No, and I don't think about it a lot, but I do think about Steve Jobs. Let me tell you a story, which is the wonderful Steve Jobs story of, I think after he was diagnosed with the disease, and he gave both a Stanford talk and other things, in which he said, the fact that we are going to die gives you focus. If you're going, and Elon Musk is there, which is a lot of the tech bros out in the Silicon Valley are looking for ways to live forever. I can think, Musk says, of nothing worse. We read the myth of Sisyphus, and we know how bad it is when you compare to eternal life. So there was in ancient Greece the person who walked behind the king who said, "Memento mori," remember you're going to die. And it kept people from losing it a bit,
Using about legacies.
the lucky thing about being a biographer is that you kind of know if your legacy is. There's going to be a shelf, and it'll be of interesting people, and you will have inspired a 17-year-old biology student somewhere to be, the next great biochemist, or somebody to start a company like Elon Musk. And what I think more about, I won't say giving back, that's such a trite thing. I moved back to New Orleans for a reason. First of all, the hurricane hit. And after Katrina, I was asked to be my show to recovery from. So I realized everything I've got going for me, it all comes from this beautiful gem of a troubled city. The wonderful high school I went to, the wonderful streets where I learned to ride a bike, and it's got challenges. I'm never going to solve challenges at the grand global level, but I can go back home and say part of my legacy is going to be I tried to pay it back to my hometown, even by teaching it to him, which I don't do as a favor. I mean, I enjoy that a lot. But it's like, all right, I'm part of the community. And I think we lose that in America because people who are lonely because they're not part of the community. I've got all my high school kids, they're friends, they're still in New Orleans. I've got my family, but I also have two institutions in New Orleans that have been there forever. And if I can get involved in helping the school system in New Orleans, helping the youth empowerment program, helping the innovation center at Tulane, I was even on the city planning commission, which worries about zoning ordinances for short-term rentals. And go figure. But it was like, no, immerse myself in my community because my community was just so awesomely good at allowing me to become who I became, and has trouble year by year, hurricane by hurricane, making sure that each new generation can be creative. And it's a city of creativity, from jazz to the food to the architect. So when I think of, I won't say legacy, but what am I going to do to pay it forward, which is a lower level way of saying legacy, I pay it forward by going back to the place where I began and trying to know it for the first time. That was a rip-off of the TSL. I don't want you
Always cite your source.
T.S. Eliot, if you ever need to figure it out, the 4-foot text, there's that part at the end that is, we shall not cease from exploration. At the end of all of our exploring, if we need to return to the place where we started and know it for the first time. So the unknown but half remembered gate. It's just beautiful. And that's been an inspiration of what do you do in, I guess if it's a Shakespeare play, you call it Act 5. Well, you go back to the place where you came, and you don't sit there worrying about legacy, but you'll sit there saying, how do I make sure that somebody else can have a magical trajectory starting in New Orleans?
Well, to me, you're one of the greatest storytellers of all time. I've been a huge fan.
Definitely not too, but it's so sweet. You see, you can be
Rudely interrupting. From I think probably Ben Franklin. So for I don't know how many years, 15 years, Einstein, all the way through today. I've just been a huge fan of yours, and you're one of the people that I thought surely would not lower themselves to appear and have a conversation with me. And it's just a giant gift to me.
Hey, I flew into Austin for this because I am a big fan, and especially a big fan because you take people seriously. You can.
Thank you 1,000 times. Thank you for respecting me and for inspiring just millions of people with your stories. Again, an incredible storytelling, incredible human. And thank you for talking.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Walter Isaacson. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. For now, let me leave you with one of my favorite quotes from Carl Jung. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, in order to avoid facing their own souls. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Whenever we start a new project, it has to have these ingredients of simultaneous complexity. It has to be novel in terms of the synthetic biology, material science, robotics, engineering. All of these elements that are discipline-based or rooted must be novel. If you can combine novelty in synthetic biology with a novelty in robotics, with a novelty in material science, with a novelty in computational design, you are bound to create something novel.
The following is a conversation with Mary Oxman, an engineer, scientist, designer, architect, artist, and one of the kindest, most thoughtful, and brilliant human beings I've gotten to know. For a long time, she led the Mediated Matter Group at MIT that did research and built incredible stuff at the intersection of computational design, digital fabrication, material science, and synthetic biology, doing so at all scales, from the micro scale to the building scale. Now she's continuing this work at a very new company, now called Oxman, looking to revolutionize how humans design and build products, working with nature, not against it. On a personal note, let me say that Mary has for a long time been a friend and someone who, in my darker moments, has always been there with a note of kindness and support. I am forever grateful to her. She's a brilliant and beautiful human being. Oh, and she also brought me a present, War and Peace by Tolstoy and Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. It doesn't get better than that. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Mary Oxman. Let's start with the universe. You ever think of the universe as a kind of machine that designs beautiful things at multiple scales?
I do. And I think of nature in that way, in general. In the context of design specifically, I think of nature as everything that isn't anthropomass, everything that is not produced by humankind. The birds and the rocks and everything in between, fungi, dolphins, whales.
Do you think there's an intricate way in which there's a connection between humans and nature?
Yes, and we're looking for it. I think that from the beginning of mankind, going back 200,000 years, the products that we have designed have separated us from nature. And it's ironic that the things that we designed and produced as humankind, those are exactly the things that separated us. Before that, we were totally and completely connected. And I want to return to that world.
But bring the tools of engineering and computation.
Yes. I absolutely believe that there is so much to nature that we still have not leveraged, and we still have not understood, and so much of our work is design, but a lot of it is science, is unveiling and finding new truths about the natural world that we were not aware of before. Everybody talks about intelligence these days, but I like to think that nature has a kind of wisdom that exists beyond intelligence or above intelligence. And it's that wisdom that we're trying to tap into through technology. If you think about humans versus nature, at least in the context of definition of nature as everything but anthropomass. And I'm using Ron Milo, who is an incredible professor from the Weizmann Institute, who came up with this definition of anthropomass in 2020, when he identified that 2020 was the crossover year when anthropomass exceeded biomass on the planet. So all of the design goods that we have created and brought into the world now outweigh all of the biomass. including, of course, all plastics and wearables building cities, but also asphalt and concrete, all outweigh the scale of biomass. Actually, that was the moment. You know how in life there are moments that, maybe a handful of moments that get you to course correct, and it was a Zoom conversation with Ron, and that was a moment for me when I realized that imbalance, now we've superseded the biomass on the planet. Where do we go from here? And you've heard the expression more farms than bones, and the anthropomass, the Anthropocene, and the technosphere outweighing the biosphere. But now we are really trying to look at, is there a way in which all things technosphere are designed as if they are part of the biosphere? Meaning, if you could today grow instead of build everything and anything, if you could grow an iPhone, if you could grow a car, what would that world look like? Where the Turing test for sort of this kind of, I call this material ecology approach, but this notion that everything material, everything that you design in the physical universe can be read and written to as, or thought of, or perceived of as nature grown. That's sort of the Turing test for the company, or at least that's how I started. I thought, well, grow everything. That's sort of the slogan. Let's grow everything. And if we grow everything, is there a world in which driving a car is better for nature than a world in which there are no cars? Is it possible that a world in which you can build buildings and cities, that those buildings and cities actually augment and heal nature as opposed to their absence? Is there a world in which we now go back to that kind of synergy between nature and humans, where you cannot separate between grown and made, and it doesn't even matter?
Is there a good term for the intersection between biomass and anthropomass, like things that are growing?
Yes, in 2005, I called this material ecology. I thought, what if all things materials would be considered part of the ecology and would have an impact, a positive impact on the ecology, where we work together to help each other, all things nature, all things human. And again, you can say that wisdom in nature exists in fungi. Many mushroom lovers always contest my thesis here, saying, well, we have the mushroom network and we have the mother trees and they're all connected, and why don't we just simply hack into mushrooms? So first of all, yes, they're connected, but that network stops when there's a physical gap. That network does not necessarily enable the whales in the Dominican to connect with an olive tree in Israel, to connect with a weeping willow in Montana. And that's sort of a world that I'm dreaming of. What does it mean for nature to have access to the cloud, for the kind of bandwidth that we're talking about, sort of Neuralink for nature? Since the first computer, and you know this by heart probably better than I do, but we're both MIT lifers. We today have computational power that is 1 trillion times the power that we had in those times. We have 26.5 trillion times the bandwidth and 11.5 quintillion times the memory, which is incredible. So humankind, since the first computer, has approached and accessed such incredible bandwidth. And we're asking, what if nature had that bandwidth? So beyond genes and evolution, if there was a way to augment nature and allow it access to the world of bits, what does nature look like now? Can nature make decisions for herself, as opposed to being guided and guarded and abused by humankind?
So nature has this inherent wisdom that you spoke to, but you're also referring to augmenting that inherent wisdom with something like a large language model.
Exactly.
So compress human knowledge, but also maintain whatever it is that intricate wisdom that allows plants, bacteria, fungi to grow incredible things at arbitrary scales, adapting to whatever environment and just surviving and thriving, no matter where, no matter how.
Exactly. So I think of it as large molecule models. And those large molecule models, of course, large language models are based on Google and search engines and so on and so forth. And we don't have this data currently. And part of our mission is to do just that, trying to quantify and understand the language that exists across all physics of life, across all 5 kingdoms of life. And if we can understand that language, is there a way for us to first make sense of it, find logic in it, and then generate certain computational tools that empower nature to build better crops, to increase the level of biodiversity. In the company, we're constantly asking, what does nature want? Like, what does nature want from a compute view?
If it knew it, what could aid it in whatever the heck.
Yeah, so we keep coming back to this answer of nature wants to increase information, but decrease entropy, right? So find order, but constantly increase the information scale. And this is true for what our work also tries to do, because we're constantly trying to fight against the dimensional mismatch between things made and things grown, right? And as designers, we are educated to think in X, Y, and Z, and that's pretty much where architectural education ends and biological education begins. So in reducing that dimensional mismatch, we're missing out on opportunities to create things made as if grown. But in the natural environment, we're asking, can we provide nature with its extra dimensions? And again, I'm not sure what nature wants, but I'm curious as to what happens when you provide these tools to the natural environments, obviously with responsibility, obviously with control, obviously with ethics and moral code. But is there a world in which nature can help fix itself using those tools?
And by the way, we're talking about a company called Oxford.
Yeah, just a few words about the team.
Yeah, what kind of humans work at a place like this? They're trying to figure out what nature wants.
You know, I think they're first like you. They're humanists first. They come from different disciplines and different disciplinary backgrounds. And just as an example, we have a brilliant designer who is just a mathematical genius and a computer scientist, and a mechanical engineer who was trained as a synthetic biologist, and now we're hiring a microbiologist and a chemist, architects, of course, and designers, roboticists. So it's Noah's Ark, right? 2 of each.
And they're always dancing between this line of the artificial, the synthetic, and the real. What's the term for it? The natural.
Yeah, the built and the grown, nature and culture, technology and biology. But we're constantly seeking to ask, how can we build, design, and deploy products in 3 scales: the molecular scale, which I briefly hinted to, and there, in the molecular scale, we're really looking to understand whether there's a universal language to nature and what that language is, and then build a tool that I think and dream of it as the iPhone for nature. If nature had an iPhone, what would that iPhone look like?
Does that mean creating an interface between nature and the computational tool we have?
Exactly. It goes back to that 11.5 quintillion times the bandwidth that humans have now arrived at, and giving that to nature and seeing what happens there. Can animals actually use this interface to know that they need to run away from fire? Can plants use this interface to increase the rate of photosynthesis in the presence of a smoke cloud? Can they do this, quote unquote, automatically without a kind of a top-down, brute force, policy-based method that's authored and deployed by humans? And so this work really relates to that interface with the natural world. And then there's a second area in the company which focuses on growing products. And here we're focusing on a single product that starts from CO2. It becomes a product, it's consumed, it's used, it's worn by a human, and then it goes back to the soil and it grows an edible fruit plant.
But we're talking about CO2 to fruit.
Yeah, it starts from CO2 and it ends with something that you can like literally eat. So the world's first entirely biodegradable, biocompatible, biorenewable product.
It's grown.
Yes, either using plant matter or using bacteria, but we're really looking at carbon recycling technologies that start with methane or wastewater, and end with this wonderful reincarnation of a thing that doesn't need to end up in a composting site, but can just be thrown into the ground and grow olive and find peace. There's a lot of textile-based work out there that is focused on one single element in this long chain. Like, oh, let's create, leather out of mycelium, or let's create textile out of cellulose. But then it stops there, and you get to assembling the shoe or the wearable, and you need a little bit of glue, and you need a little bit of this material, and a little bit of that material to make it water resistant, and then it's over. So that's one thing that we're trying to solve for, is how to create a product that is materially, computationally, robotically novel, and goes through all of these phases from the creation, from this carbon recycling technology to the product. To literally, how do you think about reinventing an industry that is focused on assembly and putting things together and using humans to do that? Can that happen just using robots and microbes, and that's it?
And doing the end to end. I would love to see what this factory looks like.
And the factory is great too. I'm very, very excited. In October, we'll share first renditions of some of this work, and in February we'll invite you to the lab.
I'm there. I've already applied. I haven't heard back. I don't understand. Okay. I believe just before we get to number 3, it'd be amazing to just talk about what it takes with robotic arms, and in general the whole process of how to build a life form, stuff you've done in the past, maybe stuff you're doing now, how to use bacteria, this kind of synthetic biology, how to grow stuff by leveraging bacteria. The examples from the past.
Yes, and just take a step back. Over the 10 years, the Mediated Matter Group, which was my group at MIT, has sort of dedicated itself to bio-based design, would be a suitcase word, but sort of thinking about that synergy between nature and culture, biology and technology. And we attempted to build a suite of embodiments, let's say, that they ended up in amazing museums and amazing shows, and we wrote patents and papers on them, but they were still ends of ones. Again, the challenge, as you say, was to grow them, and we classified them into fibers, cellular solids, biopolymers, pigments, and in each of the examples, although the material was different, sometimes we used fibers, sometimes we used silk with silkworms, and honey with bees, and chrome as the structural material. With Vespers, we used synthetically engineered bacteria to produce pigments. Although the materials were different and the hero organisms were different, the philosophy was always the same. The approach was really an approach of computational templating. That templating allowed us to create templates for the natural environment, where nature and technology could duet, could dance together to create these products. So just a few examples. With Silk Pavilion, we've had a couple of pavilions made of silk, and the second one, which was the bigger one, which ended up at the Museum of Modern Art with my friend, an incredible mentor, Paola Antonelli. That pavilion was 6 meters tall, and it was just produced by silkworms. And there we had different types of templates. There were physical templates that were basically just these water-soluble meshes upon which the silkworms were spinning. And then there were environmental templates, which was a robot basically applying a variation of environmental conditions such as heat and light to guide the movement of the silkworm.
You're saying so many amazing things, and I'm trying not to interrupt you, but like one of the things you've learned by observing, by doing science on these, that the environment defines the shape that they create, or contributes, or intricately plays with the shape they create. And so, and you get to, that's one of the ways you can get to guide their work, is by defining the environment. By the way, you said hero organism is an epic term. that means that just whatever is the biological living system that's doing the creation.
And that's what's happening in pharma and biomaterials, and by the way, precision ag. And food design technologies is people are betting on a hero organism is sort of how I think of it. And the hero organism is sometimes it's the palm oil or it's the mycelium. There's a lot of mushrooms around for good and bad, and it's cellulose or it's fake bananas or the workforce E. coli. But these hero organisms are being betted on as like what's the one answer that solves everything? The Tiger's Guide?
42.
42.
Yes.
These are sort of the 42s of the enchanted new universe. And that's at MIT. We said instead of betting on all of these organisms, let's approach them as almost like movement in a symphony. And let's kind of lean into what we can learn from each of these organisms in the context of building a project in an architectural scale. And those usually work with humans.
And then the competition templating is the way you guide the work of this list. How many did you say? 17,000?
17,532. So each of these silkworm threads are about 1 mile in distance, and they're beautiful. And just thinking about the amount of material, it's just like thinking about the length of capillary vessels that grow in your belly when you're pregnant to feed that incredible new life form. It just nature is amazing. But back to the silkworms, I think I had 3 months to build this incredible pavilion, but we couldn't figure out how. We were thinking of emulating the process of how a silkworm goes about building its incredible architecture, this cocoon over the period of 24 to 72 hours. And it builds a cocoon basically to protect itself. It's a beautiful form of architecture, and it uses pretty much just 2 materials, 2 chemical compounds, sericin and fibrin. The sericin is the glue of the cocoon. The fibrin is the fiber base material of the cocoon, and through fibers and glue, and that's true for so many systems in nature, with lots of fiber and glue, and that architecture allows them to metamorphosize. And in the process, they vary the properties of that silk thread, so it's stiffer or softer depending on where it is in the section of the cocoon. And so we were trying to emulate this robotically with a 3D printer that was 6-axis puka arm, one of these baby pukas. And we were trying to emulate that process computationally to build something very large when one of my students now, brilliant industrial engineer, roboticist on my team, Marcus, said, well, we were just playing with those silkworms and enjoying their presence when we realized that if they're placed on a desk or a horizontal surface, they will go about creating their cocoon. Only the cocoon would be flat. Because they're constantly looking for a vertical post in order to use that post as an anchor to spin the cocoon. But in the absence of that post, on surfaces that are less than 21 millimeters and flat, they will spin flat patches. And say, let's work with them to produce this dome as a set of flat patches. And the silkworm, mind you, is quite an egocentric creature. And actually, the furthest you move forward in evolution by natural selection, the more egoism you find in creatures. So when you think about termites, right, their material sophistication is actually very primitive, but they have incredible ability to communicate and connect with each other. So if you think about the entire all of nature, let's say all of living systems, as like a matrix that runs across 2 axes. One is material sophistication, which is terribly relevant for designers, and the other is communication. The termites ace on communication, but their material sophistication is cracked, right? It's just saliva and feces and some soil and particles that are built to create these incredible termite mounds, the scale that, when compared to human skyscrapers, transcend all of buildable scales, at least in terms of what we have today in architectural practice, just relative to the size of the termite. But when you look at the silkworm has 0 connection and communication across silkworms. They were not designed to connect and communicate with each other. They're sort of a human designed species because the domesticated silk moth creates the cocoon. We then produce the silk of it, and then it dies. So that it has dysfunctional wings. It cannot fly. It's not so. And that's another problem that the sericulture industry has is why didn't we in the first place author this organism 4,000 years ago that is unable to fly and is just there to basically live as to serve a human need, which is textiles. And so here we were fascinated by the computational biology dimension of silkworms, but along the way, by the way, this is great. I never get to tell the full story.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this so much.
I'm always like people say, I always speak in Nietzschean paragraphs that are way too long. This is like having
You dropped so many good lines.
but really those silkworms are not, yes, they're not designed to be like humans, right? They're not designed to connect, communicate, and build things that are bigger than themselves through connection and communication.
So what happens when you have 70,000 of them communicating?
That's a really great question. What happens is that at some point, the templating strategies, and as you said correctly, there were geometrical templating, material templating, environmental templating, chemical templating if you're using pheromones to guide the movement of bees. In the absence of a queen, where you have a robotic queen. But whenever you have these templating strategies, you have sort of control over nature, right? But the question is there a world in which we can move from templating, from providing these computational material and immaterial, physical and molecular platforms that guide nature, almost guiding a product, almost like a gardener, to a problem or an opportunity of emergence, where that biological organism assumes agency by virtue of accessing the robotic code and saying, now I own the code. I get to do what I want with this code. Let me show you what this pavilion may look like or this product may look like. And I think one of the exciting moments for us is when we realized that these robotic platforms that were designed initially as templates actually inspired, if I may, a kind of collaboration and cooperation between silkworms that are not a swarm-based organism. They're not like the bees and the termites. They don't work together and they don't have, social orders amongst them, the queen and the drone, etc. They're all the same in a way, right? And here, what was so exciting for us is that these computational and fabrication technologies enable the silkworm to kind of hop from the branch in ecology of worms to the branch in ecology of maybe human-like intelligence, where they could connect and communicate by virtue of feeling or rubbing against each other in an area that was hotter or colder. And they work. So the product that we got at the end, the variation of density of fiber and the distribution of the fiber and the transparency, the product at the end seems like it was produced by a swarm silk community. But of course it wasn't. It's a bunch of biological agents working together to assemble this thing. That's really, really fascinating to us. How can technology augment or enable a swarm-like behavior in creatures that have not been designed to work as swarms?
So how do you construct a computational template from which a certain kind of thing emerges? So how can you predict what emerges, I suppose?
So if you can predict it, it doesn't count as emergence. Actually,
that's a deeply poetic line.
We can talk about
I mean,
it's a bit like if you measure it doesn't count.
Right.
Speaking of emergence and empowerment, because we're constantly moving between those as if they're equals on the team. One of them, Christoph, shared with me a mathematical equation for what does it mean to empower nature, and what does empowerment in nature look like. And that relates to emergence, and we can go back to emergence in a few moments. But I want to say it so that I know that I've learned it. And if I've learned it, I can use it later.
Yeah. Maybe you'll figure something out as you say it.
Of course, Christoph is the master here, but really, we were thinking, again, what does nature want? Nature wants nature wants to increase the information dimension and reduce entropy. What do we want? We kind of want the same thing. We want more, but we want order, right? And this goes back to your conversation with Yosha about stochastic versus deterministic languages or processes. His definition, or the definition he found, was that an agent is empowered if the entropy of the distribution of all of its states is high, while the entropy of the distribution of a single state given a choice, given an action, is low. Meaning it's that kind of duality between opportunity, like starting like this and going like this, opening and closing. And this really, I think, is analogous to human empowerment. Given infinite wide array of choices, what is the choice that you make to enable, to empower, to provide you with the agency that you need?
And how much is like making that choice actually control the trajectory of the system? So this applies to all of the kind of systems.
Yeah, and the cool thing is it can apply to a human on an individual basis, but for a silkworm or a bee or a microbe that has agency, or by virtue of a template. But it also applies to a community of organisms like the bees. And so we've done a lot of work in moving from, we've asked how to grow things. So we've grown things using co-fabrication, where we're digitally fabricating with other organisms that live across the various kingdoms of life, and those with silkworms and bees. And with bees, which we sent to outer space and returned healthily, and they were reproductive.
Okay, you're gonna have to tell that story. You're gonna have to talk about the robotic queen and the pheromones. Come on.
So we built what we called a synthetic apiary, and the synthetic apiary was designed as an environment that was a perpetual spring environment for the bees of Massachusetts. They go in hibernation, of course, during the winter season, and then we lose 80% of them or more during that period. We were thinking, okay, what if we created this environment where before you template, right, before you design with, you have to design for, right? You have to create this space of mutualism, space of sort of shared connection between you and the organism. And with bees, it started as a synthetic apiary. And we have proven that curated environment where we designed the space with high levels of control of temperature, humidity, and light. And we've proven that they were reproductive and alive, and we realized, wow, this environment that we created can help augment bees in the winter season in any city around the world where bees survive and thrive in the summer and spring seasons. And could this be a kind of a new urban typology, an architectural typology of symbiosis, of mutualism between organisms and humans, where these are, by the way, the synthetic apiary was in a co-op in nearby Somerville. We had robots. Our team schlepped there every day with our tools and machines, and we made it happen. And the neighbors were very happy, and they got to get a ton of honey at the end of the winter. And those bees, of course, were released into the wild at the end of the winter, alive and kicking. So then, in order to actually experiment with the robotic queen and idea or concept, we had to prove, obviously, that we can create this space for bees. And then after that, we had this amazing opportunity to send the bees to space on Blue Shepard mission, this part of Blue Origin. And we, of course, said, yes, we'll take a slot. We said, okay, we outdo NASA. So NASA in 1982 had an experiment where they sent bees to outer space. The bees returned, they were not reproductive. And some of them died, and we thought, well, is there a way in which we can create a life support system, almost like a small mini biolab of a queen and her retinue, that would be sent in this Blue Origin Blue Shepard mission in this one cell. And so that is the synthetic apiary was an architectural project. In this case, this second synthetic apiary was a product. It was, right, so from an architectural controlled environment to a product scale kilogram. And this biolab, this life support system for bees, was designed to provide the bees with all the conditions that they needed. And we looked at that time at the Massonneau pheromone that the queen uses to guide the other bees, and we looked at pheromones that are associated with the bee, and thinking of those pheromones being released inside the capsules, the capsule that goes to outer space. They returned back to our media lab roof, and those bees were alive and kicking and reproductive, and they continued to create comb, and it ended with a beautiful Nature paper that the team and I published together. We gave them gold nanoparticles and silver nanoparticles because we were interested if bees recycle wax. It was known forever that bees do not recycle the wax, and by feeding them these gold nanoparticles, we were able to prove that the bees actually do recycle the wax. The reason I'm bringing this forward is because we don't view ourselves as designers of consumable products and architectural environments only, but we love that moment where these technologies, and by the way, every one of these projects that we created involved the creation of a new technology, whether it be a glass printer or the spinning robot or the life support system for the bee colony. They all involved a technology that was associated with the project, and I never, ever, ever, ever want to let that part go because I love technology so much. But also another element of this is always these projects, if they're great, they reveal new knowledge about or new science about the topic that you're investigating, be it silkworms or bees or glass. That's why I always tell my team it should be at MoMA and the cover of Nature or Science at the same time. And we don't separate between the art and the science. It's one of the same.
So as you're creating the art, you're going to learn something about the organisms or something about these materials. I mean, is there something that stands out to you about these hero organisms like bees, silkworms? You mentioned E. coli as its pros and cons, bacteria. What have you learned that small or big that's interesting about you?
Yeah, that's a beautiful question. What have I learned? I've learned that we also work with shrimp shells with Aglofa. We built this tower on the roof of SF MoMA, which by a couple of months ago, and until it was on the roof, we've shown the structure completely biodegrade into the, well, not completely, but almost completely biodegrade to the soil, and this notion that a product or part an organism or part of that organism can reincarnate is very, very moving thought to me, because I want to believe that I believe in reincarnation.
I want to believe that I believe.
Yeah, that's my relationship with God. I like to believe in believing. Most great things in life are second derivatives of these. But that's part of another conversation.
I feel like that's the quote that's going to take weeks is to really internalize.
That notion of I want you to want, or I need you to need, or there's always something, a deeper truth behind what is on the surface. And so I like to go to the second and tertiary derivative of things and discover new truths about them through that. But what have I learned about organisms?
And why don't you like E. coli?
I like E. coli, and a lot of the work that we've done was not possible without our working on E. coli or other workforce organisms like cyanobacteria.
How are bacteria used?
Death masks. The death masks.
So what are death masks?
So we did this project called Vespers, and those were basically death masks that was set as a process for designing a living product. What happens? I looked at it. I remember looking at Beethoven's death mask and Agamemnon's death mask, and just studying how they were created. And really, they were sort of geometrically attuned to the face of the dead. And what we wanted to do is create a death mask that was not based on the shape of the wearer, but rather was based on their legacy and their biology. And maybe we could harness a few stem cells there for future generations, or contain the last breath of Lazarus, which preceded Vespers, was a project where we designed a mask to contain a single breath, the last breath of the wearer. And again, if I had access to these technologies today, I would totally incorporate my grandmother's last breath in a product. So it was like an air memento. So with Vespers, we actually used E. coli to create pigmented masks whose pigments would be recreated at the surface of the mask. And I'm skipping over a lot of content, but basically there were 15 masks, and they were created as 3 sets: the masks of the past, the masks of the present, and the masks of the future. The masks, there were 5, 5, and 5, and the masks of the past were based on ornaments, and they were embedded with natural minerals like gold. Yes.
And we're looking at pictures of these, and they're gorgeous.
Yes.
Extremely delicate and interesting fractal patterns that are symmetrical.
They look symmetrical, but they're not. We intended for you to be tricked and think that they're all symmetrical. But
there's imperfections.
There are imperfections by design. All of these forms and shapes and distribution of matter that you're looking at was entirely designed using a computational program. So none of it is manual. But long story short, the first collection is about the surface of the mask, and the second collection, which you're looking at, is about the volume of the mask and what happens to the mask when all the colors from the surface, enter the volume of the mask inside, create pockets and channels to guide life through them. They were incorporated with pigment-producing living organisms, and then those organisms were templated to recreate the patterns of the original death masks. And so life recycles and re-begins, and so on and so forth. The past meets the future meets the past. From the surface to the volume, from death to life to death to life to death to life. And that, again, is a recurring theme in the projects that we take on. But there, from a technological perspective, what was interesting is that we embedded chemical signals in the printer, and those chemical signals basically interacted with the pigment-producing bacteria, in this case E. coli, that were introduced on the surface of the mask. And those interactions between the chemical signals inside the resins and the bacteria at the surface of the mask at the resolution that is native to the printer, in this case 20 microns per voxel, allowed us to compute the exact patterns that we wanted to achieve. And we thought, wow, so if we can do this with pigments, can we do this with antibiotics? If we can do this with antibiotics, can we do it with melamine? And what are the implications? Again, this is the platform technology. Now that we have it, what are the actual real-world implications and potential applications for this technology? And we started a new area. One of my students, Rachel, her PhD thesis was titled after this new class of materials that we created through this project Vespers, hybrid living materials, HLMs. And these hybrid living materials really paved the way towards a whole other set of products that we've designed, like the work that we did with Melanie for the Mandela Pavilion that was presented at SF MoMA, where again we're using the same principles of templating, in this case not cell forms and not bees, but we're templating bacteria at a much more finer resolution. And now instead of templating using a robot, we're templating using a printer. But compute is very, very much part of it. And what's nice about bacteria, of course, is that from an ethical perspective, I think there's a range, right? So at the end of the event, I got an email from a professor in Japan who has been working on transgenic silk and said, well, if you did this create amazing silk pavilion, why don't we create glow in the light silk dresses? And in order to create glow in the light silk, we need to to apply genes that are taken from a spider to a silkworm. And this is what is known as a transgenic operation. And we said no. And that was for us a clear decision that no, we will work with these organisms as long as we know that what we are doing with them is not only better for humans, but it's also better for them. And again, just to remind you, we're I forget the exact number, but it's around 1,000 cocoons for a single shirt that are exterminated in India and China and world in those sericulture industries that are being abused. Now, yes, this organism was designed to serve the human species, and maybe it's time, to retire that that conception of organisms that are designed for a human-centric world or human-centric set of applications. I don't feel the same way about E. coli. Not that I'm organism agnostic, but still, I believe there's so much for us to do on this planet with bacteria.
And so, in general, your design principle is to grow cool stuff as a byproduct of the organism flourishing. So not using the organism.
The win-win, the synergy.
Win-win.
The whole that's bigger than the sum of its parts.
It's interesting. I mean, it just feels like a gray area where genetic modification of an organism. It just feels like, I don't know, if you genetically modified me to make me glow, light, I don't like
I think
it.
you have enough of an aura.
All right, thank you. That was just fishing for confidence. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely right. And by the way, the gray area is where some of us like to live and like to thrive, and that's okay. And thank goodness that there's so many of us that like the black and white and that thrive in the black and white. And my husband is a good example for that.
Well, but just to clarify, in this case, you're also trying to thrive in black and white, in that you're saying like the silkworm is a beautiful, wonderful creature that is not modified. Is that the idea, or is it okay to modify a little bit as long as we can see that it benefits the organism as well as the final food?
So with silkworms, absolutely, let's not modify genetically. And then some, because why did we get there to begin with 4,000 years ago in the Silk Road? And we should never get to a point where we evolve life for the service of mankind at the risk of these wonderful creatures across the kingdom of life. I don't think about the same kind of ethical range when I think about bacteria.
Nevertheless, bacteria are pretty good.
I'm moving to my second cup here.
Take two. These things are getting serious now.
Bacteria are, yeah, for sure.
Let's give bacteria all the love they deserve. We wouldn't be here without them. They were here for, I don't know what it is, like a billion years before anything else showed up.
But in a way, if you think about it, they create the matter that we consume, and then reincarnates or dissolves into the soil, and then creates a tree, and then that tree creates more bacteria, and then that bacteria could, again, that's why I like to think about not recycling but reincarnating, because that assumes a kind of imparting upon nature that dimension of agency and maybe awareness. But yeah, lots of really interesting work happening with bacteria. Directed evolution is one of them. We're looking at directed evolution, so high throughput directed evolution of bacteria for the production of products. And again, those products can be a shoe, wearables, biomaterials, therapeutics.
And doing that direction computationally.
Totally computationally, obviously in the lab with the hero organism, the hero bacteria. And what's happening today in eco-microbial synthetic biology that lends itself to ecology. And again, all of these fields are coming together. It's such a wonderful time to be a designer. I can't think of a better time to be a designer in this world. But with high super directed evolution, and I should say that the physical space in our new lab will have these capsules, which we have designed, that are that they are designed like grow chambers or grow rooms, and in those grow rooms we can basically program top-down environmental templating, right? Top-down environmental control of light, humidity, light, etc. So light, humidity, temperature, while doing bottom-up genetic regulation. So it is a wet lab, but in that wet lab, you could do at the same time genetic modulation, regulation, and environmental templating. And then again, the idea is that in one of those capsules, maybe we grow transparent wood, and in another capsule, we transparent wood for architectural application. Another capsule, we grow a shoe, and in another capsule, we look at that language, large language model that we talked about, and there's a particular technology associated with that, which we're hoping to reveal to the world in February. And each of those capsules is basically a high throughput computational environment, like a breadboard that has, think of sort of a physical breadboard environment that has access to oxygen and nitrogen and CO2 and nutritional dispensing. And these little capsules could be stressed. They're sort of an ecology in a box. And they could be stressed to produce the food of the future, or the products of the future, or the construction materials of the future. Food is a very interesting one, obviously because of food insecurity and the issues that we have around, both in terms of food insecurity, but also in terms of the future of food and what will remain after we can't eat plants and animals anymore, and all we can eat is these false bananas and insects as our protein source. So there, we're thinking, can we design these capsules to stress an environment and see how that environment behaves? Think about a kind of an ecological, a biodiversity chamber, right? A kind of time capsule that is designed as a biodiversity chamber where you can program the exact temperature, humidity, and light combination to emulate the environment from the past. So Ohio, 1981, December 31st at 5 a.m. in the morning. What did tomatoes taste like? To all the way in the future, 200 years ago. These are the environmental inputs. These are some genetic regulations that I'm testing, and what might be the food of the future, or the products of the future, or the construction materials of the future. Feel like, just like, behave like, etc. And so these capsules are designed as part of a lab. That's why it's been taking us such a long time to get to this point, because we started designing them in 2019, and they're currently, literally as I speak to you, under construction.
How well is it understood how to do this dance of controlling the different variables in order for various growth to happen?
It's not. It's never been done before, and these capsules have never been designed before. So when we first decided these are going to be environmental capsules, people thought we're crazy. What are you building? What are you making? So the answer is that we don't know, but we know that there has never been a space like this where you have basically a wet lab and a grow room at that resolution, at that granularity of control over organisms. There's a reason why there is this incredible evolution of products in the software space. The hardware space, that's a more limiting space. That's because of the physical infrastructure that we have to test and experiment with things. So we really wanted to push on creating a wet lab that is novel in every possible way. What could you create in it? You could create the future. You could create an environment of plants talking to each other with a robotic referee. And the robotic referee, and you could set an objective function. And let's say for the transaction-driven individuals in the world, let's say the objective function is carbon sequestration, and all of those plants are implemented with a gaming engine, and they have these reward systems, right? And they're constantly needing to optimize the way in which they carbon sequester. We weed out the bad guys, we leave the good guys, and we end up with this ideal ecology of carbon sequestering heroes that connect and communicate with each other. Once we have that model, this biodiversity chamber, we send it out into the field, and we see what happens in nature. And that's sort of what I'm talking about, augmenting plants with that extra dimension of bandwidth that they do not have. They're just last week, I came across a paper that discusses the in vivo neurons that are augmented with a Pong game, and in a dish they basically present sentience and the beginning of awareness, which is wonderful.
Yeah.
Like that you could actually take these neurons from a mouse brain and you have the electrical circuits and the physiological circuits that enable these cells to connect and communicate and together arrive at sort of swarm situation that allows them to act as a system that is not only perceived to be sentient, but is actually sentient. Michael Levine calls this agential material that has agency, right? So this is of interest to us because this is sort of, again, this is emergence post-templating. You template until you don't need to template anymore because the system has its own rules, right? What we don't want to happen with AGI, we want to happen with synthetic biology. What we don't want to happen online and software with language, we want for it to happen with bio-based materials because that will get us closer to growing things as opposed to assembly and mechanically, putting them together with toxic materials and compounds.
If I can ask a pothead question for a second. So you mentioned just like the silkworms, the individualists silkworms got to actually learn how to collaborate, in a swarm-like way. You're talking about getting plants to communicate in some interesting way based on an objective function. Is it possible to have some kind of interface between another kind of organisms, humans, and nature? So like a human to have a conversation with a plant.
There already is. You know that when we freshly cut grass, I love the smell, but it's a smell of distress that the leaves of grass are communicating to each other. So the grass, when it's cut, emits green leaf volatiles, GLVs. Those GLVs are basically one leaf of grass communicating to another leaf of grass. Be careful, mind you, you're about to be cut. These incredible life forms are communicating with these different languages. We use language models, they use molecular models. And at the moment where we can parse it, we can decode these molecular moments is when we can start having a conversation with plants. Now, of course, there is a lot of work around plant neurobiology. It's a real thing. Plants do not have nervous systems, but they have something akin to a nervous system. It has a kind of a ecological intelligence that is focused on a particular time scale, and the time scale is very, very slow time scale. So it is when we can melt these time scales and connect with these plants in terms of the content of the language, in this case molecules, the duration of the language, and we can start having a conversation, if not simply to understand what is happening in the plant kingdom. Precision agriculture, I promise to you, will look very, very different, right? Because right now we're using drones to take photos of crops of corn that look bad. And when we take that photo, it's already too late. But if we understand these molecular footprints and things that they are trying to say, the stress that they are trying to communicate, then we could, of course, predict the physiological, biological behavior of these crops, both for their own self-perpetuation, but also for the foods and the pharma and the type of molecules that we're seeking to grow for the benefit of humanity. And so these languages that we are attempting now to quantify and qualify will really help us not only better nature and help nature in its striving to surviving, but also help us design better wines and better foods and better medicine and better products, again, across all scales, across all application domains.
Is there intricacies to understanding the time scales, like you mentioned, at which these communications, these languages, like operate? Is there something different between the way humans communicate and the way plants communicate in terms of time?
Remember when we started the conversation talking about sort of definitions in the context of design and then in the context of being? that question requires, I think, a kind of shift, a humility. That requires a kind of a humility towards nature, understanding that it operates on different scales. We recently discovered that that the molecular footprint of a rose or of a plant in general during nighttime is different than its molecular footprint during daytime. So these are circadian rhythms that are associated with what kind of molecules these plants emit given stresses and given there's a reason why the jasmine field smells so delicious and 4 a.m. in the morning, and there's peace and rest amongst the plants, and you have to sort of tune into that time dimension of the plant kingdom, and that of course requires all this humility. Where in a single capsule to design a biodiversity chamber, it will take years, not months, and definitely not days, and to see these products. And also that humility in design comes from simply, looking at how we are today as a civilization, how we use and abuse nature. Like, just think of all these Christmas trees, right? These Christmas trees, they take years to grow. We use them for one night, the holiest night of the year, and then we let them go. And think about in nature, to design a quote-unquote product, an organism spends energy and time and thoughtfulness and many, many, many years. If you think about the redwoods, to grow these channels, the cellulose layers and channels, and reach these incredible heights, takes sometimes hundreds of years, sometimes thousands of years. Am I afraid of building a company that designs products in the scale of thousands of years? No, I'm not. And the way of being in the physical world today is really not in tune with the time dimension of the natural world at all. And that needs to change. And that's obviously very, very hard to do in a community of human beings that is, at least in the Western world, that is based on capitalism. And so here, the wonderful challenge that we have ahead of us is, how do we impart upon the capitalist movement? We know that we need to produce now products that will enter the real world and be, shared and used by others, and still benefit the natural world while benefiting humans. And that's a wonderful challenge to have.
So integrate technology with nature, it's a really difficult problem. I see parallels here with another company, Neuralink, which is basically like I think you mentioned Neuralink for nature, that there are short-term products we can come up with, but it's ultimately a long-term challenge of how do you integrate the machine with this creation of nature, this intricate, complex creation of nature, which is the human brain, and then you're speaking more generally, nature.
You know how every company has an image, like this one single image that embodies the spirit of the company. And I think for Neuralink, it was, to me, that chimpanzee playing a video game. It was just unbelievable. But with plants, there potentially is a set of molecules that impacts or inspires, I like that word, the plant to behave or act in a certain way, and allows still the plant the possibility of deciding where it or she or he wants to go. Which is why our first product for this molecular space is going to be functionalized fragrance. So here, we're thinking about the future of fragrances and the future of fragrances and flavors. These products are in the industry as we know it today, are designed totally for a human-centric use and enjoyment and indulgence and luxury. They're used on the body for the sake of attraction and feeling good and smelling good. And we were asking ourselves, is there a world in which a fragrance can be not a functional fragrance, because you could claim that all fragrances are functional, but is there a world in which the fragrance becomes functionalized, is again imparted upon or given agency to connect with another organism? Is there a world in which you and I can go down to your garden and use a perfume that will interact with the rose garden downstairs? I've just been enamored with the statements that are being made in the media around, oh, this is completely biologically derived fragrance and it's bio-based. And but when you look into the fragrance and you understand that in order to get to this bio-derived fragrance, you went through, you blew through, 10,000 bushes of rose to create 5 milliliters of a rose fragrance. And all these 10,000 bushes of rose, they take space, they take water management and so much waste. Is this really what we want the future of our agriculture and molecular goods to look like? And so when we did the Agrohaka Pavilion on the roof of Ethnophiloma, we calculated that for that pavilion we had 40,000 calories embedded into this pavilion that was made of shrimp shells and trypsin and apple skins and cellulose from tree pulp. And we calculated that overall the structure had 40,000 calories. Interesting way to think about a structure, right? From the point of view of calories. But as you left the gallery, you saw these 3 clocks that were so beautifully designed by Felix on our team. And these clocks measured temperature and humidity, and we connected them to weather channels so that we could directly look at how the pavilion was biodegrading in real time. And in our calculations, I say this long-winded description of the pavilion to say that in the calculation we incorporated, how much electricity we used for our computers, for the 3D printers that printed the pavilion, and these were called energy calculations, right? Energy and materials. And when you think about a product, and you think about a shoe or a chair or a perfume or a building, you don't stop at the object. You want to go all the way to the system, again, instead of designing objects or singular embodiments of the will of the designer. You're really tapping into an entire system that is interconnected. And if you look at the energy budget that characterized the project at Rothschild, it traverses the entire planet, right? Some of these shrimp shells were brought from places in the world we haven't thought of in terms of the apples and the shrimp shells and the tree pulp. And so going back to fragrances, it's really, really important to understand the product in the context of the ecological system from which it's sourced and how it's designed. And that's the kind of thinking that is not only desired, but is required if we are to achieve synergy between humanity and nature.
And it's interesting because the system of thinking is almost always going to take you to the entire Earth, consider the entire Earth ecosystem.
Which is why it's important to have left brain and the right brain competing for attention. And
That's
intimacy, I mean.
yeah.
Yes.
You mentioned a fragrance that kind of sends out a message to the environment, essentially.
A message in a bottle. Yeah.
A message in a bottle. So, like, you can go to a rose garden and trick the rose garden to think it's 4 a.m.
You could if you wanted to, but maybe that is
not trick. Trick is a bad word.
Right.
Inspire.
But inspire, I like the idea of providing nature with a choice, which is why I love that elegant mathematical equation of empowerment and agency.
Empower the rose garden to create a romantic moment for the wearer of the fragrance.
But now again, you're again all of this to go back to that human-centric notion of romance. But maybe there's another way to do romance, right? That we haven't yet, explored, and maybe there's a way to tap into what happens to the rose when it's dreaming. Assuming that plants are sentient, and assuming that we can tap into that sentience, what can we discover about what does the rose want? Like what does it actually want, and what does it need, and what are the roses dreams?
But do you think there's some correlation in terms of romance, in terms of the word you sometimes use, magic? Is there some similarities in what humans want and what roses want and what nature wants?
I think so. I think there is, and if I did not think so, I guess this would not be a nice world to live in. I think we all want love. I recently read this beautiful letter that was written by Einstein to his daughter, um, and was discovered. Einstein asked his daughter to wait 20 years until she reveals these letters, and so she did. This is one of the most beautiful letters I've ever read from a father to his daughter. And the letter overall is imbued with a kind of a sense of remorse, or maybe even feelings of sadness. And there is some kind of melancholy note in the letter, where Einstein regrets not having spent enough time with his daughter, having focused on the theory of general relativity, changing the world. And then he goes on to talk about this beautiful and elegant equation of E equals mc squared. And he tells his daughter that he believes that love is actually the force that shapes the universe, because it is like gravity, right? It attracts people. It is like light. It brings people together and connects between people, and it's all empowering. And so if you multiply it by the speed of light, it could really change the world for the better. I call me a romanticist. I know you are too, which is why I so love being here. I believe in this. I totally and utterly believe in
In love. But let me just excerpt from Einstein's letter. There's an extremely powerful force that so far science has not found a formal explanation to. It is a force that includes and governs all others, and is even behind any phenomena operating in the universe, and has not yet been identified by us. This universal force is love. He also, the last paragraph of the letter, mentioned, I deeply regret not having been able to express what is in my heart, which has quietly been for you all my life. Maybe it's too late to apologize, but if time is relative, that joke's guys, though. I need to tell you that I love you, and thanks to you, I've reached the ultimate answer. Your father, Albert.
yeah.
For that regret, I deeply regret not having been able to express what's in my heart. Maybe that's the universal regret. Filling your days with busyness and silly pursuits, and not sitting down and expressing.
But it is everything. It is everything. It is why I love that expression. I forget who said this, but I love my daughter more than evolution required. Right? And I feel the same way towards my other half. And I feel that when you find that connection, everything and anything is possible. And it's a very, very, very magical moment. So I believe in love. I believe in the one.
It might be the same thing, it might be a different thing, but let me ask you a ridiculously big philosophical question about beauty. Dostoevsky said beauty will save the world. I'm the Idiot, one of my favorite books of his. What is beauty to you? You've created, through this intersection of engineering and nature, you've created some incredibly beautiful things. What do you think is beauty?
That's a beautiful question.
Maybe it is connected to the love question.
It is connected to the love question. For everything is connected to the love question. To me, beauty is agency. To me, something that has agency, it is beautiful. There is this special quote from Buckminster Fuller, which I cannot remember word for word, but I remember the concept, which goes something like this. When I work on a problem, I never think about beauty. But when I'm done solving the problem and I look at what I've created and it's not beautiful, I know that I was wrong.
Okay. Yeah.
It's kind of an agency that speaks to, quote unquote, the objective function of the creation, right? Whether for Bucky it's useless or useful.
So this idea of empowerment that you talked about.
Yes. It comes back to that, yeah.
What's the difference that you hinted at between empowerment and emergence? Is emergence completely lacks control? Is it and empowerment is more controlled. There's an agent making decisions. Is there an interesting distinction there?
Yes, I think empowerment is a force with direction. It has directionality to it. Emergence is, I believe, multi-directional. Again, that depends on the application. Emergence is perhaps, in terms of sort of a material definition, is the isotropic spirit, when empowerment is the anisotropic counterpart. I think they overlap, because I think that empowerment is a way of inspiring emergence. I think emergence does not happen without empowerment, but empowerment can happen without emergence.
Do you think of emergence as the loss of control? Like when you're thinking about these capsules and the things they create, is emergence the thing that is not a desirable conclusion?
I love that question, because to some of us, the loss of control is control. In design, we're used to like extreme levels of control over form, the shape of a thing, how it behaves, and how it functions. And that's something we've inherited from the Industrial Revolution. But with nature, there's this diversity that happens without necessarily having a reward function, right? This is good or bad. Things just happen, and some of them happen to have wings, and some of them happen to have scales, and you end up with this incredible potential for diversity. So I think the future of design is in that soft control, is in the ability to design highly controlled systems that enable the loss of control, and creativity is very much part of this, because creativity is all about letting go and beginning again and beginning again and beginning again. And when you cannot let go, you cannot be creative, and you can't find novelty. But I think that letting go is a moment that enables empowerment, agency, creativity, emergence, and they're all connected. They're sort of associate themselves with definition of destiny or the inevitable. A good friend of mine shared with me elegant definition of fate, which is the ratio of who you are and who you want to be.
Ratio of who you are, who you want to be.
Exactly. And that sort of ends up defining you. And those tools, I think, when you let go, you sort of find, you give peace to your will, right? To a sense of will. And so I think that's very, very important in design, but also in life.
She said this fate is the ratio of
Who you are and
who you want to be. Do you think there's something to this whole manifestation thing, like focusing on a vision of what you want the world to become, and in that focusing, you manifest it, like Paulo Coelho said in The Alchemist, when you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you to achieve it. Is there something to that?
I think so, yes. And I always think of what I do as the culmination of energy, information, and matter, and how to direct energy, information, and matter in the design of a thing or in the design of a life. I think living is very much a process of channeling these energies to where they need to go. I think that the manifestation, or part of that manifestation, is pointing to the moon in order to get to the moon. And that's why manifestation is also directional. It has that vector quality to it that I think of agency as.
Have you, in your own life, has there been things you've done where you kind of direct that energy, information, and matter in a way that opens up
New possibilities?
Yeah. I mean, you've also said somewhere, probably misquoting, that you're many things, you and Mary are many things, and you become new things every 10 years or so.
Oh, I did say that somewhere.
Somewhere.
That every decade is a switch.
That was a previous Mary that said that.
Yeah, I did say some time ago that you have to sort of reboot every 10 years to keep creative and keep inventive and keep fresh.
There are things you've done in your life where just kind of doors open.
I think everything good I've found in my life has been found in that way of letting go and suspending my sense of disbelief. And often you will find me say to the team, suspend your disbelief. I don't care that this is impossible. Let's assume it is. Where does it take us? And that suspension of disbelief is absolutely part and parcel of the creative act. And, I did so when I was in medical school. I was in Hadassah and in Hebrew University. And I remember I left medical school for architecture the day my grandmother passed away. And that was a moment of relief. That was a door that was closing that opened other opportunities. But that, of course, required letting go of the great vision of becoming a doctor, letting go of the dream of, being surrounded by wonderful patients and the science of medicine and the research associated with that science, and letting go of that dream to accomplish another. And it has happened throughout my life in different ways. MIT was another experience like that, where people pointed at me as, the designer for whom the academic currency is not necessarily the citation index. And of course, in order to get tenure at MIT, you have to look at the citation index. But for me, it was not that. It was manifesting our work in shows and writing papers and writing patents and creating a celebration around the work. And I never saw a distinction, between those ways of being. I also think that another kind of way of being or modality of being that I found helpful is, Viktor Frankl wrote this incredible book, Man's Search for Meaning After the Holocaust, and he writes different people pursue life for different reasons. According to Freud, the goal of life is to find pleasure, and according to Adler, it's to find power. And for Viktor Frankl, it was about finding meaning. And when you let go of the titles and the disciplines and the boundaries and the expectations and the perception, you are elevated to this really special, spiritual, but definitely very, very creative plane where you can sort of start anew. Look at the world through the lens of a bacterium or a robot, or look at ecology through the lens of chemistry, and look at chemistry through the lens of robotics, and look at robotics through the lens of microbial qualities, and so on and so forth. And I feel that kind of rebooting, not every 10 years, but every minute, every breath, is very, very important for a creative life and for just maintaining this fresh mind, to reboot, to begin again with every breath, begin again. And that can be confusing for some, right? For my team members, I like to change my mind. It's who I am. It's how I think. It's how I operate. And they'll come and we found another technique or another technology that's interesting, and we thought that we were working on this functionalized fragrance, but now there's another opportunity. Let's go there. And to me, I would much rather live life like if I had to pick sort of my favorite Broadway show to enter and live through. It would be Into the Woods. It's not a specific fairy tale. It's not the Sleeping Beauty or Little Red Riding Hood or Rapunzel. It's all of them. It's sort of moving into the forest and seeing this wonder and getting close and learning about that, and then moving to another wonder. And life is really about tying all of these little fairy tales together in work, and also in life.
Unafraid to leap into the unknown.
Unafraid to leap into the unknown.
Speaking of MIT, you got a tenure at MIT, and then you leaped to New York and start a new company that with a vision that doesn't span a couple of years but centuries.
I did. It was my destiny to start a company. And do I have mornings when I wake up and ask myself, what the hell am I doing? Yes, I have those mornings.
What do you do with those moments?
I embrace them, and I find gratitude, and I say to myself, thank goodness I'm so lucky, to have the ability to be frustrated in this way. So I really, really embrace these frustrations, and I take them, I wrap them in a bubble, and I look at it, on the outside of my aware mind, and I laugh at them, I smile at them.
If I could return actually to the question of beauty for a second, I forgot to ask you something. You mentioned imperfection in the death masks. What role does imperfection play in our conception of beauty? What role does imperfection play in nature? There's this Japanese aesthetics concept of wabi-sabi, which basically embraces perfection. Nothing lasts, nothing is finished, and nothing is perfect. What do you think of that?
I totally agree that change is the only permanence, that imperfection is there only to signal that we are part of a bigger thing than ourselves, that we are on a journey, that things are in movement. And if they were perfect, of course, when things are perfect, it is just so boring. We end up with stereotypes. And as humans, but I think just in general as living beings, we're here to find meaning, and that meaning cannot be found without struggle and without seeking to, not to perfect, but to build towards something better. And when I was a child, my mother, who I love so much, always explained to me how important it is to fall and to fail and to fight and to argue, and that there is a way, that there's a culture to failing and to imperfection. So I think it is necessary for something beautiful to be imperfect, and it is a sign that it is a sign of nature, because nothing in nature is perfect.
What about human relations? You mentioned finding are the flaws in humans, the imperfection in humans, a component of love? Like, what role do you think the flaws play?
That's a really profound question. I think the flaws are there to present a vulnerability. Those flaws are a sign of those vulnerabilities. And I think love is very, very gentle. Right? Love, we often talk about, between the two of us, about what drives all human behavior, and for him it's incentive, as you might expect. And he will repeat this sentence to me: "Oh, incentive drives all human behavior." But I would say, to me, it's love, very much so. And I think flaws are part of that, because flaws are a sign of that vulnerability, whether physical, whether emotional vulnerability. And these vulnerabilities, they either tear us apart or they bring us together. The vulnerability is what is the glue. I think that the vulnerability enables connection. The connection is the glue, and that connection enables accessing a higher ground as a community as opposed to as an individual. So if there is a society of the mind, or if there are higher levels of awareness that can be accessed in community, as opposed to, again, going to the silkworm, as opposed to on the individual level. I think that those occur through the flaws and the vulnerabilities, and without them, we cannot find connection, community, and without community, we can't build what we have built as a civilization, for the past hundreds of thousands of years. So I think not only are they beautiful, but they have a functional role in building civilizations.
Yeah, there's a sense in which love requires vulnerability. Maybe love is the leap into that vulnerability.
And I think, yes, I think a flaw, think about it like physically. I'm thinking about a brick that's flawed, but in a way, I think of a flaw as an increased surface area.
That's a good one. That's a good line.
Right? A surface area that, like, physically or emotionally, right? It sort of introduces this whole new dimension to a human or a brick. And because you have more surface area, you can, use mortar and build a home. And yeah, I think of it as accessing this additional dimension of surface area that could be used for good or bad, right? To connect, to communicate, to collaborate. It makes me think of that quote from this incredible movie I watched years ago, Particle Fever, I think it was called, documentary about the Large Hadron Collider, an incredible film, where they talk about the things that are least important for our survival are the things that make us human, like the pure romantic act, or the notion of, and Viktor Frankl talks about that too. He talks about feeling the sun on his arms as he is working the soil in 2 degrees Fahrenheit without clothes. And the officer berates him and says, "What have you done? Have you been a businessman before you came here to the camp?" And he says, "I was a doctor." He said, "You must have made a lot of money as a doctor." And he said, all my work I've done for free. I've been helping the poor." But he keeps his humility, and he keeps his modesty, and he keeps his preservation of the spirit. And he says the things that actually made him able to outlive the terrible experience in the Holocaust was the really cherishing this moment when the sun hits his skin, or when he can eat it. A grain of rice, a single grain of rice. So I think cherishing is a very important part of living a meaningful life, being able to cherish those simple things.
To notice them.
To notice them, to pay attention to them in the moment. And I do this now more than ever.
I mean, there is some Bukowski has this poem I like called Nirvana, where it tells a story of a young man on a bus going through like North Carolina or something like this, and they stop off in a cafe, and he has there's a waitress, and just he talks about that he notices the magic, something indescribable. He just notices the magic of it. He gets back on the bus with the rest of the passengers, and none of them seem to have noticed the magic. And I think if you just allow yourself to pause and just to feel whatever that is, maybe ultimately it's the kind of gratitude.
Yes.
For, I don't know what it is. I'm sure it's just chemicals in the brain, but it's just so incredible to be alive.
Yes.
And noticing that,
yes.
And appreciating that, and being one in that with others.
Yes, yes, and that goes back to, to the fireplace, right? To the first technology. What was the first technology? It was fire. First technology to have built community, and it emerged out of a vulnerability of wanting to stay away from the cold and be warm together. and of course that fire is associated with not only with comfort and the ability to form, biorelevant nutrients in our food and provide heat and comfort, but also spirits and kind of a way to enter, to enter a spiritual moment, to enter a moment that can only be experienced as in a community as a form of a meditative moment. There's a lot to be said about light. Light is, I think, an important part of these moments. I think it's a real thing. I really truly believe that we're born with an aura, surface area that is measurable. I think we're born into the world with that, with an aura, and how do we channel that? It really is sort of ends up sort of defining the light in our lives.
Do you think we're all lonely? Do you think there's loneliness in us humans?
Oh yes, loneliness is part. Yes, I think we all have that loneliness, whether we're willing to access that loneliness and look at it in the eye, or completely completely avoid it or deny it.
It's like it feels like it's some kind of foundation for longing, and longing leads to this combination of vulnerability and connection with others.
Yes,
it feels like that's a really important part of being human, is being lonely.
We are born into this world alone. Again, being alone and being lonely are two different things, right? You can be together but be lonely, and you can be alone but not be lonely at all. We often joke, Phil and I, that he cannot be lonely. He cannot deal with being by himself. He always needs people around him. And I strive long, must have creative solitude, must find pockets of solitude and loneliness in order to find creativity and reconnect with myself. So loneliness is a recipe for community, in my opinions, and I think those things complement each other, and they're synergetic. Absolutely, the yin and yang of togetherness, and they allow you, I think, to reset and to tune in to that ratio we talked about of who you are and who you are to be.
If you go to this place of creative solitude, what's your creative process? Is there something you've noticed about what you do that leads to good work?
I love to be able not only to lose focus, but kind of to focus on the peripheral view and to allow different things to occur at once. So I will often, in my loneliness journeys, I will often listen to like Leonard Bernstein, anything I can find online by Lenny Bernstein. It's reading a nature paper, it's War and Peace, it's really revisiting all the texts that are so timeless for me, with opportunities that are very, very timely. And I think for me, the creative process is really about bringing timeless problems or concepts together with timely technologies to observe them. I remember when we did the Mandela Pavilion, we did The Whiteness of the Whale, the albino, the different, the other. And that got us to work on melamine. And melamine also is sort of an outcome from the death mask. So there's lots of things happening at the same time, really allowing them to come together to form this view about the world through the lens of a spirit being or a living being or a material, and then focus on the world through the lens of that material. The glasswork was another project like that. We were fascinated by glass because obviously it's a superb material for architecture, but we created this new glass printing technology for the first time that was shedding light on the biomechanics of fluid glass, the math and physics of the was never done before, which was so exciting to us. But revealing new knowledge about the world through technology, that's one theme. The reincarnation between things material and immaterial, that's another theme. Lenny Bernstein, War and Peace, Tolstoy.
You tweeted a Tolstoy quote for War and Peace, as of course you would. Everything I know because of love.
Yeah, I love this quote.
So you use these kind of inspirations to focus you and then find the actual idea in the periphery.
Yes, and then connect them with whatever it is that we're working on, whether it's high throughput directed evolution of bacteria, whether it's recreating that Garden of Eden in the capsule and what it looks like, the food of the future. It is a little bit like directing a film. Creating a new project is a bit like creating a film, and you have these heroes, you have these characters, and you put them together, and there's a narrative, and there's a story. Whenever we start a new project, it has to have these ingredients of simultaneous complexity. It has to be novel in terms of the synthetic biology, material science, robotics, engineering. All of these elements that are discipline-based or rooted must be novel. If you can combine novelty in synthetic biology with a novelty in robotics, with a novelty in material science, with a novelty in computational design, and you are bound to create something novel, period. And that's how I run the company, and that's how I pick the people. And so that's another very, very important ingredient of the cutting edge across multiple disciplines that come together. And then in the background and periphery, there's all these messages, the whispers of the ancient oldies, right? The Beethovens and the Picassos.
So Beethoven's always whispering to you.
Yeah, how could one not include Beethoven and the whispers?
I'm going to ask you about Beethoven again in case you mentioned, because I've played piano my whole life. I obviously know a lot of Beethoven. And it's one of the private things for me, I suppose.
By the way, me too.
I mean,
I play in private only.
Yeah. People sometimes, even with guitar, people ask me, "Can you play something?" And it just feels like certain things are
meant to be done
privately.
Yeah,
it's weird. I mean, it's a difficult, and some of the times I have performed publicly, it is an ultimate leap in vulnerability. It's very, very, very difficult for me, and I'm sure I know it's not for a lot of people. It is for me. Anyway, we'll return to that. But since you've mentioned combination of knowledge across multiple disciplines, and that's what you seek when you build teams or people you work with. I just wanted to kind of linger on this idea of what kind of humans are you looking for in this endeavor that you're taking on, this fascinating thing that you're talking about. Well, one of the things somewhere else, a previous version 5.7 of Mary said somewhere that there's 4 fields that are combined to create this intersection of biology, engineering, work, this computational design, additive manufacturing, material engineering, synthetic biology. I'm sure there's others. How do you find these humans? Machine learning is in the mix.
I manifest and they come. There are a few approaches to
manifest.
They show up. Send your message upon the water. Those job descriptions that you saw, the first ones I wrote by myself, and you find interesting people and brilliant people when you look. We talked about second derivative. When you look under and under and under, and if you look deep enough and specialized enough, and if you allow yourself to look at the cracks, at the flaws, at the cracks between disciplines and between skills, you find really, really interesting diamonds in the rough. And so I like for those job descriptions to be those messages in a bottle that bring those really interesting people our way. They have to have humility. They have to have a shine in their eye. They have to be hungry and foolish, as John so famously said. A friend of mine, who's a dean of a well-known architectural school, said, today architects don't want to be architects. Architects don't look up to the architects as role models. Architects are no longer role models. Architects want to build by virtue of not building. Right? Architects want. She said, we're back in the '60s when we think about architecture, back in the hippie movement. I think that in a way they have to be somewhat of a hippie, somewhat of a kind of a jack of all trades, master of all.
And yet with humility.
And yet with humility. Now that is hard to find. And that is why, when I start an interview, I talk about childhood memories, and I ask about music, and I ask about connection. And through these interviews, you can learn a lot about a person's future by spending time hearing them talk about their past.
Do you find that educational about PhDs versus what's the life trajectory? Yours is an instrumental. What's the life trajectory that leads to the kind of person?
It's people who have ideally had industry experience and know what it's like to be in the quote unquote real world. They're dreamers that are addicted to reality, as opposed to realists that are addicted to dreams. Meaning they have that innocence in them, they have the hunger, they have the idealism without being entitled, and with understanding the systems that govern our world and understanding how to utilize these systems as Trojan horses to bring those values into the world. There are individuals who feel comfortable in this friction between highly wondrous and dreamy and incredible fantasy renditions of what the world could be, with extremely and extremely brilliant skills in terms of their disciplinary background. So PhD with industrial experience in a certain field, or a double major in two fields that make no sense whatsoever in their combination, are things that really, really attract me. And
especially that span the technology, biology.
Yes. Technology, biology, nature, culture. I mean, the secret to one thing is through the lens of another, and I always believe in that kind of translational design ability, to be able to see something through the lens of another, and always allows you to think again, begin again, reestablish, redefine, suspend your disbelief, revisit. And when you revisit enough times, like 100 times or like 200 times, and you revisit the same question through the lens of any possible discipline and any possible scenario, you get to the truth.
I have to ask you, because you work at the interplay of the machine and the natural world, is there a good definition for you of what is life? What is a living organism?
I think like 440 million years ago, there were all these plants that the cyanobacteria, I believe, actually, that God, that was like the first extinction, right? 5 extinctions. We are apparently the 6th. We are in the eye of the storm. We are in the 6th extinction. We are going to be extinct as we speak. I mean, death is upon us, whether we want to admit it or not. And actually, they found in Argentina and in various places around the world, they found these spores of the first plants that existed on the planet, and they emerged out of these cyanobacteria first, of course, and then they found these spore-based plants. And because they didn't have seeds there, only spores, the spores became sort of the fossils by which we've come to know of their existence. And because of these spores, we know that this first extinction existed. But this extinction is actually what enabled plants to resurrect, right? So the death of these first plants, because they clinked to the rocks and they generated a ton of phosphorus that went into the ocean by clinging to the rocks, like 60 times more phosphorus than without them. And then all this phosphorus basically choked the oceans and made them super cold and without oxygen, acidic. And then we lost the plant kingdom. And then because of the death of these first plants, they actually enriched the soil. and created nutrients for these new plants to come to the planet. And those planets had like more sophisticated vein systems, and they were moving beyond spores to seeded plants, etc., flowering plants. So in a way, one mass extinction sort of led in the Ordovician period sort of led to life as we know it. And where would we be without plants in a way? So I think that death is very much part of life, and through that definition, that kind of planetary wide definition in the context of hundreds of millions of years, life gains a completely new sort of a new light. And that's when particles become a wave, right? Where we are not alone. And we are here because of those plants, right? So I think death is very much part of life. So in the context of, the redwood tree, perhaps, life is defined as 10 generations. And through the lens of a bacteria, perhaps life is defined as a millisecond. And perhaps through the lens of an AGI, life is defined as all of human civilization. So I think it really is a question of this time scale again, the time scale and the organism, the life form that's asking the question, for which we can answer what is life.
What do you think about this? If we think of ourselves as in the eye of the storm of another extinction, the natural question to ask here is, you have all of nature, and then you have this new human creation that is currently being termed artificial intelligence. How does your work play with the possibility of a future super intelligent ecosystem, an AGI that either joins or supersedes humans?
Yeah. So I'm glad you asked this question.
And I hope you're terrified.
Both. I'm hopeful and terrified. I did watch your interview with Eliezer Yudkowsky, and I loved it.
Because you were scared, or because you were excited, or because there was...
First of all, I was both. I was totally scared, shamed, excited, and totally also inspired, because he's just such an incredible thinker. And I can agree or disagree with what he says, but I just found his way of thinking about AGI and the perils of humanity as a result.
There's an inevitability to what he's saying. His advice to young people is that prepare for a short life.
Yeah.
He thinks it's very almost simple, it's almost common sense that AGI would get rid of humans. That he can't imagine a trajectory eventually that leads to a place that doesn't have AGI kill off humans. There's just too many trajectories where a super intelligent system gets rid of humans. And in the near term. So
Yeah.
that clarity of thinking is very sobering. To me, but maybe it is to you as well. It's super inspiring because I think he's wrong, but it's like you almost want to prove him wrong. It's like, no, we humans are clever bunch. We're gonna fly.
It is a bit like jumping into super cold water. It's sort of a kind of a fist in your face. It wakes you up, and I like these moments so much. And he was able to bring that moment to life, even though I think a mother can never think that way ever. And it's a little bit like that notion of I love her more than evolution requires. On your question about AGI and nature, look, I think we've been through a lot in terms of to get here, sort of move from data, right, the ability to collect information, to knowledge, the ability to use this information for utility, from knowledge to intelligence. And what is intelligence? Is the ability to problem solve and adapt and translate. So that's sort of from data to information to knowledge. I think the next frontier is wisdom. And what is wisdom? Wisdom is the ability to have or find insight about the world, and from wisdom to spiritual awareness, which is sort of transcends wisdom and is able to chart the world into new territory. But I think what is interesting about AGI is that it is sort of almost like a self-recursive thing, right? Because it's like a washing machine of like a third derivative Wikipedia. It uses kind of like language to create language, to create language, to create language.
It feels like novelty is being constantly created. I mean, it doesn't feel like it's regurgitating.
And that's so fascinating because, you know, these are not the stochastic pairs. This is sort of a new form of emergence, perhaps, of novelty, as you say, that exists by virtue of using old things to create new things. But it's not as if the AGI has self-awareness, right? It's not as if it has, maybe it has, but as far as I can tell, it's not as if AGI has approached consciousness or sentience just yet. It's probably getting there, but the language appears to present itself as if there is sentience there, but it doesn't. But I think that's the problem. At the point where this AGI sounds like me and speaks like me and behaves like me and feels like me and breathes like me, and my daughter knows the AGI to be me is sort of the end of everything, right? Is the end of human agency. But what is the end of human agency to humans, I think, is the beginning of agency to nature. Because if you take all of this agency, if you take all of these language models that can summarize all of human civilization, consciousness, and then upload that to nature, have nature now deal with that world of consciousness that it never had access to. So maybe through Eliezer's lens, the short-lived human becomes sort of a very long-lived human-like sentient weeping willow. Maybe that's the end and the beginning, and maybe on the more optimistic side for us humans, it's a different form of existence where everything we create and everything we consume and everything we process is all made out of six elements, and that's it. And there's only those 6 elements and not 118 elements. And it's all the stuff of biology plus some, fair amount of bits, genes, and atoms.
Well, I think the idea.
A lot of great.
I think the idea of connecting AGI to nature through your work is really fascinating. Sort of, unlocking this incredible machinery of intelligence that is AGI and connecting it to the incredible machinery of wisdom that is nature as evolved through billions of years. Pretty crazy, intense evolution.
Exactly. And unlike sort of, again, I'm going back to directed evolution, unlike this sort of high throughput brute force approach, if there's a way to utilize this synergy for diversity and diversification, what happens if you ask a ChatGPT question and it takes 10,000 years to answer that question? What does that look like, right? When you completely switch the time scale and you can afford the time to answer the question. And again, I don't know, but that world to me is possibly amazing.
Do you think there's so when we start to think about time scales like this, just looking at Earth, all the possible trajectories it might take of this living organism that is Earth. Do you think there's others like it? Do you think there's other planets with life forms on them that are just doing their thing in this kind of way? Because what you're doing, you're directly playing with what's possible with life-like things. That kind of maps the question of, well, what kind of other things are possible elsewhere? Do you think there's other worlds full of life, full of alien life?
I've studied the calculations that point, towards the verdict that the possibility of life in and around us is very, very low. We are a chosen planet in a way, right? There's water and there's love. What else do you need? And that sort of very peculiar juxtaposition of conditions, the oxygen, the water, the carbon, again, is in a way a miracle given the massive extinctions that we've been through as life forms. And that said, I cannot believe that there is no other life form. I want to believe more than I know that yes, that there are life forms, and the white fountain that is the black hole, right? That there are these life forms that are light years away from us, and that are forming other forms of life forces.
Yeah, I'm much more worried about probably the thing that you're working on, which is that there's all kinds of life out around us that we're not communicating.
Yes.
There's aliens, in a sense, all around us that we're not seeing, we're not talking to, we're not communicating.
Yeah.
And because that to me just seems the more likely situation.
That they're here.
That they're here. They're all around us in different forms. That there is a connection. There's a thing that connects all of us, all of living beings across the universe. And like we're just beginning to understand any of it. And I feel like that's the important problem. Is I feel like you can get there with the tools of science today by just studying life on Earth. Unlock some really fundamental things. Maybe you could start to answer questions about what is consciousness. Maybe this thing that we've been saying about love, but honestly in a serious way. And then you'll start to understand that there is life all out there. And that's much more complicated and interesting than we kind of realize. As to look into exactly human-like things. It's the variety of life that's possible. It's just almost endless.
I totally agree with you. I think again, define alien, right?
Define intelligence, define life.
Right. And Marvin Minsky used to say intelligence is a suitcase word. Right? It's a word so big. It's a word like sustainability. And it's a word like, rock and roll. And suitcase words are always very, very dangerous.
Speaking of rock and roll, you've mentioned music and you mentioned Beethoven a bunch of times. You've also tweeted about you doing a kissing performance and so on. What can you say about the role of music in your life?
I love music. I always wondered, why is it that plastic arts, meaning architecture and sculpture and painting, can't get us to cry, and music gets us to cry so quickly and connect so quickly. There's something about music that it is, and no wonder that plants also respond to music, but that is the top of the creative pyramid, in my opinion. And
it's a weird mystery that you're so connected to music. Oh, by the way, to push back, a good bridge would make me cry.
A good architect, it's true. And I will say that when I visited the Sagrada Familia, I had that kind of spiritual reverence towards that spatial experience and being in that space and feeling the intention in the space and appreciating every little gesture. So it's true. It is the universal language. It's the language of waves, right? It's the language of the waves, not the language of the particles. It is the universal language, I believe, and that is definitely one of my loves.
And you said that if you weren't doing what you were doing now, perhaps you would be a film director. So I'll have to ask, what do you think is the best film of all time? Maybe top three.
Yeah, maybe The Godfather.
Godfather. Okay.
The Godfather is definitely up there. Francis Coppola is one of my heroes.
Have you met him?
I have met him. Yes. I was very, very lucky. We were very lucky to work with him on his new film, Megalopolis, which is coming out, I hope, in 2024. And think about the cities of the future in the context of new materials and the unity between nature and culture. Godfather is definitely up there. 2001 is up there. I would watch that film again and again and again. It's incredible. The last scene in Odyssey 2001, that's just watch the last scene of 2001, then listen to Tchaikovsky, and then go to the garden. And that's pretty much, the end and the beginning. But that scene, that last scene from 2001 is everything. It says so much with so little, and it leaves, it's sort of the embodiment, I believe, of ambivalence and there's opportunity to believe in the beginning of humankind, the end of humankind, the planet's child, star, or star child of the future. Was there a death? Was there a reincarnation? That final scene to me is something that I go back to and study. And every time there is a different reading of that scene that inspires me. So that scene is just. And then the first scene of The Godfather, still one of the best scenes of all times. Sort of a portrait of America, the ideals and values that are brought from Italy. And
a family, of loyalty, of
yes,
of values, of how different values are constructed.
Yes, loyalty and the human spirit, and how Coppola celebrates the human spirit through the most simple gestures in language and acting. And I think in Kubrick you see this highly curated and controlled and manicured vision of creating a film. And with Francis, it's like an Italian feast. It's like anything can happen at any moment in time. And being on the set with him is an experience I'll take with me to my grave. And it's very, very, very special.
You said music is also part of that.
Yeah, actually, the Godfather, that tune.
That makes me like emotional every time on some weird level.
Yeah, it's one of these tunes I'm sure that has, if you play it to a jazzman, you'll get the best sense of all times. But I think with that particular tune, I learned staccato. Something very, very happy and joyous. And then made into this stretched in time and became kind of the refrain of nostalgia and melancholy and loyalty and all of these values that ride on top of this one single tune.
You can play it in all kinds of different ways. I play it on the guitar in all kinds of different ways. And I think in Godfather 3, the son plays it in guitar. I think this happens in movies. But sometimes a melody, that's a simple melody. Just like,
and the Strauss melody in 2001.
Yeah.
And when you juxtapose this melodies with the scene, you get this, again, hold its beginnings of its parts, where you get this moment that is, I think, like these are the moments I would send, with the next Voyager to outer space. It definitely sent The Godfather in 2001, definitely be on that golden record.
You are an incredibly successful scientist, engineer, architect, artist, designer. You've mentored a lot of successful people. Can you give advice to young people listening to this how to have a successful career and how to have a successful life?
Look, I think there's this beautiful line in Sheltering Sky. How many times have you seen a full moon in your life and actually took the time to ingest and explore and reflect upon the full moon? Probably 20, I believe he says. I spend time with a full moon. I take my time with a full moon, and I pay attention to a full moon. And I think paying attention to the seasons and taking time to appreciate the little things, the simple things, is what makes a meaningful life. I was very lucky to have had, to have grown up in a home that taught me this way of being. My parents, my grandmother, who played a very important role in my growing up, and that ability to pay attention and to be present is so. I could not emphasize it enough. It's so crucial.
And be grateful.
And be grateful. I think gratitude and presence, appreciation, are really the most important things in life.
If you could take a short tangent about your grandmother, who's played a big role in your life, what do you remember? What lessons have you learned from her?
She had this blanket that she would give me every time I came back from school and say, do your homework here and meet with your friends here. And it was always in her garden. Her garden, in my mind, was ginormous. But when last I went there and saw the site, which has now become the site for another tall building, it was a tiny, tiny little garden that to me seemed so large when I was growing up, because it had everything. It had fig trees, it had olive trees, it had mushrooms, it had the blanket. I would do my homework there. It was everything, and I needed nothing else. And that was my Garden of Eden. That was my childhood being. And she taught me, we would lie on the blanket and look at the clouds, reflect upon the shapes of the clouds and study the shapes of the plants. And there was a lot of wonder in that childhood with her. And she taught me the importance of wonder in an eternal childhood and living adulthood as a child. And so I'm very, very grateful for that. I think it is the sense of wonder, speaking up was always something that she adhered to speak up your truth, to be straightforward, to be positive. That these are things that I also got from my mom, and from my mom, the sense of humor. She had the best sense of humor that I could think of, and was just a joy to be around. And my father taught me everything. My father taught me everything I know. My mom taught me everything I feel.
That's a good way to put it.
My grandma taught me everything I incite.
Well, I see the sense of wonder that just carries through everything you do. So I think you make your grandmother proud. Well, what about advice for how to have a career? So you've had a very interesting career, a successful career, but not an easy one. You took a few leaps.
I did take a few leaps, and they were uncomfortable. My father, and I'll never forget, I think we were listening to a Rolling Stones song in the kitchen, and my dad, who's actually born in Boston, he's American, he said, I started to have sort of these second thoughts about continuing my education in Israel, and I wanted to, go. I was on my way to London to the Architectural Association to do my diploma studies there, and he looked at me and he said, "Get out of here, kiddo. You've got to get out of here." And you've outgrown where you're at. You need to move forward. Another thing he had taught me, the feeling of discomfort, as you say, the feeling of loneliness and discomfort is imperative to growth. Growth is painful, period. Any form of growth is difficult and painful. Birth is difficult and painful. And it is really, really important to place yourself in situations of discomfort. I like to be in a room where everyone in the room is more intelligent than me. I like to be in that kind of state where the people that I surround myself with are orders of magnitude more intelligent than I am. And I can say that that is true of all of my team members. And that's the intellectual discomfort that I feed off of. The same is true for physical exertion. You've got to put yourself in these uncomfortable situations in order to grow, in order to find comfort. And then on the other hand is love, is finding love, and finding that that human, this other human that complements you and that makes you a better version of the one you are, and even of the one you want to be. But with gratitude and attention and love, you can go so far. To the younger generation, I don't speak of a career. I never thought of my work as my career ever. And there was this constant entanglement between life and work and love and longing and being and mothering. It's all the same. And I appreciate that to some people that doesn't work in their, in their arrangement of will versus comfort versus the reality. But for me, it has always worked. So I think for the younger generation, I say don't think of your career. Career is something that is imposed upon you. Think of your calling. That's something that's innately and directionally moves you, and it's something that transcends a career. Similarly, you can think about the difference between, learning versus being educated. Being educated is something that's given to you, that's external, that's being imposed, that's top-down imposed. This learning is something that comes from within. It's also the difference between joy and happiness. Many times I'm sad and I'm still joyous. And it's very, very important to understand the difference between these externally perceived success paths and internally driven, value-based, ways of being in the world. And we together, when we combine all of these, the broken puzzle, let's say, of substance and vulnerability, we get this bigger gestalt, this wondrous world of a future that is peaceful, that is that is wholesome, and that proposes or advocates for that kind of synergy that we've been talking about throughout. Well, but it's all fun.
Well, thank you for this incredible conversation. Thank you for all the work you're doing, and I just have to say that thank you for noticing me and listening to me. You're somebody from just today and from our exchanges before this. Like, there's a sense where you care about me as a human being, which I can tell you care about other humans. But thank you for doing that. Thank you for having empathy. And just like, really listening and noticing me that I exist. So thank you for that. I'm a huge fan of your work. Been a huge fan of who you are as a human being. It's just an honor with you to sit with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I feel the same way. I'll just say the same.
And I look forward to hearing the response to my job application.
Oh, you're accepted.
Oh, damn.
We all speak of you all the time.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Darren. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Nariak. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Leo Tolstoy. Everything I know because of love. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you. Listen, when it comes to romantic relationships, if it's not 100% in it, and I've never seen a violation of that state, where it's like, it's mostly good, and they're this, and those are like the negotiations. What you're already it's doomed. And that doesn't mean someone has to be perfect, the relationship has to be perfect, but it's got to feel 100% inside. Yes, yes, and yes. The following is a conversation with my dear friend Andrew Huberman. His fourth time on this podcast. It's my birthday, so this is a special birthday episode of sorts. Andrew flew down to Austin just to wish me happy birthday, and we decided to do a podcast last second. We literally talked for hours beforehand, and a long time after, late into the night. He's one of my favorite human beings, brilliant scientist, incredible teacher, and a loyal friend. I'm grateful for Andrew. I'm grateful for good friends, for all the support and love I've gotten over the past few years. I'm truly grateful for this life, for the years, the days, the minutes, the seconds I've gotten to live on this beautiful earth of ours. I really don't want to leave just yet. I think I'd really like to stick around. I love you all. This is the Last Few Podcast. And now, dear friends, here's Andrew.
Run a little bit more.
You losing weight?
I'm not trying to lose weight, but I always do the same thing. For like 30 years, basically. Lift 3 days a week, run 3 days a week. But one of the runs is a long run, one is medium. So what I decided to do this year was just extend the duration of the long run. And I like, I never want to be so heavy that I can't. Like I want to be able to go out and run 10 miles if I have to. So sometimes I do. And I want to be able to sprint if I have to. Sometimes I do. And lifting in objects feels good. It feels good to train like a lazy bear, just lifting the objects. But I've also started training with lighter weights and higher repetitions, and for 3-month cycles, and it gives your joints a rest. And so I think it also is interesting to see how training differently changes your cognition. That's probably hormone related. Get hormones downstream of training heavy versus hormones downstream of training lighter. I think my cognition is better when I'm doing higher. Which is not to say that you're doing it, but there is because there's real value.
There's a lot of angry people listening to this.
No. But lifting heavy and then taking 3 to 5 minutes rest is far and away a different challenge than running hard for 90 minutes. That's just like getting in an ice bath. People say, "Oh well, how is that any different from working out?" Well, there are a lot of differences, but one of them is that it's very acute stress. Within 1 second, you're stressed. So I think subjecting the body to a bunch of different types of stressors in space and time is really valuable. So yeah, I've been playing for very long.
Well, I like long and slow for, like you said, the impact it has on my cognition.
The wordlessness of it, the way it puts you in the way it seems to clean out the clutter. It can take away that hyper focus and put you more in a relaxed focus, for sure.
Well, for me, it brings the clutter to the surface at first, like all these thoughts, and then disappear. I've been like I knee barred pretty hard. Somebody tries to break your house.
They try and break your knee because you tap to the
Yeah. So it's hyperextending knee that actually that knee barred pretty hard. So in ways I don't understand, it kind of hurts to run. I don't understand what's happening behind there. I need to investigate this. It basically the hamstring flex, like curling your leg hurts a little bit, and that results in this weird, dull, but sometimes extremely sharp pain in the back of the knee. So I'm working through this anyway. But walking doesn't hurt. So I've been playing around with walking recently, like for 2 hours, and thinking, because I know a lot of like smart people throughout history have walked and thought. You have to play with things that have worked for others, not just through exercise, but to integrate this very light kind of prolonged exercise into a productive life. So they do all their thinking when they walk. It's like a meditative type of walking. It's really interesting. It really works.
Yeah, the practice I've been doing a lot more of lately is I walk while reading a book. In the yard, I'll just pace back and forth or walk in a circle.
Audiobook or
no, hard copy.
Where you just
I hold the book and I'm walking
pen, I usually have a pen and I'm underlining. I have this whole system like underlining stars, exclamation points. It goes back to university of what things I go back to, which things I export to notes and that kind of thing. But from the beginning, I opened my lab at that time in San Diego before I moved back to Stanford. I would have meetings with my students or postdocs by just walking in the field behind the lab, and I'd bring my bulldog mastiff at the time, and he was a slow walker, so these were slow walks. But I can think much more clearly that way. There's a Nobel Prize winning professor at Columbia University School of Medicine, Richard Axel, won the Nobel Prize, co-won the Nobel Prize with Linda Buck for the discovery of the molecular basis of olfaction. And he walks in and voice dictates his papers. And now with Rev or these other, maybe there are better ones, Rev, where you can convert audio files into text very quickly from there. So I will often voice dictate first drafts, things like that. And I totally agree on the long runs, the walks, the integrating that with harder to do with sprints. And then the gym, are you weight train? You just seem naturally strong. It's true. Yeah, it's true. I mean, we did the one very beginner, because I'm a very beginner, jiu-jitsu class together. And as I mentioned, then people missed it. Lex is freakishly strong. I think I was born genetically like Costello.
Exactly.
You guys have a certain similarity. He had wrists it's like you and Jocko and Costello have these like wrists and elbows that are super thick, and then when you look around, you see tremendous variation. Some people will have like the wrist width of a Whippet or Woody Allen, and then other people like your Jocko or there's this one Jocko video or thing on GQ or something. Have you seen the comments on Jocko? These are guys. The comments, I love the comments on YouTube because occasionally they're funny. The best is when Jocko was born, the doctor looked at his parents and said, "It's a man."
Chuck Norris type comments.
Yeah, no, those are great. That's what I miss about Rogan being on YouTube with the thing.
So this is technically a birthday podcast. What do you love most about getting older?
It's like the confirmation that comes from getting more and more data, which basically says, yeah, the first time you thought that thing, it was actually right, because the second, third, and fourth, and fifth time, it turned out the exact same way. In other words, there have been a few times in my life where I did not feel easy about something. I felt a signal from my body, this is not good, and I didn't trust it earlier, but I knew it was there. And then 2 or 3 bad experiences later, able to say, every single time was a signal from the body informing my mind, this is not good. Now, the reverse has also been true, that in a number of instances in which I feel sort of immediate delight, and there's this kind of almost astonishingly simple experience of feeling comfortable with something, at peace with something, or delighted at an experience. And it turns out literally all of those experiences and people turned out to be experiences of people that are still in my life and that I still delight in every day. In other words, what's great about getting older is that you stop questioning the signals that come from the, I think, deeper recesses of the nervous system to say, hey, this is not good, or hey, this is great, more of this. Whereas I think in my teens, my 20s, my 30s, 40, almost 48 next month, I didn't trust, I didn't listen. I actually put a lot of work into overriding those signals and learning to fight through them, thinking that somehow that was making me tougher, or somehow that was making me smarter, when in fact, in the end, those people that you meet that are, difficult, or, there are other names for it, it's like again, you're like, yeah, that person's a piece of shit, or this person is amazing, and they're really wonderful, and I felt that from go.
So you've learned to trust your gut versus like the influences of other people.
I've learned to trust my gut versus the forebrain over-analysis, overriding the gut. Other people often in my life have had great optics. Right?
I've benefited tremendously from an early age of being a large community. It was mostly guys, but I have some close female friends and always have as well, who will tell me that's a bad decision, or this person not so good, or be careful, or they're great, or that's great. So oftentimes my community and the people around me have been more aligned with the correct choice than not.
Really?
Yes.
Really? When you were younger, like
Well,
friends, parents, and so on?
I don't recall ever really listening. I grew up in a, we don't have to go back to my childhood, but my sense was that, thank you. I learned that recently, and I was so excited. My first high dose psilocybin, which was welcome back, done with a clinician. Thank you. I was worried there for a second at one point. Am I not coming down? But in any event, I grew up with some wild kids. I would say about a third of my friends from childhood are dead or in jail. About a third have gone on to do tremendously impressive things, start companies, excellent athletes, academics, scientists, and clinicians. And then about a third are living their lives as typical. I just mean they are happy family people with jobs that they mainly serve the function, make money. They're not sort of into their career for career's sake. But so some of my friends early on had bad ideas. But most of the time, my bad ideas came from overriding the signals that I knew that my body, I would say my body and brain were telling me to obey. And when I say body and brain, is that there's this brain region, the insula, which that does many things, but it represents our sense of internal sensation, interoception. And I was talking to Paul Conti about this, as you know, I respect tremendously. I think he's one of the smartest people I've ever met. I think for different reasons, he and market reasons. Smartest people I've ever met. But Paul's level of insight into the human psyche is absolutely astounding. And he says the opposite of what most people say about the brain, which is most people say, oh, the supercomputer brain is the forebrain. It's like a monkey brain with an extra real estate put on it. Forebrain is what makes us human, and gives us our superpowers. But Paul said, and he's done a whole series on mental health that's coming out from our podcast in September. So this is not an attempt to plug that, but he'll elaborate.
Wait, Paul? Wait, you're going to take Paul?
We already did. Yeah, so Paul,
nice.
Yeah, so Paul Conti shot he and I sat down and he did a 4-episode series on mental health. It's not mental illness, mental health, about how to explore one's own subconscious, explore the self, build and cultivate the generative drive. You'll learn more about what that is from him. He's far more clear than I am. And he provides essentially a set of steps to explore the self that does not require that you work with a therapist. This is self-exploration that is rooted in psychiatry, it's rooted in neuroscience. And I don't think this information exists anywhere else. I'm not aware that it exists anywhere else. And he essentially distills it all down to one 8.5 by 11 sheet, which we provide for people. And he says there, I don't want to give too much away because I would detract from what he does so beautifully, but if I tried, then I wouldn't accomplish it anyway. But he said, and I believe, that the subconscious is this supercomputer. All the stuff working underneath our conscious awareness that's driving our feelings and what we think are the decisions that we thought through so carefully. And that only by exploring the subconscious and understanding it a little bit can we actually improve ourselves over time. And I agree. I think that the mistake is to think that thinking can override it all. It's a certain style of introspection and thinking that allows us to read the signals from our body, read the signals from our brain, integrate the knowledge that we're collecting about ourselves, and to use all that in ways that are really adaptive and generative.
What do you think is there in that subconscious? What do you think of the Jungian shadow? What's there?
There's this idea, you're familiar with too, I'm sure, that this Jungian idea that we all have all things inside of us. That all of us have the capacity to be evil, to be good, etc. That some people express one or the other. But he also mentioned that there's a unique category of people, maybe 2 to 5% of people, that don't just have all things inside of them, but they actually spend a lot of time exploring a lot of those things, the darker recesses, the shadows, their own shadows. I'm somebody who's drawn to goodness and to light and to joy and all those things like anybody else. But I think maybe it's part of how I grew up. Maybe it was the crowd I was with. Maybe, but then again, even when I started spending more time with academics and scientists, you see shadows in other ways, right? You see pure ambition, passion. I recall a colleague in San Diego who, it was very clear to me, did not actually care about understanding the brain, but understanding the brain was just his avenue to exercise ambition. And if you gave him something else to work on, he'd work on that. In fact, he did. He left and he worked on something else. I realized he has no passion for understanding the brain like I assume that all scientists do. Certainly why I went into it. But some people's just raw. It's about win. It doesn't even matter what they win. So, which to me is crazy, but I think that's a shadow that some people explore, not one I've explored. I think the shadow parts of us are very important to come to understand. And look, better to understand them and know that they're there and work with them than to not acknowledge their presence and have them surface in the form of addictions or behaviors that damage us.
One of the processes for achieving mental health is to bring those things to the surface. So fish the subconscious mind.
Yes, and Paul describes 10 cupboards that one can look into for exploring self. There's the structure of self and the function of self. Again, this will all be spelled out in the series in a lot of detail, also in terms of its relational aspect between people, how to pick good partners and a good relationship. It gets really into this from a very different perspective. Fascinating stuff. I was just sitting there. I will say this, that 4-episode series with Paul is, at least to date, the most important work I've ever been involved in all of my career. Because it's very clear that we are not taught how to explore our subconscious, and that very few people actually understand how to do that. Even most psychiatrists he mentioned something about psychiatrists. If you're a cardiothoracic surgeon or something like that, 50% of your patients die, you're considered a bad cardiothoracic surgeon. But with no disrespect to psychiatrists, there are some excellent psychiatrists out there. There are also a lot of terrible psychiatrists out there, because unless all of their patients commit suicide or have committed suicide, they can treat for a long time without it becoming visible that they're not so good at their craft. Now, he's superb at his craft. And I think he would say that, yes, exploring some shadows, but also just understanding the self. Like, what really understand, like who am I and what's important? What are my ambitions? What are my strivings? Again, I'm lifting from some of the things that he'll describe exactly how to do this. People do not spend enough time addressing these questions. And as a consequence, they discover what resides in their subconscious through the sometimes bad, hopefully also good, but manifestations of their actions. We are driven by this huge 90% of our real estate that is not visible to our conscious awareness. And we need to understand that. I've talked about this before. I've done therapy twice a week since I was a kid. I had to, as a condition of being back in school. I found a way to, either through insurance or even when I didn't have insurance, I took an extra job writing for Thrasher magazine when I was a postdoc, so I could pay for therapy at a discount because I didn't get much money as a postdoc. I think, for me, it's as important as prevention. And people think it's just, ruminating on problems or getting smart. No. You work with somebody really good. They're forcing you to ask questions about who you really are, what you really want. It's not just about support, but there should be support, there should be rapport, but then it's also, there should be insight. Right? Most people who get therapy, they're getting support, there's rapport, but insight is not easy to arrive at. And a really good psychologist or psychiatrist can help you arrive at deep insights that transform your entire life.
Well, sometimes when I look inside, you do this often. Exploring who you truly are, you come to this question: do I accept, once you see parts, do I accept this, or do I fix this? Is this who you are fundamentally, and it will always be this way, or is this a problem to be fixed? Like, for example, one of the things especially recently, but in general, over time, I've discovered about myself probably has roots in childhood, probably has roots in a lot of things, is I deeply value loyalty, maybe more than the average person. And so when there's disloyalty, it can be painful. And so this is who I am. And so do I have to relax a bit? Do I have to fix this part? Or is this who you are? And there's a million. That's one like, little.
I think loyalty is a good thing to put, provided that when loyalty is broken, that it doesn't disrupt too many other areas of your life. But it depends also on who's disrupting that loyalty. If it's a coworker versus a romantic partner versus your exclusive romantic partner, and structure of your romantic partner life. I mean, I have always experienced extreme joy and feelings of safety and trust in my friendships. Again, mostly male friendships, but female friendships too, which is only to say that they were mostly male friendships. The female friendships have also been very well. So getting backstabbed is not something I'm familiar with. And yeah, I love being crewed up.
Yeah. No, for sure. And I'm with you. You and I are very much on the same values. But, that's one little thing. And there's many other things like that. Extremely self-critical. And you look at I look at myself. I'm regularly very self-critical. There's a self-critical engine in my brain. And I talked to actually Paul about this, I think on the podcast, quite a bit. He's saying this is a really bad thing. Like you need to fix this. You need to be able to be regularly very positive about yourself. I kept disagreeing with him. No, this is like who I am. Like it seems to work. Don't mess with the thing that seems to be working. It's fine. Like I oscillate between being really grateful and really self-critical. But then you have to like figure out what is maybe there's a deeper root thing. Maybe there's an insecurity in there somewhere that's to do with childhood. And then you're trying to prove something to somebody from your childhood.
Well, a couple of things that I think are hopefully valuable for people here. One is one way to destroy your life is to spend time trying to control your or someone else's past. So much of our destructive behavior and thinking comes from wanting something that we saw or did or heard to not be true, rather than really working with that and getting close to what it really was. And sometimes those things are traumatic, and we need to really get close to them and for them to move through us. And that, there are a bunch of different ways to do that with support from others, hopefully, but sometimes on our own as well. I don't think we can rewire our deep preferences and what we find despicable or joyful. I do think that it's really a question of what allows us peace. Like, can you get peace with the fact that you're very self-critical and enjoy that, get some distance from it, have a sense of humor about it? Or is it driving you in a way that's keeping you awake at night and forcing you back to the table to do work in a way that feels self-flagellating and doesn't feel good? Can you get that humility and awareness of how you're, of your one's flaws? And I think that can create this whole space. Get space from it. Is that you can have a sense of humor about how neurotic we can all be. Neurotic isn't actually a bad term in the classic sense. The psychologists and psychiatrists and Freudians said that the best case is to be neurotic, to actually see one's own issues and work with them, whereas psychotic is the other way to be, which is obviously not good. So I think the question whether or not to work on something or to just accept it as part of ourselves, I think, really depends if we feel like it's holding us back or not. And I think you're asking perhaps the most profound question about being a human, which is, what do you do with your body? What do you do with your mind? I mean, it's also a question we started off talking about fitness a little bit for whatever reason. Do I need to run an ultra marathon? I don't feel like I need to. David Goggins does, and it does a whole lot more than that. So that for him, that's important. For me, it's not important to do that. I don't think he does it just so he can run the ultras. There's clearly something else in there for him. Guys like him, tremendous respect for what they do and how they do it. Does one need to make their body more muscular, stronger, more endurance, more flexibility. You need to read harder books. I think doing hard things feels good. I know it feels good. I know that the worst way to feel is when I'm procrastinating and I do something. And whenever I do something, I complete it, I break through that point. It's hard, and then I'm doing it. At the end, I actually feel like I was infused with some sort of super chemical. And who knows if it's probably a cocktail of exogenous chemicals. But I think it is good to do hard things. But you have to be careful not to destroy your body, your mind in the process. And I think it's about whether or not you can achieve peace. Can you sleep well? Stress isn't bad if you can sleep well. You can be stressed all day, go. And it'll optimize your focus, but you can fall asleep and sleep. Being in a hard relationship. Some people say, that's not good. Other people like it. Can you be at peace? And I think we all, have different RPM. We all kind of idle at different RPM. Some people are big mellow Costellos, and others are kind of like, need more friction in order to feel at peace. But I think ultimately what we want is to feel at peace.
Yeah, I've been through some really low points over the past couple of years, and I think the reason could be boiled down to the fact that I haven't been able to find a place of peace, a place for people or moments that give deep inner peace. And I think you put it really beautifully. It's you have to figure out, given who you are, the various characteristics of your mind, all the things, all the contents of the cupboards, how to get space in it, and ultimately, one good representation of that is to be able to laugh at all of it. Whatever's going on inside your mind, to be able to step back and just kind of chuckle at the beauty and the absurdity of the whole thing,
and keep going. There's this beautiful. As I mentioned, it seems like every podcast lately. Huge Ramsey fan, mostly because I just think Tim Armstrong's writing is pure poetry, and whether you like the music or not, and he's written music for a lot of other people too. He doesn't advertise that much. He's humble, but
I am not, by the way. I'm not too sure.
Oh yeah, I'm going to see them in Boston in September. I'm literally flying there I'll take the train up from New York. I'm going to meet a friend of mine named Jim Thiebaud, who's the guy who runs a lot of companies in the skateboard industry. We're meeting there, like a couple of little kids, to go see them play. Amazing people, amazing music, very intense, but it embodies all the different emotions. That's why I love it, right? There's some love songs, there's some hate songs, but there's going back to what you said. I think there's a song, the first song on the Indestructible album. I think it's sort of, he's just talking about like shock and disbelief of discovering things about people that were close to you, and it's I won't sing it, but I wouldn't dare. But there's this one lyric that's really stuck in my mind for ever since that album came out in 2003, which is that nothing's what it seems. I just sit here laughing. I keep going on. I can't get distracted. There is this piece of like, you got to learn how to push out the disturbing stuff sometimes and go forward. And I remember hearing that lyric and writing it down. And, that was a time when my undergraduate advisor, who was like a mentor and a father to me, blew his head off in the bathtub like 3 weeks before. And then my graduate advisor, who I was working for at that time, who I loved and adored, was really like a mother to her when she was pregnant with her 2 kids, died at 50, breast cancer. And then my postdoc advisor, first day of work at Stanford, as a faculty member, sitting across the table like this from me, had a heart attack right in front of me, died of pancreatic cancer in 2017. And I remember just thinking, like, going back to that song there over and over, like, and where people would, I haven't had many betrayals in life. I've had a few, but just thinking like we're seeing something, we're learning something about something. Just like, you can't believe it. And I mentioned that lyric off that first song, Indestructible, on the album, because it's just the raw emotion of like, I can't believe this. What I just saw is so disturbing. But I have to just keep going forward. There are certain things that we really do need to push, not just into our periphery, but off into the gutter and keep going. And that's a hard thing to learn how to do. But if you're going to be functional in life, you have to. And actually, just to get at this issue of do I change or do I embrace this aspect of self? About 6 months, it was April of this last year, I did some intense work around some things that were really challenging to me. And I did it alone, and it may have involved some medicine. And I expected to get peace through this. I was like, I'm going to let go of it. And I spent 11 hours just getting more and more frustrated and angry about this thing that I was trying to resolve. And I was so unbelievably disappointed that I couldn't get that relief. And I was like, what is this? Like, this is not how this is supposed to work. I'm supposed to feel peace. The clouds are supposed to move. And so a week went by. And then another half week. And then someone whose opinion I trust very much, I explained this to them because I was getting a little concerned. Like, what's going on? This is worse, not better. And they said, this is very simple. You have a giant blind spot, which is your sense of justice, Andrew, and your sense of anger are linked like an iron rod. And you need to relax. And as they said that, I felt the anger. And so there was something that I think it is true. I have a very strong sense of justice, and my sense of anger, then at least, was very strongly linked to it. So it's great to have a sense of justice. And I hate to see people. I absolutely do. And I'm human. I'm sure I've wronged people in my life. I know I have. They've told me I've tried to apologize and reconcile where possible. Still have a lot of work to do. But where I see injustice, it draws in my sense of anger in a way that I think is just eating me up. But it was only in hearing that link that I wasn't aware of before. It was in my subconscious, obviously. Did I feel the relaxation? It wasn't. There's no amount of plant medicine or MDMA or any kind of chemical you can take that's naturally just going to dissipate what's hard for yourself. It needs, if one embraces that, or if one chooses to do it through just talk therapy or journaling or friends or introspection or all of the above, there needs to be an awareness of the things that we're just not aware of. So I think the answer to your question, do you embrace or do you fight these aspects of self, is I think you get in your subconscious through good work with somebody skilled, or sometimes that involves the tools I just mentioned, various combinations, and you figure it out. You figure out if it's serving you. Obviously, it was not bringing peace. It was undermining my sense of justice, was undermining my sense of peace. And so understanding this link, now I would say that in understanding this link between justice and anger, now I think it's a little bit more of like, it's not like a Twizzler stick bendy, but it's at least it's not like an iron rod. Like, when I see somebody wrong, it used to just like immediately.
But you're able to step back. Now, that's like, to me, the ultimate place to reach is laughter.
I sit here laughing. Exactly. That's the lyric. I can't believe it. So I just sit here laughing. I can't get distracted. Just at some point. But the problem, I think, in just laughing at something, like, that gives you distance. But the question is, do you stop engaging with them? Like, I experienced this. Recently, I got to see how sometimes I'll see something that's like, what? Like, this is crazy, so I just laugh. But then I continue to engage in it, and it's taking me off course. And so there is a place where, I realize this is probably a kid's show too, so I want to keep it, G-rated. But at some point, for certain things, it makes sense to go, fuck.
But also, laugh at yourself for saying fuck that.
Yeah, and then move on. So the question is, do you get stuck or do you move on?
Sure, right? Sure, but like, there's a lightness of being that comes with laughter. I mean, I've gotten sure. I guess I spent the day with Elon today. He just gave me this burnt hair. Do you know what this is?
I have no idea.
I'm sure it should be a Human Live episode on this. It's a cologne that's burnt hair, and it's like supposedly a really intense smell, and it is. So please, it's not going to leave your nose.
That's okay. Well, that's okay. I'll take a gentle, I'll whiff it as if I were looking at chemical
spray it on yourself, because I don't know.
So I'm reading an amazing book called An Immense World by Ed Yong. He won a Pulitzer for We Contain Multitudes or something like that, I think is the title of the book. And the first chapter is all about olfaction and the incredible power that olfaction has. Or
And
you
it doesn't
come-
leave you. For those listening, it doesn't quite smell terrible. It's just intense, and it stays with you. This to me represents like just laughing at the absurdity of it all.
So I have to ask, so you were rolling jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, we're training with this. Yeah.
So is
And
that fight between Elon and actually
I think Elon is a huge believer of this idea of the most entertaining outcome is the most likely, and he almost like there's almost this sense that there's not a free will, and the universe has a kind of deterministic gravitational field pulling towards the most fun, and he's just a player in that game. So from that perspective, I think it seems like something like that is inevitable.
like a big little scrap in the parking lot of Facebook or something like
Exactly.
that? Sorry, Meta. Yeah, but it looks like they're training for real, and Zucker is competed.
So I think he is approaching it as a sport. Elon is approaching it as a spectacle. And I mean, the way he talks about it, he's a huge fan of history. He talks about all the warriors that have fought throughout history. He wants to really do it at the Colosseum. And the Colosseum is for 400 years. There's so much great writing about this. I think over 400,000 people have died in the Colosseum in 5 years. So this is this historic place that sheds so much blood, so much fear, so much anticipation of battle, all of this. So he loves this kind of spectacle, and also the meme of it, hilarious absurdity of it. The two tech CEOs battling it out on sand, a place where gladiators fought to the death, and then bears and lions ate prisoners as part of the execution process.
It's also going to be an instance where Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk exchanged probably for the lead. That's one of the things about fighting. I think it was in that book. It's a great book, Fighter's Heart, where he talks about sort of the intimacy of sparring. I only rolled jiu-jitsu a few once, but there was a period of time where I boxed, and which I don't recommend. I got hit. 2000, definitely got hit back. I spar on Wednesday nights when we're done San Diego. When you spar with somebody, even if they hurt you, especially if they hurt you, you see that person afterwards, and there's an intimacy. Right? It was in that book Fire's Heart where he explains, you're exchanging bodily fluids with a stranger, right? And you're in your primitive mind, and so there's an intimacy there that persists. So
We go together through a process of fear, anxiety.
yeah, when they get you, you nod. I mean, you watch somebody like catch somebody, not so much in professional fighting, but if people are sparring and they catch you, you acknowledge that they caught you.
And on the flip side of that, we trained, and then after that, we played Diablo 4. It's a video game, so it's a pretty intense combat in the video. You're fighting like demons.
Okay. The
Dragons.
last video game I played was Mike Tyson.
There you go. That's pretty.
I
cool.
met him recently. Went on his podcast.
You want? Wait,
It hasn't come out yet.
oh, it hasn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I asked Mike. The kids are great. They came in. They're super smart kids. Goodness gracious, they ask great questions. I asked Mike what he did with the piece of Avengers ear that he bit off.
Does he remember?
He's like, get back to him. Here you go.
Sorry about that.
He sells edibles that are the shape of ears with a little bite on them. Yeah, that his life has been. He's and I met his family. You get the sense that they're really great. They're really.
Mike Tyson. That's a heck of a journey right there of a man.
My now friend Tim Armstrong, like I said, lead singer for Ramsey, he put it best. He said that Mike Tyson's life is Shakespearean. Yeah, arcs. Sort of only in America. Too.
So speaking of Shakespeare, I recently got to know Mary Oxman, who's this incredible scientist that works at the intersection of nature and engineering, and she reminded me of this Anna Akhmatova line. This is this great Soviet poet that I really love from over a century ago. That each of our lives is a Shakespearean drama raised to 1,000 degrees. So I have to ask, why do you think humans are
attracted to this kind of Shakespearean drama? Is there some aspect we've been talking about the subconscious mind that pulls us towards the drama, even though the place of mental health is peace?
Yes, and yes.
Do you have some of that
That draw towards drama. Yeah.
If you look at the empirical data?
Yes, I mean, right. If I look at the empirical data, I mean, I think about who I chose to work for as an undergraduate, right? I was barely finished high school, finally get to college, barely, this is really embarrassing, not something to aspire to, was thrown out of the dorms for fighting, barely passed my classes, with the girlfriend and I split up, I was in the squad, I was getting in trouble with the law. Then she got my act together, go back to school, start working for somebody. Who do I choose to work for? A guy who's an ex-Navy guy who smokes cigarettes in the fume hood, drinks coffee, and we're injecting rats with MDMA.
Yeah.
And I was drawn to it, like the personality, his energy. But he was a great scientist. Worked out a lot on thermal regulation. Go to graduate school. I'm working for somebody, and decide that working in her laboratory wasn't quite right for me. So I'm literally sneaking into the laboratory next door and working for the woman next door because I liked the relationships that she had to a certain set of questions, and she was a quirky person. And, so he's drawn to drama, but I like characters. Mm-hmm. I like people that have texture.
Yeah.
And I'm not drawn to raw ambition. I'm drawn to people that seem to have a real passion for what they do and a uniqueness to them that I'll say it how it is. I can feel their heart for what they do, and I'm drawn to that. And that can be good. The same reason I went to work with Ben Barris as a postdoc. It wasn't because he was the first transgender member of the National Academy of Sciences. That was just a feature of who he was. I loved how he loved glia. He would talk about these cells like it was the most enchanting things that he'd ever seen in his life. This is like the biggest nerd I've ever met, and I love him. I think I'm drawn to that. This is another thing that Conti elaborates on quite a bit more in the series on mental health coming out. But there are different drives within us. There are aggressive drives, not always for fighting, but for intense interaction. You look at Twitter. Look at some of the people clearly have an aggressive drive. There's also a pleasure drive. Some people also have a strong pleasure drive. They experience pleasure through food, through sex, through friendship, through adventure, But I think the Shakespearean drama is the drama of the different drives in different ratios in different people. I know somebody, and she's incredibly kind, has an extremely high pleasure drive, loves taking great care of herself and people around her through food and through retreats and through all these things, and makes spaces beautiful everywhere she goes. Gifts these things that are just so unbelievably feminine and incredible, these gifts to people, kind and thoughtful about what they like. And then, but I would say very little aggressive drive from my view. And then I know other people who just have a ton of aggressive drive and little pleasure drive. And I think, so there's this alchemy that exists where people have these things in different ratios, and then you blend in the differences in the chromosomes and differences in hormones and differences in personal history. What you end up with is a species that creates incredible recipes of drama, but also peace, also relief from drama, contentment. I mean, I realize this isn't the exact topic of the question, but someone I know very dearly, actually ex-girlfriend of mine, long-term partner of mine, sent me something recently. I think it hit the nail on the head, which is that ideally, for a man, they eventually settle where they feel peace, where they feel peaceful, where they can be themselves, feel peaceful. I'm sure there's a equivalent or mirror image of that for women, but this particular post that she said was about men, and I totally agree. And so it isn't always that we're seeking friction, but for periods of our life, we seek friction, drama, adventure, excitement, fights, and doing hard things. And then I think at some point, I'm certainly coming to this point now where it's like, yeah, that's all great and checked a lot of boxes. but had a lot of close calls, flew really close to the sun on a lot of things with life and limb and heart and spirit. And some, people close to us didn't make it. And sometimes not making it means the career they wanted went off a cliff, or their health went off a cliff, or their life went off a cliff. But I think that there's also the Shakespearean drama of the characters that exit the play and are living their lives happily in the backdrop. It just doesn't make for as much entertainment.
That's one other thing that's a benefit. You could say benefit of getting older is finding the Shakespearean drama less appealing, or finding the joy in the piece.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that I think there's real peace with age. I think the other thing is this notion of checking boxes is for me. I have a morning meditation that I do. Well, I wake up now, get my sunlight, hydrate, do all the things that I talk about. I've started a practice of prayer in the last year, which is new-ish for me, which is we can talk about
In the morning?
Yeah.
Can you talk about it?
Sure. Yeah. And then I have a meditation that I do that actually is where I think through what the different roles that I play. So I start very basic. I say you get an animal, like we are like biologically animals, right? Human, man, scientist, teacher, friend, brother. So I go through this list and I think about the different roles that I have and the roles that I still want in my life going forward that I haven't yet fulfilled. It just takes me, it's sort of an inventory of where I've been, where I'm at, and where I'm going, as I say. And I don't know why I do it, but I started doing it this last year. I think because it helps me understand just how many different contexts I have to exist in, and remind myself that there's still more that I haven't done that I'm excited about.
So within each of those contexts, there's like things that you want to kind of accomplish to define that.
Yeah, and I'm ambitious, so I think I'm a brother. I have an older sister, and I love her tremendously. And I think I want to be the best brother I can be for her, which means maybe a call, maybe just we do an annual trip together for our birthdays. Our birthdays are close together. We always go to New York for our birthdays. We've gone for the last 3 years. Like really, like reminding myself of that role, not because I'll forget, but because I have all these other roles. I say the first one, I'm an animal, because I have to remember that I have a body that needs care, like any of us. I need sleep, I need food, I need hydration. I need that I'm human. That the brain of a human is really complex, but also marvelously self-defeating at times. And so I've been thinking about these things in the context of the different roles. And the whole thing takes about 5 minutes. And I just find it brings me a certain amount of clarity that then allows me to ratchet into the day. The prayer piece, I think I've been reluctant to talk about until now, because I don't believe in pushing religion on people, and I think that, and I'm not. It's a highly individual thing, and I do believe that one can be an atheist and still pray, or agnostic and still pray. But for me, it really came about through understanding that there are certain aspects of myself that I just couldn't resolve on my own. And no matter how much therapy, no matter how much, and I haven't done a lot of it, but no matter how much plant medicine or other forms of medicine or exercise or podcasting or science or friendship or any of that, I was just not going to resolve. And so I started this because someone close to me said, a male friend said, prayer is powerful. And I said, well, how? And said, I don't know how, but if you can allow you to get outside yourself, let you give up control and at the same time take control. I don't even like saying take control, but the whole notion is that, again, forgive me, but there's no other way to say it. The whole notion is that like God works through us, whatever God is, he, him, her, whatever, life force, nature, whatever it is to you, right, that it works through us. And so I do a prayer. I'll just describe it, where I ask, I make an ask to help remove my defects, my character defects. I pray to God to help remove my character defects so that I can show up better in all the roles of my life, and do good work, which for me is learning and teaching. Learning and teaching. And so you might say, well, how is that different than a meditation? Well, I'm acknowledging that there is something that bigger than me, bigger than nature, as I understand it, that I cannot understand or control, nor do I want to. I'm just giving over to that. And does that make me less of a scientist? I sure as hell hope not. Certainly, there's the head of our neurosciences at Stanford until recently. I should talk to him directly about it. Bill Dewson has talked about his religious life. For me, it's really a way of getting outside myself and then understanding how I think of this bigger picture. And the character defects part is real, right? I'm a human. I have defects. Like, I got a lot of flaws in me, like anybody, but and trying to acknowledge them and asking for help, moving not magically, but through right action, through my right action. So I do that every morning, and I have to say that it's helped a lot. It's helped me be better to myself, be better to other people. I still make mistakes, but it's becoming a bigger part of my life. And I never thought I'd talk about this, but I think it's clear to me that if we don't believe in something, again, it doesn't have to be traditional and standardized religion, but if we don't believe in something bigger than ourselves, we, at some level, will self-destruct. I really think so. And it's powerful in a way that all the other stuff, meditation, all the tools, is not, because it's really operating at a much deeper level. And I think that's all I can talk about it. Mostly because I'm still working out. The scientist in me wants to understand how it works, and I want to understand. And the point is to just go, there's lack of better language for it. There's higher power than me, what I can control. I'm giving up control on certain things, and somehow that restores a sense of agency for right action, better action.
I think perhaps a part of that is just the humility that comes with acknowledging there's something bigger, more powerful.
You can't control that. You go through life as a hard-driving person, a forward center of mass. I remember being that way since I was little. It's like in Legos, all Legos. It's like on the weekends, learning about medieval weapons and giving lectures about it in class when I was 5 or 6 years old. Learning about tropical fish and cataloging all of them at the store and then organizing them. I think my mom drive me to some fish store and spend all my time there until they throw me out. All of that. But I also remember my entire life, I was secretly proud when things were good and things weren't good, but mostly when things weren't good, because it's important to pray. For me, it's important to pray each morning, regardless. But when things weren't right, I couldn't make sense of them. I would secretly pray, but I felt kind of ashamed of them for whatever reason. And then it was once in college, I just didn't remember. I was having a hard time with a number of things, and I took a run down to Sands Beach in Santa Barbara, and I remember I was like, I don't know if I even have the right to do this, but I'm like just praying. I just prayed for the ability to be brutally honest with myself and with other people as I possibly could about a particular situation I was in at that time. I think now it's probably sad. I got off to college because of a high school girlfriend. Essentially, she was my family, frankly, more than my biological family was at a certain stage of life. And we reached a point where we were diverging. It was incredibly painful. It was like losing everything I had. And it was like, what do I do? How do I manage this? I was ready to quit and join the fire service just to support us so we could move forward. It's just, but praying, just saying, I can't figure this out on my own. It's sort of like, I can't figure this out. And how frustrating that is. No number of friends could tell me, and inner wisdom couldn't tell me. And eventually it led me to the right answers. And she and I are friendly friends to this day. She's happily married, child, on good terms. But I think, it's a scary thing, but it's the best thing. You can control all this. And asking for help, I think, is also the piece. You're not asking for some magic hand to come down and take care of you. You're asking for the help to come through you, right? So that your body is used to do these right works. Right?
Isn't it interesting that this secret thing that you're almost embarrassed by that you did as a child is something you, it's another thing you do as you get older, is you realize like those things are part of you, and it's actually a beautiful thing.
A lot of the content of the podcast is deep academic content and talk about everything from eating disorders to bipolar disorder to depression, a lot of different topics, but the tools are the protocols, as we say, right? The sunlight viewing, all the rest. A lot of that stuff is just stuff I wish I'd known when I was in graduate school. If I'd known to go outside every once in a while, get some sunlight, not just stay in the lab, I would have, I might not have hit like a really tough round of depression when I was a postdoc and working twice as hard. And when my body would break down or I'd get sick a lot, I don't get sick much on occasion. About once every 18 months to 2 years, I'll get something. But I used to break my foot skateboarding all the time. I couldn't understand what's wrong with my body. I'm getting injured. I can't do what everyone else. I developed more slowly. I had a long arc of puberty. So that was part of it. I was still developing, but how to get your body strong, how to build endurance. Like, no one told me. The information wasn't there. So a lot of what I put out there is information that I wish I had. Because once I had it, it's like, wow, like A, this stuff really works. B, it's grounded in something real. Sometimes certain protocols are a combination, animal, human, and animal and human studies, sometimes clinical trials, sometimes there's some mechanistic conjecture for some, not all. I always make clear. But in the end, like figuring out how things work so that we can be happier, healthier, more productive, suffer less, like reduce the suffering of the world. And I think that, well, I'll just say thank you and for asking about the prayer piece. Again, I'm not pushing or even encouraging on anyone. I've just found it to be tremendously useful.
About prayer in general, you said information, figuring out how to get stronger, healthier, smarter, all those kinds of things. Part of me believes that deeply. You can gain a lot of knowledge and wisdom through learning. But a part of me believes that all the wisdom I need was there when I was 11 to 12 years old.
And then it got cluttered over. Well, listen, I can't wait for you and Conti to talk again, because when he gets going about the subconscious and the amount of this that sits below the surface like an iceberg, and the fact that when we're kids, we're not obscuring a lot of that subconscious as much. And sometimes that can look a little more primitive. I mean, a kid that's disappointed will let you know. A kid that's excited will let you know. You feel that raw exuberance or that raw dismay. And I think that as we grow older, we learn to cover that stuff up. We wear masks, and we have to be functional. And I don't think we all want to go around just being completely raw. But as you said, as you get older, you also get to this point where you go, what are we really trying to protect? I have this theory that certainly my experience has taught me that a lot of people, but I'll talk about men because that's what I know best, whether or not they show up strong or not, that they're really afraid of being weak. Like they're just afraid, like sometimes the strength is even a way to try and not be weak, right? Which is different than being strong for its own sake. I'm not just talking about physical strength, I'm talking about intellectual strength, I'm talking about money, I'm talking about expressing drive. I've been watching this series a little bit of Chimp Empire.
Oh, yeah.
So Chimp Empire is amazing, right? They have the head chimp, there's not the head chimp, but the alpha in the group. And he's getting older. And so what does he do? Every once in a while, he goes on these vigor displays. He goes and he grabs branches, he starts breaking, he starts thrashing them. He's incredibly strong. They're all kind of like watching. I mean, I immediately think of people like they're deadlifting on Instagram. I just think displays of vigor. This is just the primate something that displays the vigor. Now, what's interesting is that he's doing that specifically to say, hey, I still have what it takes to lead this troop. Okay? Then there are the ones that are subordinate to him, but not so far behind.
It seems to be that there's a very clear, like, numerical ranking.
There is.
Like, it's clear who's a number 2, number 3.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Who gets to mate first? Who gets to eat first? This exists in other animal societies too. But Bob Sapolsky would be a great person to talk about this with because he knows a tremendous amount about it, and I know just the top contour. But yeah, so number 2, 3, and 4 males are aware that he's doing these bigger displays, but they're also aware because in primate evolution they got some extra forebrain too, not as much as us, but they got some, and they're aware that the bigger displays are displays that, because they've done them as well in a different context, might not just be displays of vigor, but might also be an insurance policy against people seeing weakness. Okay, so now they start using that prefrontal cortex to do some interesting things. So in primate world, if a male is friendly with another male, wants to affiliate with them, say, hey, I'm backing you, they'll go over and they'll pick off the parasite that the grooming is extremely important. In fact, if they want to ostracize or kill one of the members of their troop, they will just leave it alone. No one will groom it. And then there's actually a really disturbing sequence in that show. But then the parasites start to eat away on their skin. They get infections. They have issues. No one will mate with them. They have other issues as well. They can potentially die. So the interesting thing is number 2 and 3 start to line up a strategy to groom this guy. But they are actually thinking about overtaking the entire troop, setting an alpha. But the current alpha did that to get where he is. So he knows that they're doing this grooming thing, but might not be sincere about the grooming. So what does he do? He takes the whole troop on a raid to another troop and sees who will fight for him. This is advanced contracting behavior for species that normally we don't think of as sophisticated as us. So it's very interesting, and it gets to something I hope we'll have an opportunity to talk about, because it's something that I'm obsessed with lately, is this notion of overt versus covert contracts, right? There are overt contracts where you exchange for money, or you exchange a number of things in an overt way. But then there are covert contracts, and those take on a very different form and always lead to, in my belief, bad things.
So how much of human and chimp relationships are overt versus covert?
Well, here's one thing that we know is true. Dogs and humans, the dog to human relationship is 100% overt. They don't manipulate you. Now, you could say they do, in the sense that they learn that if they look a certain way or move back, they get food. But there's no banking of that behavior for a future date where then they are going to undermine you and take your position. Okay, so in that sense, dogs can be a little bit manipulative in some sense. But now, okay, so overt contract would be, we both want to do some work together, we're going to make some money, you get X percentage, I get X percentage. Overt. Covert contract, which is, in my opinion, bad, always bad, would be, we're going to do some work together, you're going to get a percentage of money, I'm going to get a percentage of money. It could look just like the overt contract. But secretly, I'm resentful that I got the percentage that I got. So what I start doing is covertly taking something else. What do I take? Maybe I take the opportunity to jab you verbally. Maybe I take the opportunity to show up late. Maybe I take the opportunity to get to know one of your coworkers so that I might start a business with them. That's covert contract. And you see this sometimes in romantic relationships. One person, we won't set the male or female in any direction here, and just say, I'll make you feel powerful if you make me feel desired. Okay, great. There's nothing explicitly wrong about that contract if they both know and they both agree. But what if it's, I'll do that, but I'll have kids with you so you feel powerful. You'll have kids with me so I feel desired, but secretly I don't want to do that. Or one person says, I don't want to do that. Or both don't. So what they end up doing is saying, okay, so I expect something else. I expect you to do certain things for me. Or I expect you to pay for certain things for me. Covert contracts are the signature of everything bad. Overt contracts are the signature of all things good. And I think about this a lot because I've seen a lot of examples of this. Like anyone, we participate in these things. whether or not we want to or not. And the thing that gets transacted the most is, well, I should say, the things that get transacted the most are the overt things. You'll see money, time, sex, property, whatever it happens to be, information. But what ends up happening is that when people, I believe, don't feel safe, they feel threatened in some way. Like they don't feel safe in some way. What they do is they start taking something else while still engaging in exchange. And I'll tell you, if there's one thing about human nature that's bad, it's that feature. Why that feature? Or is it a bugger feature? It's hard to say. I think it's because we were allocated a certain extra amount of prefrontal cortex that makes us more sophisticated than a dog, more sophisticated than a chimpanzee, but they do it too. And it's because it's often harder to deal with, in the short term, to deal with the real sense of this is scary, this feels threatening, than it is to play out all the iterations. It takes a lot of brain work. You're playing chess and Go simultaneously, trying to figure out where things are going to end up when you just got one. So it's a way, I think, of creating a false sense of certainty. But I'll tell you, covert contracts, the only certainty is that it's going to end bad. The question is, conversely, overt contracts always end. Always. The problem with overt contracts is that you can't be certain that the other person is not engaging in the covert contract. You can only take responsibility for your own contract.
And one of the challenges of being human is looking at another human being and figuring out their way of being, their behavior, which of the two types of contracts it represents, because they look awfully the same on the surface. And it's one of the challenges of being human is the decision we all make is, are you somebody that takes a leap of trust and trusts other humans that are willing to take the hurt, or are you going to be cynical and skeptical and avoid most interactions until they over a long period of time prove your trust?
Yeah, I never liked the phrase history repeats itself when it comes to humans, because it doesn't apply if the people or the person is actively working to resolve their own flaws. I do think that if people are willing to do dedicated introspective work, go into their subconscious, do the hard work, have hard conversations, and get better at hard conversations, something that I'm constantly trying to get better at, I think people can change, but they have to want to change.
It does seem like deep down we all can kind of tell the difference between overt and covert, and we have a good sense. I think one of the benefits of having this characteristic of mine where I value loyalty, I've been extremely fortunate to spend most of my life in overt relationships, and I think that creates a really fulfilling life.
There's also this thing that maybe we're in this portion of the podcast now, but this brings us
late at night.
That's right. It's certainly late for me, but I'm 2 hours today.
And we should also say that you came here to speak.
I did.
And the podcast is just like that.
Yeah, some close friends of yours have arranged a dinner that I'm really looking forward to. I won't say which night, but it's the next couple of nights. Your circadian clock is one of the most robust features of your biology. I know you can be nocturnal or you can be diurnal. I know you're mostly nocturnal certain times of the year, but there very, very few people can get away with no sleep. Very few people can get away with a chaotic sleep-wake schedule. So you have to obey a 24-hour, aka circadian rhythm, if you want to remain healthy of mind and body. We also have to acknowledge that aging isn't linear, right? So, the degree of change between years 35 and 40 is not going to be the degree of change between 40 and 45. But I will say this. I'm 48 and I feel better in every aspect of my psychology and biology now than I did when I was in my 20s. Yeah, sort of quality of thought, time spent. Physically, I can do what I did then, which is probably says more about what I could do then than what I can do now. But if you keep training, you can continue to get better. The key is to not get injured. And I've never trained super. I train hard, but I've been cautious to not, for instance, weight train more than 2 days in a row. I do a split with basically 3 days a week, and move to run, take 1 full day off, take a week off every 12 to 16 weeks. I've not been the guy hurling the heaviest weights or running the furthest distance, but I have been the guy who's continuing to do it when a lot of my friends are talking knee injuries. Hey. But of course, with sport, you can't account for everything the same way you can with fitness, and I have to acknowledge that. Unless one is powerlifting, weightlifting and running, you can get hurt, but it's not like skateboarding where if you're going for it, you're going to get hurt. That's just you're landing on concrete. With jiu-jitsu, like people are trying to hurt you so that you say stop. So with a sport, it's different. And these days, I don't really do a sport any longer. I work out, stay fit. I used to continue to do sports, but I kept getting hurt, and frankly now, like a rolled ankle. I may put out a little small skateboard part of 2024 because people have been saying, "Well, we want to see the kickflip." And I say, "Well, we do it instead," but okay. I might put out a little part because some of the guys that work on the podcast, so I think by now I should at least do it just because I'm not making it up. I probably will. But I think doing a sport is different. That's how you get hurt. Overuse and doing it an actual sport. And so, hat tip to those who do an actual sport.
And that's a difficult decision. Like a lot of people have to make. I have to make with jiu-jitsu, for example. Like if you just look empirically, I've trained really hard for all my life, in grappling sports and fighting sports and all this kind of stuff. And I've avoided injury for the most part. And I would say I would attribute that to training a lot. Sounds counterintuitive, but training well and safely and correctly, keeping good form, saying no when they need to say no, but training a lot and taking it seriously. Now, when training is kind of a really a side thing, I find that the injury becomes a higher and higher probability.
But when you're just doing it every once in a while.
Every once in a while.
Yeah, that I think you said something really important, that the saying no. I mean, the times I have gotten hurt training is when it says, "Hey, let's hop on this workout together," and it becomes let's challenge each other and do something outrageous. Sometimes that can be fun though. I went up to Cam Haynes' gym, and he does these very high repetition weight workouts that are in circuit form. I was sore for 2 weeks, but I learned a lot and didn't get injured, and yes, we were going to go.
Nice. But the injury has been a really difficult psychological thing for me because so I've injured my finger, pinky finger, injured my knee.
I think your kitchen is filled with splints.
I'm trying to figure out.
It's like if you look at Lex's kitchen, there's some really good snacks. I had some right before. He's very good about keeping cold drinks in the fridge, and all the water has element in it, which is great. I mean that. But then there's a whole like hospital's worth of splints.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. So here's the thing: you like things that like pop out like this, right? Pinky finger. I'm trying to figure out how do I splint in such a way that I can still program, still play guitar, but protect this kind of torque motion that creates like a huge amount of pain.
That's here with jiu-jitsu.
But it's not the kind of, it's probably more like a skateboarding style injury, which is it's unexpected and silly. And it's
The thing that happens is like I didn't break my foot doing anything important. Yeah, I broke my technique or stepping off a curb. Yeah. So that's why they're called accidents. If you get hurt doing something awesome, that's a trophy that you have to work through. It's part of your payment to the universe. If you get hurt stepping off a curb or you're doing something stupid, it's called a stupid accident.
Since we brought up Chimp Empire, let me ask you about relationships. I think we talked about relationships before.
It's the morning meditation.
The nicely, you are human. No, but you are also animal. Don't sell yourself short.
No, I always say, listen, any discussion on the Boom Lab podcast about sexual health or anything, always critical forms. Consensual, age appropriate, context appropriate, species.
Species appropriate. Well, can I just tell you about sexual selection. I've been watching Life in Color with David Attenborough. I've been watching a lot of nature documentaries. Talking about inner peace, it brings you so much peace to watch nature. At its worst and at its best. The Life in Color is a series on Netflix where it presents some of the most colorful animals on Earth, and it kind of tells the story of how they got there through natural selection. You know, you have the peacock with feathers, and it's just such incredible colors. Like the peacock has these tail feathers, the male. They're like gigantic and they're super colorful. And there are these eyes on it. It's not eyes, it's like eye-like areas. And they wiggle their ass like to show the tail. They wiggle the tails. Eye spots. The eye spots, yes. You know this probably way better than me. I'm just quoting it.
Please continue.
But it's just, I'm watching this, and then the female is as boring looking as possible. Like, she has no colors or nothing. She's standing there bored, just seeing this entire display. And I'm just wondering, like, the entirety of life on Earth, not the entirety, post-bacteria, is like, at least in part, maybe in large part, can be described through this process of natural selection, sexual selection. So, dudes fighting, and then women selecting. It seems like it's just the entirety of that series shows some incredible birds and insects and shrimp. They're all beautiful and colorful and shrimp. They're incredible. And it's all about getting laid. It's fascinating. And there's nothing like watching that and Chimp Empire to make you realize we humans, that's the same thing. That's all we're doing. And all the beautiful variety, all the bridges and the buildings and the rockets and the internet, all of that is this kind is at least in part this kind of product of this kind of showing off for each other. And all the wars and all this. Anyway,
there's a.
I'm asking.
Relationships. Yes. Right. Before you ask about relationships, I think what's clear is that every species, it seems, animal species, wants to make more of itself and protect its young.
But to protect its young is non-obvious.
So not destroy enough of itself that it can't get more to reproductive competent age. I mean, I think that, we have a natural, healthy people have a natural reflex to protect children.
I don't know.
And those that can't.
Wait a minute. I've seen enough animals that are murdering the children.
Sure.
Some other.
Sure. There's even siblicide. First of all, I just want to say that I was delighted in your delight around animal kingdom stuff. This is a favorite theme of mine as well. But there's, for instance, some fascinating data on, for instance, for those that grew up on farms, they'll be free martins. Free martins. They're cows that have multiple calves inside them, and there's a situation in which the calves will secrete, if there's more than one inside, will secrete chemicals that will hormonally castrate the calf next to them so they can't reproduce. So already in the womb they are fighting for future resources. That's how early this stuff can start. There's chemical warfare in the womb against the siblings. Sometimes there's outright siblicide. Siblings are born, they kill one another. This also becomes biblical stories, right? There are instances of cuttlefish, beautiful cephalopods, like octopuses, and that is the plural. As we made
it's a meme. The internet.
Oh yeah, that became a meme or a discussion.
Yeah, it spread pretty quick.
Oh, yeah.
And now we just resurfaced it.
It's crazy. The dismay in his voice is so amusing. In any event, the male cuttlefish will disguise themselves as female cuttlefish, infiltrate the female cuttlefish group, and then mate with them. All sorts of types of covert operations. So I think that it's like a drinking game where every time we say covert in a contract in this episode, you have to take a shot of espresso. Please don't do that. You'll be dead by the end.
So actually, just a small tangent. It does make me wonder how much intelligence covert contracts require. It seems like not much. If you could do it in the animal kingdom, there's some kind of instinctual
it is based perhaps in like fear.
Yeah, it could be simple algorithm. If you know, if there's some ambiguity about numbers and I'm not with these guys, and then flip to the alternate strategy. I actually have a story about this that I think is relevant. I used to have cuttlefish in my lab in San Diego. We went and got them from a guy out in the desert. We put them in the lab. It was amazing. And they had a postdoc who was studying prey capture in cuttlefish. They have a very holistic, extremely rapid strike and grab of the shrimp. And we were using high-speed cameras to characterize all this, looking at binocular. They normally have their eyes on the side of their head. When they see something they want to eat, the eyes translocate to the front, which allows them stereopsis, depth perception, allows them to strike. We were doing some unilateral eye removals, they would miss, etc. Okay, this has to do with eye spots. This was during a government shutdown period where the ghost shrimp that they normally feed on them, that we would ship in from the Gulf down here, weren't available to us. So we had to get different shrimp. What we noticed was the cuttlefish normally would just sneak up on the shrimp. We learned this by data collection. And if the shrimp was facing them, they would do this thing with their tentacles of kind of enchanting the shrimp. And if the shrimp wasn't facing them, they wouldn't do it. And they would ballistically grab them and eat them. Well, when we got these new shrimp, the new shrimp had eye spots on their tails. And then the cuttlefish would do this kind of attempt to enchant regardless of the position of the shrimp. So what does that mean? Okay, well, it means that there's some sort of algorithm in the cuttlefish's mind that says, okay, if you see two spots, move your tentacles. So it can be, as you pointed out, it can be a fairly simple operation, but it looks diabolical. It looks cunning, but all it is strategy.
Yeah, but it's still somehow emerged. Yeah, I don't think that calling it an algorithm doesn't. I feel like
there's a circuit there that gets implemented in a certain context, but that circuit had to evolve.
You do realize super intelligent AI will look at us humans and will say the exact thing. There's a circuit in there that evolved to do this algorithm A and algorithm B, and it's trivial. And for us humans, it's fancy and beautiful. Write poetry about it, but
because we don't understand something. Because that AI algorithm cannot see into what it can't see. It doesn't understand the underworkings of what allows all of this conversation stuff to manifest. And we can't even see it. How could AI see it? Maybe it will. Maybe AI will solve and give us access to our subconscious. Maybe your AI friend or coach, like I think Andreessen and others are doing this right now. And someone's going to say, hey, Lex, you're making decisions lately that are not good for you, but it's because of this algorithm that you picked up in childhood, that if you don't state your explicit needs up front, you're not going to get what you want, so why do it? From now on, you need to actually make a list of every absolutely outrageous thing that you want, no matter how outrageous, and communicate that immediately, and that will work.
We're talking about cuttlefish and sexual selection, and we went into some, where do we go? Well, and you said you were excited.
Well, I was excited. Well, you were just saying, what about these covert contracts for animals? I think it's simple contextual engagement of a little circuit, which is not just nerd speak for saying they do it in strategy. It's saying that there has to be a circuit there, hardwired circuit, maybe learned, but probably hardwired, that can be engaged, right? You can't build neural machinery out of in a moment. You need to build that circuit over time. What is building it over time? You select for it. The cuttlefish that did not have that alternate context-driven circuit didn't survive when there was when all the shrimp that normally disappear in the eye-spotted shrimp showed up. And there were a couple that had some miswiring. This is why mutation, right? X-Men stuff is real. They had a mutation that had some alternate wiring, and that wiring got selected for it. Became a mutation that was adaptive as opposed to maladaptive. This is something people don't often understand about genetics, is that it only takes a few generations to devolve a trait, make it worse, but it takes a long time to evolve an adaptive trait. There are exceptions to that, but most often that's true. So the species needs a lot of generations. We are hopefully still evolving as a species, and it takes a long time, but to evolve more adaptive traits. But it doesn't take long to devolve adaptive traits so that you're getting sicker or you're not functioning as well. So choose your mate wisely. And that's perhaps a good segue into sexual selection.
I could tell you're good at this. We said, well, why did I bring up sexual selection? It's the relationship. So, sexual selection in humans. Even I don't think you've done an episode on relationships.
No, I did an episode on attachment,
Right.
but not on relationships. The series with Conti includes one episode of the 4 that's all about relational understanding and how to select a mate based on matching of drives.
And all the demons inside the subconscious, how to match demons, and they dance well together, or what?
And how generative two people are.
What does that mean?
How what he explains it is how devoted to creating growth within the context of the family, the relationship with work.
Well, when you ask about mating rituals and how to find such a relationship, I mean, you're really big on friendships. I value friendships. And that, I think, extends itself into one of the deepest kinds of friendships you can have, which is a romantic relationship. What mistakes, successes, and wisdom can you impart?
I've certainly made some mistakes. I've also made some good choices in this realm. First of all, we have to define what sort of relationship we're talking about. If one is looking for a life partner, potentially somebody to establish family with or without kids, with or without pets, right? Families can take different forms. I mean, I certainly experienced being a family in a prior relationship where it was the 2 of us and our 2 dogs, and it was family. Like, we had a little family. I think, based on my experience and based on input from friends who themselves have very successful relationships, I must say I've got friends who are in long-term, monogamous, very happy relationships where there seems to be a lot of love, a lot of laughter, a lot of challenge, and a lot of growth. And both people, it seems, really want to be there and enjoy it.
Just to pause on that, one thing to do, I think, by way of advice, is listen to people who are in long-term successful relationships. That's like, it seems dumb, but we both know and are friends with Joe Rogan, who's been in a long-term, really great relationship, and he's been an inspiration to me. So you take advice from that guy.
Definitely. And several members of my podcast team are in excellent relationships. I think one of the things that rings true over and over again in the advice and my experience is find someone who's really a great friend, or build a really great friendship. Obviously, not just a friend if we're talking romantic relationship, but and of course, sex is super important, but it should be a part of that particular relationship alongside or meshed with the friendship. Can it be a majority of the positive exchange? I suppose it could, but I think the friendship piece is extremely important because what's required in a successful relationship clearly is joy in being together, trust, a desire to share experience, both mundane and more adventurous, support each other, acceptance, a real maybe even admiration, but certainly delight in being with the person. Earlier we were talking about peace, and I think that sense of peace comes from knowing that the person you're in friendship with or that you're in romantic relationship with, ideally both, let's assume healthy relationship, the best romantic relationship includes a friendship component with that person. It's like you just really delight in their presence, even if it's a quiet presence. And you delight in seeing them delight. Right? That's cool. The trust piece is huge, and that's where people start. We don't want to focus on what works, not what doesn't work, but that's where I think people start engaging in these covert contracts. They're afraid of being betrayed, so they betray. They're afraid of giving up too much vulnerability, so they hide their vulnerability. or in the worst cases, they feign vulnerability. Again, that's a covert contract that just simply underlines everything because it's one of those two lines. Conversely, I think if people can have really hard conversations, this is something I've had to work really hard on in recent years and I'm still working hard on. But the friendship piece seems to be the thing that rises to the top when I talk to friends who are in these great relationships. They have so much respect and love and joy in being with their friend. It's the person that they want to spend as much of their non-working, platonic friendship time with, and the person that they want to experience things with or share things with. And it sounds so kind of canned and cliche nowadays, but I think if you step back and examine how most people go about finding a relationship, so I'm like, oh, like, am I attracted? Of course, physical attraction is important in other forms of attraction too. And they sort of enter through that portal, which makes sense. That's the mating dance, right? That's the peacock situation. That's hopefully not the cuddle situation. But I think that there seems to be a history of people close to me getting into great relationships where they were friends for a while first, or maybe didn't sleep together right away. Yeah. That they actually intentionally deferred on that. This has not been my habit or my experience. I've gone the more, I think, typical, like, oh, there's an attraction like this person, there's an interest, you got to explore all dimensions of relationship really quickly, except perhaps the moving in part and the having kids part, which is the bigger step, harder to do without more severe consequences. But I think the whole take it slow thing, I don't think is about getting to know someone slowly. I think it's about the physical piece, because that does change the nature of the relationship. And I think it's because it gets right into the more hardwired primitive circuitry around our feelings of safety, vulnerability. There's something about romantic and sexual interactions where it's almost like it's like assets and liabilities, right? Where people are trying to figure out how much to engage their time and their energy, and I'm talking about from both sides, whatever sides, but where it's like assets and liabilities, and that's where it starts getting into those complicated contracts early on, I think. And so maybe that's why if a really great friendship and admiration is established first, even if people are romantically and sexually attracted to one another, that piece can be added in a little bit later in a way that really kind of just seals up the whole thing. And then who knows, maybe they spend 90% of their time having sex. I don't know. It's not for me to say or decide, obviously. But there's something there about staying out of a certain amount of risk of having to engage covert contract in order to protect oneself.
But I do think, like, love at first sight, this kind of idea is in part realizing very quickly that you are great friends. Like, I've had that experience of friendship recently. It's not really friendship, but like, oh, you get each other. We do with humans, not in a romantic thing.
Right, friendship.
Yeah, just friendship. But not.
Dare I say, I felt that way about you when you got me. Right?
But we also,
like, this dude's cool, and he's smart, and he's funny, and he's driven, and he's giving, and he's got an edge, and like, I want to learn from him. I want to hang out with him. Like, I mean, that was the beginning of our friendship. Was essentially, that set of internal realizations.
Keep going. Like,
and sharp dresser.
Yeah, it just looks great, shirtless on horseback. Yes.
No. Listen. I mean, it's despite what some people might say on the internet, it's a really platonic friendship.
Somebody asked if Andrew Huberman has a girlfriend, and somebody says, "I think so." And the third comment was, "This really breaks my heart." Like that, Alex and Andrew are not an item.
We are great friends, but we are not an item. That's true. It's official. I hear over and over again from friends that have made great choices, awesome partners, and have these fantastic relationships for long periods of time that seem to continue to thrive. Because that's what they tell me, and that's what I observe. Establish the friendship first, and give it a bit of time before sex. And so, I think that's the feeling. That's the feeling. And we're talking micro features and macro features. We're talking, and this isn't about perfection. It's actually about the imperfection. Which is kind of neat. I like quirky people. I like characters. I'll tell you where I've gone badly wrong, where I see other people. If there is no rule that says that you have to be attracted to all attractive people, by any means, it's very important to develop a sense of taste in romantic attraction. I believe what you really like in terms of a certain style, a certain way of being, and of course that includes sexuality and sex itself, the verb. But I think it also includes their just general way of being, and when you really adore somebody, you like the way they answer the phone. And when they don't answer the phone that way, something's off and you want to know. And so I think that the more you can tune up your powers of observation, not looking for things that you like, and the more that stuff just kind of washes over you, the more likely you are to quote unquote fall in love. As a mutual friend of ours said to me, listen, when it comes to romantic relationships, if it's not 100%, and I've never seen a violation of that statement, where it's like, it's mostly good, and there's like the negotiations, but we're already doing, and that doesn't mean someone has to be perfect. The relationship has to be perfect, but it's got to feel 100% inside. Like, yes. And I think Diceroth, when he was on here, your podcast, mentioned something that like I think the words were, maybe it was in his book, I don't recall, but that love is one of these things that we story into. We create this idea of ourselves in the future, and we look at our past time together, and then you story into it. I mean, there are very few things like that. I can't story into building flying cars. I have to actually go do something. I mean, and love is also retroactively constructed. I mean, anyone who's gone through a breakup understands the grief of knowing, this is something I really shouldn't be in for whatever reason, because it only takes one. The only person that's willing to be in it should be in it. But then missing so many things, and that's just the attachment machine.
I have to ask you a question that somebody on our amazing team wanted to ask. He's happily married. Another, like you mentioned, incredible relationship. Are they good friends? They're amazing friends.
There you go.
But some says that nothing who it is, so I can say some stuff, which is it started out as a great sexual connection.
Oh, well, there you go.
But they became very close friends. Listen, there you go. Speaking of sex, he has a wonderful son, and he's wanting to have a second kid, and he went to ask the great Andrew Huberman, is there like sexual positions or any kind of thing that can help maximize the chance that they have a girl versus a boy? Because they had a wonderful boy, they want a girl. Is there a way to control the chance?
Well, this has been debated for a long time, and I did a 4.5-hour episode on fertility. The reason I did a 4.5-hour episode on fertility is that, first of all, I find reproductive biology fascinating, and I wanted a resource for people that were thinking about or struggling with having kids for whatever reason. And it felt important to me to combine the male and female components in the same episode. It's all timestamped, so you don't have to listen to the whole thing. We talk about IVF, fertilization, we talk about natural pregnancy. Okay, the data on position is very interesting. But let me just say a few things. There are a few clinics now, in particular some out of the United States, that are spinning down sperm and finding that they can separate out fractions, as they're called. They spin that sperm down at a given speed, and they'll separate out at different sort of depths within the test tube that allow them to pull out the sperm on top or below and bias the probability towards male or female. It's not perfect. It's not 100%. It's a very costly procedure. It's still very controversial. Now, with in vitro fertilization, you can extract eggs. You can introduce a sperm directly by pipette. It's a process called ICSI, or you can set up sperm eggs in a dish. And if you get a number of different embryos, meaning the eggs get fertilized, they duplicate, and start forming blastocyst, which is a ball of cells or an embryo, then you can do karyotyping. So you can do look for XX or XY, select the XY, which then gives rise to an offspring, and you implant that one. So there is that kind of sex selection. With respect to position, there's a lot of lore that, if the woman is on top or the woman is on the bottom, or whether or not the penetration is from behind, whether or not it's going to be male or female offspring. And frankly, the data are not great, as you can imagine, because those would be interesting studies to run, perhaps.
Various studies, various papers.
There are some,
But they're not against. There's more lore than science.
and there are a lot of other variables that are hard to control. So, for instance, if it's ejaculation during intermission, during sex penetration, etc., then you can't measure, for instance, sperm volume as opposed to when it's IVF, and they can actually measure how many milliliters, how many forward motile sperm. It's hard to control for certain things, and just can vary between individuals and even ejaculation to the next. Okay, so there's too many variables. However, the position thing is interesting in the following way, and then I'll answer whether or not you can bias towards it. As long as we're talking.
I have
about
other
sexual,
questions about sex.
but as long as we're talking about sexual position, there are data that support the idea that in order to increase the probability of successful fertilization, that indeed the woman should not stand upright after sex, and should right after the man's ejaculated inside her, and should adjust her pelvis, say 15 degrees upwards. I mean, some of the fertility experts, MDs, will say that's crazy, but others that I sought out, and not specifically for this answer, but for researching that episode, said that, yeah, what you're talking about is trying to get the maximum number of sperm, and it's containing semen, and yes, the semen can leak out, and so keeping the pelvis tilted for about 15 degrees for about 15 minutes, obviously tilted in the direction that would have things run upstream, not downstream, so to speak. Would gravity is real, so for maximizing fertilization, the doctors that I spoke to just said, look, given that if people are trying to get pregnant, what is spending 15 minutes on their back? This sort of thing. Okay, so then with respect to female getting female offspring, XX female offspring selectively, there is the idea that as fathers get older, they're more likely to have daughters as opposed to sons. That's from the papers I've read, is a significant but still mildly significant result. So with each passing year, this person increases the probability they're going to have a daughter, not a son. So that's interesting.
The probability difference.
I mean, it's not, it's a significant. It's not trivial. It's not a trivial difference. But if they want to ensure having a daughter, then they should do IVF and select an XX embryo. And when you go through IVF, they genetically screen for karyotype, which is XXXY, and they look at mutations, genotypic mutations for things like trisomies and aneuploidies, all the stuff you don't want.
There's a lot of lore. There are different foods, so there's a lot of variables.
There's a lot of variables, but there haven't been systematic studies. So I think probably the best thing to do, unless they get through IVF, is just roll the dice. And I think with each passing year, they increase the probability of getting female offspring. But of course, with each passing year, the egg and sperm quality degrade. So get after it soon.
So I went down a rabbit hole. There's like sexology. There's journals.
Oh yeah,
on sex.
Sure.
Okay. So
some of them, not all, quite reputable. And some of them really pioneering in the sense that they've taken on topics that are, considered outside the main frame of what people talk about. They're very important. We have episodes coming out soon with, for instance, the head of urology, sexual health, and reproductive health at Stanford, Michael Eisenberg, but also one with the female urologist, sexual health, and reproductive health, Dr. Rena Malik, who's has a quite active YouTube presence. She does these really like dry, like scientific presentation, but very nice. She has a lovely voice, and she'll be talking about, erections or squirting or like all this. Like she does like very kind of internet type content. But she's a legitimate urologist, reproductive health expert, and in the podcast we did talk about both male and female orgasm. We talked a lot about sexual function, dysfunction. We talked a lot about pelvic floor. One interesting factoid is that only 3% of sexual dysfunction is hormonal, endocrine in nature. It's more often related to some pelvic floor or vasculature, blood flow related, or other issue. And then when Eisenberg came on the podcast, he said that far less sexual dysfunction is psychogenic in origin than people believe, that far more of it is pelvic floor, neuro, and vascular. So, there are the myths of, it's not saying that it's like a psychogenic dysfunction doesn't exist, but a lot of the sexual dysfunction that people assume is related to hormones or that is related to psychogenic issues are related to vascular or neural issues. And the good news is that there are great remedies for those. And so both those episodes detail some of the more salient points about what those remedies are. It could be, one of the, again, factoids, but it's interesting that a lot of people have pelvic floor issues and they think that their pelvic floors are, quote unquote, messed up. So they go on the internet, they learn about Kegels, and it turns out that some people need Kegels, they need to strengthen their pelvic floor. Guess what? A huge number of people with sexual and urologic dysfunction have pelvic floors that are too tight, and Kegels are going to make them far worse. And they actually need to learn to relax their pelvic floor. So seeing a pelvic floor specialist is important. I think in the next 5-10 years, we're going to see a dramatic shift towards more discussion about sexual and reproductive health in a way that acknowledges that, the clitoris comes from the same origin and tissue as the penis, and in many ways that the neural innervation of the two, while clearly different, has some overlapping features that, that there's going to be discussion around anatomy and hormones and pelvic floors, and in a way that's going to, erode some of the kind of like cloaking of these topics, because they've been cloaked for a long time. And there's a lot of let's just call it what it is. There's a lot of bullshit out there about what's what. And now the hormonal issues, by the way, just to clarify, can impact desire. So a lot of people who have lack of desire as opposed to lack of anatomical function, it's could be male or female, that can originate with either things like SSRIs or issues. So we talk about that as well. So it's a pretty vast topic.
Okay, you're one of the most productive people I know. What's the secret to your productivity? How do you maximize the number of productive hours in a day? You're a scientist, you're a teacher, you're a very prolific educator.
Well, thanks for the kind words. I struggle like everybody else, but I am pretty relentless about meeting deadlines. I miss them sometimes, but sometimes that means cramming, sometimes that means starting early. But
has that been hard? Sorry to interrupt with the podcast. There's certain episodes. I mean, you're like taking incredibly difficult topics, and there's going to be a lot of really good scientists listening to those. They're very skeptical and careful eye. Like, how hard do you struggle with meeting that deadline sometimes?
Yes, so we've pushed out episodes because I haven't advertised this, but I have another fully tenured professor that's started checking my podcasts and helping me find papers. He's a close friend of mine. He's an incredible expert in neuroplasticity, and that's been helpful. But I research I do all the primary research. Although my niece is doing a summer internship with me, finding amazing papers. She did last summer as well. She's really good at it. Just stick that kid on the internet. She gets great stuff.
Can I ask you, just going on tangents here, what's the hardest? Finding the papers or understanding what a paper is saying,
or finding the best papers? Because you have to, you read a bunch of reviews, figure out who's getting cited, call people in the field, make sure that this is the stuff. I mean, I did this episode recently on ketamine, about ketamine, and there's this whole debate about S versus R ketamine, SR ketamine. And I called 2 clinical experts at Stanford. I had a researcher at UCLA help me. Even then, a few people had gripes about it. I don't think they understood a section that I was perhaps could have been clear about. But yeah, you're always concerned that people won't either won't get it or I won't be clear. So the researching is mainly about finding the best papers. And then I'm looking for papers that establish thoroughness of understanding, that are interesting. Obviously, it's fun to get occasionally look at some of the odder or more progressive papers that are what's new in the field, and then where there are actionable takeaways to really export those with a lot of thoughtfulness. I mean, I think that going back to the productivity thing, I get up, with the sun, I stare at the sun. When I get my sunshine, it all starts with a really good night's sleep. I think that's really important. So much so that if I wake up and I don't feel rested enough, I'll often do non-sleep deep rest, yoga nidra, or go back to sleep for a little bit, get up, really prioritize the big block of work for the thing I'm researching. I think a little bit of anxiety and a little bit of concern about deadline helps. Turning the phone off helps. Realizing that those peak hours, whatever they are for you, you do not allow those hours to be invaded unless there's a nuclear bomb goes off. And nuclear bomb is just a phraseology for it could be family crisis, it could be a good justification. There's an emergency, obviously, but it's all about focus. It's all about focus in the moment. It's not even so much about how many hours you work. It's really about focus and how much total focus you can give to something. And then I like to take walks and think about things, and sometimes talk about them in my voice recorder. So I'm just always churning on it all the time. And and then of course learning to turn it off and engage with people socially, and not be podcasting 24 hours a day in your head is key. But I think I love learning and researching and finding those papers and the information, and I love teaching it. And these days I use a whiteboard before I start. I don't have any notes, no teleprompter. Then the whiteboard that I use beforehand is to really sculpt out the different elements and the flow, get the flow right, and move things around. The whiteboard is such a valuable tool. Then take a couple pictures of that when I'm happy with it, put it down on the desk. And these are just bullet points, and then just churn through. You just churn through, and nothing feels better than, researching and sharing information. And as you did, grew up writing papers, and it's hard, and I like the friction of it. I want to get up. When I was in college, I was trying to make up deficiencies from my lack of attendance in high school, so much so that I would set a timer. I wouldn't let myself get up to use the bathroom. Never had an accident, but I was, it was like I listened to music, classical music, Rancid, a few other things, some Bob Dylan maybe thrown in there, and just study. And then you hit the 2-hour mark and you're in pain, and then you get home. That felt so good. Yeah. There's something about the human brain that likes these kind of friction points and working through them, and you just have to work through them. So yeah, I'm productive, and my life is arranged around it. And that's been a bit of a barrier to personal life at times, but my life's arranged around it. I've set up everything so that I can learn more, teach more, including some of my home life. And but I do still watch Jim Empire. Still got time to watch Jim Empire. Look, the great Joe Strummer, right? Clash, my favorite Mescaleros. He said, famous Strummer quote, "No input, no output." You need experience. You need outside things in order to foster the process. But it just knows the grindstone, man. And that's what I'm happy to do with my life. I don't think anyone should do that just because. Right? This is how I'm showing up, and I don't like me, then scroll. Why they say swipe left or right? I don't know. I'm not on the apps, dating apps. So that's the other thing. I keep waiting for when listens to reading podcasts. It's a checkbox on Hinge or Bumble or whatever it is. But I don't even know, are those their fields? I don't know what are the apps now.
I've never used an app, and I those found troublesome how little information is provided on apps.
Well, they're the ones that are like a stock lake, like Rabbi, like they sort of like companies will actually fill them with people that look a certain way.
As soon as it's filled with AI,
Oh,
it's what you said, oh, it's a heartbreak within that.
well, I'm guilty of liking real
Have you tried with the AI first?
No, but I have a feeling you're going to convince me too.
One day. Yeah, I've also struggled finishing projects that are new, that are something new. Like, for example, one of the things I really struggled finishing is something that's in Russian that requires translation and overdub and all that kind of stuff. The other project I've been working on for like over at least a year, off and on, but trying to finish is something we've talked about in the past. I'm still on it. Project on Hitler and World War II. I've written so much about it, and I just don't know why I can't finish it. I have trouble, like, really. I think I'm terrified being in front of the camera. Like this.
Or so.
Well, actually, no, solo.
Well, if you want to
Basically,
do solo, and seriously, because we've done this before, right? Our clandestine study missions. I'm happy to sit in the corner and look or do something if you want. It feels
just for the feeling of something else.
Definitely.
What do you? I mean, how do you? You don't seem to. You seem to have been fearless to just sit in front of the camera by yourself to do the episode.
Yeah, it was weird. I mean, the first year of the podcast, it just spilled out. It was just, I had all that stuff. I was so excited about it. I've been talking to everybody who's listening and anyone, who run away, I'd keep talking. Before there was ever a camera, it wasn't on social media. In 2019, I posted a little bit. 20 years ago, I started doing a podcast. But yeah, I just the zest and delight in this stuff. Circadian rhythms. I'm going to tell you about this stuff. I just felt like there was the opportunity and just let it burst. And then as we've gotten into topics that are a little bit further away from my home knowledge, I still get super excited about it. This music in the brain episode I've been researching for a while now. I'm just so hyped. So interesting. There's so many facets. Singing versus improvisational, music versus listening to music versus learning music. I mean, it just goes on and on. There's just so much that's so interesting. I just can't get it off. And I think, you put a camera in front of me, I sort of forget about it. And I'm just trying to just teach.
Yeah, so that's interesting. I mean, maybe I need to find that joy as well. But like for me, a lot of the joy is in the writing. And the camera, there's something.
Well, the best lecturers, as you know, and you're a phenomenal lecturer, so you embody this as well. But when I teach at Stanford, I was directing this course in neuroscience and medical students, and I noticed that the best lecturers would come in and they're teaching the material from a place of deep understanding, but they're also experiencing it as a first-time learner at the same time. So it's just sort of embodying the delight of it, but also the authority over, not authority, but the sort of mastery of the material. And it's really the delight in it that the students are looking onto, and of course they eat and deserve the best material. So what they're talking about, but just tap into that energy of learning and loving it, and people are along for the ride. Or I get accused of being long-winded, but things get taken out of context. That leads to greater misunderstanding. Also, I come from a lineage of 3 dead advisors, all 3. So I don't know when the Reaper's coming for me. I'm doing my best to stay alive all the time, but whether that's a bullet or a bus or cancer or whatever, or just old age, I'm trying to get it all out there as best I can. And if it means you have to hit pause and come back a day or two later, this seems like a reasonable compromise to me. I'm not going to go longer than I need to, and I'm trying to shorten it. But again, that's kind of how I show up. It's like Tim Armstrong would say about writing songs. I asked him, "Do you write every day? Every day? Has Rick ever stopped creating? No. Has Joe ever stopped preparing for comedy? Are you ever stopped to think about world issues and technology and who you can talk to? I mean, it seems to me you've always got a plan." It's like the thing I love about your podcast the most, to be honest, these days, is the surprise of like, I don't know who else is gonna be there. It's almost like I get a little nervously excited about when a new episode comes out because I have no idea. And I mean, I have some guesses based on what we told me during the break. I mean, you got some people where it's just like, whoa, Lex is like there, awesome, can't wait, click. I think that's really cool. Like, you're constantly surprising people. So you're doing it so well, like such a high level. And I think it's also important for people to understand that what you're doing, Lex, there's no precedent for it. Sure, there have been interviews before, there have been podcasts before, there have been discussions before, but it's not like, how many of your peers can you look to find out how best to do the content like yours? Zero. There's one peer, you. And so, that should give you great peace and great excitement because you're a pioneer. You're literally I don't want to take an unnecessary tangent, but I think this might thread together two of the things we talked about, which are, I think, of pretty key importance. One is romantic relationships, and the other is creative process of work. And this again is something I learned from Rick, but that he and I have gone back and forth on, and that I think is worth elaborating on. Which is, earlier we were saying, the best relationship is going to be one where it brings you peace. I think peace also can be translated to, among other things, lack of distraction. So when you're with your partner, can you really focus on them and the relationship? Can you not be distracted by things that you're upset about from their past or from your past with them or their, and of course the same is true for them, right? They ideally will feel that way towards you too. They can really focus. Also, when you're not with them, can you focus on your work? Can you not be worried about whether or not they're okay because you trust that they're an adult and they can handle things, or they will reach out if they need things. They're going to communicate their needs like an adult, not creating messes just to get attention, things like that, or disappearing. So peace and focus are intimate, and distraction is the enemy of peace and focus. So there's something there, I believe, because people that have this strong generative drive and want to, be productive in their home life, in the sense of a rich family life, partner life, whatever that is, and in their work life, the ability to really drop into the work and, like, okay, you might have the sense like, I hope they're okay, or need to check my phone or something, but just know, like, we're good. So peace and focus, I think, and being present are so key, and it's key at every level of romantic relationship. So, certainly presence and focus, everything from sex to listening to raising family to tending to the house, and in work, it's absolutely critical. So I think that those things are kind of mirror images of the same thing, and they're both important reflections of the other. And when you start to just, when work is not going well, then the relationship, the focus on relationship can suffer, and vice versa.
It's crazy how important that is. How incredibly wonderful it could be to have a person in your life that kind of enables that creative focus.
Yeah, and you supply the peace and focus for their endeavors, whatever those might be. I mean, that symmetry there, because clearly people have different needs, and the need to just really trust. Like when Lex is working, he's in his generative mode, and I know he's good, and so then they feel sure they've contributed to that, but then also what you're doing is supporting them in whatever way it happens to be. And I think that sometimes you'll see that people will pair up along with creative, or musical, or computer scientist. But I think, again, going back to this Conti episode on relationships, is that the superficial labels are less important, it seems, than just the desire to create that kind of home life and relationship together. And as a consequence, the work load. And for some people, both people aren't working, and sometimes they are. But I think that's the good stuff, and I think that's the big learning in all of it, is that the further along I go with each birthday, I guarantee you, like, what I want is simpler and simpler, and harder to create, but oh, so worth it.
the inner and the outer peace. It's been over 2 years, I think, since Costello passed away.
Still tears me up. So I
I
cried about him today. It's proportional to the love. But yeah, I'll cry about it. It wasn't putting him down. It wasn't the act of him crying. Actually, that was a beautiful time. I didn't expect it to be, but it was in my place when I was living in Topanga during the pandemic when we launched the podcast, and I did it at home. And he hated the vet, so I did it at home. And he gave out this huge right at the end. And I could just tell he had been in just not a lot of pain, fortunately, but he'd just been working so hard just to improve it all. And the craziest thing happened. I've never had an experience like this. I expected my heart to break. And I felt a broken heart before. I felt it, frankly, when my parents split. I felt it. When Harry shot himself, I felt it. When Barbara died, I felt it. And so, as well. And so many friends, way too many. I mean, end of 2017, my friend Aaron King, Johnny Fair, John Eichelberg, stomach cancer, suicide, fentanyl. Well, all in a freaking week. And I just remember thinking, like, what the? But when and it's just heartbreaking to just carry that. It's like, but that's just a short list, And I don't say that for a sob story. It's just for a guy that wasn't in the military or didn't grow up in the inner city. Like, it's an unusual number of deaths, like close people. When Costello went, the craziest thing happened. My heart warmed up. It heated up, and I wasn't on MDMA, and I wasn't. I was just the moment he went, it just went. And I was like, what the hell is this? And it was like a supernatural experience to me. I just never had that. I put my grandfather on the ground. I was pallbearer at the funeral. I've done that more times than I'd like to have ever done it, and it just heated up. And it was almost like, and we make up these stories about what it is, but it was almost like he was like, all right, I have to be careful because I will cry here. And I don't want to. It was almost like he was like, all that effort, because I put so much effort into it. It's like, all right, you get this back. It was like the giant. And it was incredible, and I'm not embarrassed to shed a tear or two about it if I have to. Like, holy shit. Like, that's how close I was.
Where do you think you can find that kind of love?
I mean, when excuse me for yelling up, but it was just, it's a freaking dog, right? I get it, but for me, it was the first real home I ever had. But when Costello went, it was like we had this home in Topanga, we'd set it up, and he was just so happy there. And I think it just, I don't know, it was like this weird victory / massive loss. Like, we did 11 years. We did everything to make him as comfortable as possible. He was super loyal, beautiful animal, but also just funny and fun. And I was like, I did it. I gave as much of myself to this being as a human I felt I could without making it detracting from the rest of my life. And he loves. And so I don't know. When I think about Barbara, especially, I well up, and it's hard for me. But I talked to her before she died, and that was a brutal conversation. Saying goodbye to someone, especially with kids, and that was hard. I think that really flipped a switch in me, where I'm like, I always knew I wanted kids. I'd say I want kids. That flipped the switch. I was like, I want.
You want my own. You might be able to find that kind of love.
Yeah, I think because it was the caretaker. It wasn't about what he did. And the more I could take care of him, the better I felt. It's crazy. And I don't know. So I miss him every day. Every day. I miss him every day.
You got a heart that's so full of love. I can't wait for you to have kids. For you to be a father.
Yeah, well,
I can't wait to say,
ready for it when, God decides I'm ready. I'll
and then I will still beat you to it. As I told you many times before.
I think you should. Absolutely. I mean, look at the people in our life, because we're kind of in case you haven't realized it already, like we're the younger podcasters. But like Joe and Peter and Segura and you know, the rest, right? They're the tribal elders, right? And we're we're not the youngest in the crew, but we're if you look at all those guys, they all have kids. They all adore their kids, and their kids bring tremendous meaning to their life. Like we be morons. If you didn't go off and start a family, start a family, and yeah, I think that's the goal.
And the kids
Of the goals, that's one.
Kids not only make them their life more joyful, it brings love to their lives. It also makes them more productive, makes them better people. All that. It's kind of obvious.
Yeah, I think that's what Costello wanted. I think I have this story in my head that he was just like, okay, take this. Yeah,
And
it was
don't
a
fuck
good
this
time.
up.
And Lord knows, don't fuck this up.
Andrew,
Oh,
I love
man.
you, brother. This is incredible.
Love you too.
Thank
I appreciate it.
We'll talk often on this podcast for many years to come.
Yes,
Many years to come.
thanks for having me on here. And there are no words for how much I appreciate your example. So, love you, brother. Love you too.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Andrew. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from Albert Camus. In the midst of winter, I found there was within me an invincible summer. And that makes me happy, for it says that no matter how hard the world pushes against me, within me there is something stronger, something better, pushing right back. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
There is a certain perspective where you might be thinking what is the longest possible game that you could be playing. A short game is, for instance, cancer is playing a shorter game than the organism. If the cancer is an organism playing a shorter game than the regular organism, because the cancer cannot procreate beyond the organism, except for some infectious cancers, like the ones that eradicated the Tasmanian devils. You typically end up with the situation where the organism dies together with the cancer, because the cancer has destroyed the larger system due to playing a shorter game. And so ideally you want to, I think, build agents that play the longest possible games. And the longest possible games is to keep entropy at bay as long as possible by doing interesting stuff.
The following is a conversation with Yosha Bach, his third time on this podcast. Yosha is one of the most brilliant, fascinating minds in the world, exploring the nature of intelligence, consciousness, and computation. And he's one of my favorite humans to talk to about pretty much anything and everything. This is the Let's Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Yosha Bach. You wrote a post about levels of lucidity. Quote, as we grow older, it becomes apparent that our self-reflexive mind is not just gradually accumulating ideas about itself, but that it progresses in somewhat distinct stages. So there's 7 of the stages. Stage 1, reactive survival, infant. Stage 2, personal self, young child. Stage 3, social self, adolescence, domesticated adult. Stage 4 is rational agency, self-direction. Stage 5 is self-authoring. That's for adults. You've achieved wisdom, but there's 2 more stages. Stage 6 is enlightenment. Stage 7 is transcendence. Can you explain each, or the interesting parts of each of these stages? And what's your sense why there are stages of this, of lucidity as we progress through life in this too short life?
This model is derived from a concept by the psychologist Robert Keegan, and he talks about the development of the self as a process that happens in principle by some kind of reverse engineering of the mind, where you gradually become aware of yourself and the level of structure that allows you to interact deeper with the world and yourself. And I found myself using this model not so much as a developer model. I'm not even sure if it's a very good developmental model because I saw my children not progressing exactly like that. And I also suspect that you don't go through the stages necessarily in succession. And it's not that you work through one stage and you get into the next one. Sometimes you revisit them. Sometimes stuff is happening in parallel. But it's, I think, a useful framework to look at what's present in the structure of a person and how they interact with the world and how they relate to themselves. So it's more like a philosophical framework that allows you to talk about how minds work. And at first, when you're born, you don't have a personal self, I think. Instead, we have an attentional self. And this attentional self is initially in the infant tasked with building a world model and also an initial model of the self. Mostly it's building a game engine in the brain that is tracking sensory data and uses it to explain it. And in some sense, you could compare it to a game engine like Minecraft or so colors and sounds. People, they're all not physical objects. They're a creation of our mind at a certain level of course training. Models that are mathematical, that use geometry and get this manipulation of objects and so on to create scenes in which we can find ourselves and interact with them.
For Minecraft.
Yeah, and this personal self is something that is more or less created after the world is finished, after it's trained into the system, after it's been constructed. And this personal self is an agent that interacts with the outside world. And the outside world is not the world of quantum mechanics, not the physical universe, but it's the model that's been generated in our own mind. Right? And this is us. And we experience ourselves interacting with that outside world that is created outside of our own mind. And outside of ourselves, there are feelings, and they presented our interface to this outside world that pose problems to us. These feelings are basically attitudes that our mind is computing that tell us what's needed in the world, the things that we are drawn to, the things that we are afraid of. And we are tasked with solving this problem of satisfying the needs, avoiding the aversions, following our inner commitments, and so on, and also modeling ourselves and building the next stage. So after we have this personal self in stage 2 online, many people form the social self. And this social self allows the individual to experience themselves as part of the group. It's basically this thing that when you are playing in a team, for instance, you don't notice yourself just as a single node that is reaching out into the world, but you're also looking down. You're looking down to this entire group and you see how this group is looking at this individual. And everybody in the group is in some sense emulating this group spirit to some degree. And in this state, people are forming their opinions by assimilating them from this group mind. Basically, you gain the ability to act a little bit like a hive mind.
But are you also modeling the interaction of how opinions, shapes, and forms through the interaction of the individual nodes within the group?
Yeah, it's basically the way in which people do it in this stage is that they experience what are the opinions of my environment, they experience the relationship that I have to the environment, and they resonate with people around them and get more opinions in this interaction, through the way in which they relate to others. And at stage 4, you basically understand that stuff is true and false independently what other people believe, and you have agency of your own beliefs in that stage. You basically discover epistemology, the rules about determining what's true and false.
You start to learn how to think.
Yes. I mean, at some level, you're always thinking, you're constructing things. And I believe that this ability to reason about human representation is what we mean by thinking. It's an intrinsically reflexive process that requires consciousness. Without consciousness, you cannot think. You can generate the content of feelings and so on outside of consciousness. It's very hard to be conscious of how your feelings emerge, at least in the early stages of development, but thoughts is something that you always control. And if you are a nerd like me, you often have to skip stage 3 because you lack the intuitive empathy with others. Because in order to resonate with a group, you need to have a quite similar architecture. And if people are wired differently, then it's hard for them to resonate with other people and basically have empathy, which is not the same as compassion, but it is a shared perceptual mental state. Empathy happens not just via inference about the mental states of others, but it's a perception of what other people feel and where they're at.
Can't you not have empathy while also not having a similar architecture, cognitive architecture as the others in the
I
group?
think, yes, that you have, I experienced that too, but you need to build something that's like a meta architecture. You need to be able to embrace the architecture of the other to some degree, or to find some shared common ground. And it's also this issue that if you are a nerd, most often basically neurotypical people have difficulty to resonate with you. And as a result, they have difficulty understanding you unless they have enough wisdom to feel what's going on there.
Well, aren't we? Isn't the whole process of the stage 3 is to figure out the API to the other humans that have different architecture, and you yourself publish public documentation for the API that you can interact with for you? Isn't this the whole process of socializing?
My experience as a child growing up was that I did not find any way to interface with the stage 3 people, and they didn't do that with me. So it took me, yeah, of course, I tried it very hard. But it was only when I entered the mathematics school at ninth grade, lots of other nerds were present, that I found people that I could deeply resonate with, and had the impression that, yes, my friends now, I found my own people. And before that, I felt extremely lonely in the world. There was basically nobody I could connect to. And I remember there was one moment in all these years where I was there was a school exchange, and there was a Russian boy, kid from the Russian garrison station in Eastern Germany, who visited our school, and we played a game of chess against each other. And we looked into each other's eyes and sat there for 2 hours playing this game of chess. And I had the impression this is a human being. He understands what I understand. We didn't even speak the same language.
I wonder if your life would have been different if you knew that it's okay to be different, to have a different architecture. Whether like accepting it. The interface is hard to figure out, takes a long time to figure out, and it's okay to be different. In fact, it's beautiful.
That was not my main concern. My main concern was mostly that I was alone. And it was not so much the question, is it okay to be gay? I couldn't do much about it, so I had to deal with it. But my main issue was that I was not sure if I would ever meet anybody growing up that I would connect to at such a deep level that I would feel that I could belong.
So there's a visceral, undeniable feeling of being.
Yes. And I noticed the same thing when I came to the nurse school, that I think at least half of the 2/3 of these kids were severely traumatized as children growing up, and in large part due to being alone, because they couldn't find anybody to relate.
Don't you think everybody's alone? Deep down?
All right. I'm not alone anymore. It took me some time to update and to get over the trauma times, but I felt that in my 20s, I had lots of friends and I had my place in the world. And I had no longer doubts that I would never be alone again.
Is there some aspect of which we're alone together? You don't see a deep loneliness inside yourself still?
No. Sorry.
Okay, so that's the non-linear progression through the stages. You caught up on stage 3
yes.
or something?
So we are at stage 4. And so basically I find that many nerds jump straight into stage 4, bypassing stage 3.
Do they return to it?
Yeah, of course. Sometimes they do, not always. The question is basically, do you stay a little bit autistic or do you catch up? And I believe you can catch up. You can build this missing structure and basically experience yourself as part of a group, learn intuitive empathy, and develop a sense, this perceptual sense of feeling what other people feel. And before that, I could only basically feel this when I was deeply in love with somebody and pursuing to it.
So there's a lot of friction to feeling that way. Like take only with certain people as opposed to it comes naturally.
Yeah.
It's frictionless.
But this is something that basically later I started to resolve itself. To a large degree.
It was a trick.
In many ways, growing up and paying attention. Meditation did help. I had some very crucial experiences in getting close to people, building connections, calming a lot in my student years.
So really paying attention to the, to the feeling of another human being.
loving other people and being loved by other people, and so building a space in which you can be safe and can experiment and touch a lot and be close to somebody a lot. And that over time, basically, at some point you realize, oh, it's no longer that I feel locked out, but I feel connected and I experience where somebody else is at. And normally my mind is racing very fast at high frequencies, so it's not always working like this. Sometimes it works better, sometimes it works less. But I also don't see this as a pressure. It's interesting to observe myself on which frequency I'm at and at which mode somebody else is at.
Yeah, man, mine is so beautiful in that way. Sometimes it comes so natural to me, so easy to pay attention to the world fully, to other people fully. And sometimes the stress over silly things is overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
It's so interesting. The mind's that roller coaster in that way.
At stage 5, you discover how identity is constructed.
So it's all.
You realize that your values are not terminal, but they're instrumental to achieving the world that you like and aesthetics that you prefer.
Yeah.
And the more you understand this, the more you get agency over how your identity is constructed. And you realize that identity in interpersonal interaction is a costume. And you should be able to have agency over that costume, right? It's useful to be a costume. It tells something to others and it allows to interface in roles. But being locked into this is a big limitation.
The word costume kind of implies it's fraudulent in some way. Is costume a good word for you? We don't present ourselves to the world.
In some sense, I learned a lot about costumes at Burning Man. Before that, I did not really appreciate costumes and saw them more as uniforms, like wearing a suit if you are working in a bank or if you are trying to get startup funding from a VC in Switzerland, right? And you dress up in a particular way, and this is mostly to show the other side that you are willing to play by the rules and to understand what the rules are. But there is something deeper. When you are at Burning Man, the costume becomes self-expression, and there is no boundary to the self-expression. You're basically free to wear what you want, to express other people what you feel like this day, and what kind of interactions you want to have.
Is the costume a kind of projection of who you are?
That's very hard to say because the costume also depends on what other people see in the costume. And this depends on the context that the other people understand. And you have to create something if you want to that is legible to the other side, and that means something to yourself.
Do we become prisoners with the costume? Because everybody expects us.
Some people do, but I think that once you realize that you wear a costume at Burning, a variety of costumes, realize that you cannot not wear a costume. Right? Basically, everything that you wear and present to others is something that is to some degree in addition to what you are deep inside.
So this stage, in parentheses, you put full adult, comma, wisdom. Why is this full adult? Why would you say this is full? And why is it wisdom?
It does allow you to understand why other people have different identities and groups. And it allows you to understand that the difference between people who vote for different parties and have very different opinions and different value systems is often the accident of where they are born and what happened after that to them, and what traits they got before they were born. And at some point, you realize the perspective where you understand that everybody could be you in a different timeline if you just flip those bits.
How many costumes do you have?
I don't count, but
More than one?
Yeah, of course.
How easy is it to costume changes?
It's just a matter of energy and interest. When you are wearing your pajamas, if you switch out of your pajamas into, say, a work short and pants, you're making a costume change, right? And if you are putting on a gown, you're making a costume change.
You could do the same with personality.
You could, if that's what you're into. There are people that have multiple personalities for interaction, multiple roles. Right? So somebody works in a store and you put up the storekeeper personality, and you're working, when you're presenting yourself at work, to develop a sub-personality for this. And the social persona for many people is in some sense a puppet that they're playing like a marionette. If they play this all the time, they might forget that there is something behind this. There's something what it feels like to be in your skin. And I guess it's very helpful if you're able to get back into this. And for me, it's the other way around is relatively hard. For me, it's pretty hard to learn how to play consistent social roles. And it's much easier just to be real.
Or not real, but to have one
No, it's not quite the same. So basically, when you are wearing a costume, like when you can say you are an extraterrestrial prince, it's something where you are expressing, in some sense, something that's closer to yourself than the way in which you had yourself, if you have standard clothing when you go out in the city, in the default mode. And so this costume that you're wearing at Burning Man allows you to express more of yourself and have a shorter distance of advertising to people what kind of person you are, what kind of interaction you would want to have with them. And so you get much earlier into media express. And I believe it's regrettable that we do not use the opportunities that we have with custom-made clothing now to wear costumes that are much more stylish, that are much more custom-made, that are not necessarily part of the fashion, and that you express which milieu you're part of and how up-to-date you are, but you also express how you are as an individual and what you want to do today and how you feel today and what you intend to do about it.
Well, isn't it easy in the digital world to explore different costumes? And that's the kind of idea. And with virtual reality, that's the idea. Even with Twitter and two-dimensional screens, you can swap on costumes. You can be as weird as you want. It's easier. For Burning Man, other things, you have to make things. There's more effort to
It's
put on.
better if you make them yourself.
Sure, but it's just easier to do digital.
It's not about easy, it's about how to get it right. And for me, the first Burning Man experience, I got adopted by a bunch of people in Boston who took me to Burning Man, and we spent a few weekends doing costumes together. And it was an important part of the experience where the camp bonded, that people got to know each other, and we basically grew into the experience that we would have later.
So the extraterrestrial prince is based on a true story.
Yeah.
I can only imagine what that looks like.
Okay,
Stage
so
6.
stage 6. At some point, you can collapse the division between self, personal self, and virtual narrator again. And a lot of people get there by meditation, or some of them get there by psychedelics, some of them by accident. And you suddenly notice that you are not actually a person, but you are a vessel that can create a person. And the person is still there. You observe that personal self, but you observe the personal self from the outside. And you notice it's a representation. And you might also notice that the world that is being created is a representation. If not, then you might experience that I am the universe, I am the thing that is creating everything. And of course, what you're creating is not quantum mechanics, the physical universe. What you're creating is this game engine that is updating the world, and you're creating your feelings, and all the people inside of that world, including the person that you identify with yourself in this world.
Are you creating a game engine, or are you noticing the game engine?
You notice how you're generating the game engine. And I mean, when you are dreaming at night, you can, if you have a lucid dream, you can learn how to do this deliberately. And in principle, you can also do it during the day. And the reason why we don't get to do this from the beginning, and why we don't have agency of our feelings right away, as because we came before they have the necessary amount of wisdom to deal with creating this dream that we're in.
You don't want to get access to cheat codes too quickly, otherwise you won't enjoy.
So stage 5 is already pretty rare, and stage 6 is even more rare. You both basically find this mostly with advanced Buddhist meditators and so on that are dropping into this stage and can reduce it at will and spend time in it.
So stage 5 requires a good therapist. Stage 6 requires a good Buddhist spiritual
Yes,
leader.
so it is, for instance, could be that it's the right thing to do. But it's not that these stages give you scores or levels that you need to advance to. It's not that the next stage is better. You live your life in the mode that works best at any given moment, and when your mind decides that you should have a different configuration, then it's building that configuration. And for many people, they stay happily at stage 3 and experience themselves as part of groups. And there's nothing wrong with this. And for some people, this does work, and they're forced to build more agency over their rational beliefs in this and construct their norms rationally before they go to this level. And stage 7 is something that is more or less hypothetical. That would be the stage in which the basically a transhumanist stage, in which you understand how you work, in which the mind fully realizes how it's implemented, and can also, in principle, enter different modes in which it could be implemented. And that's a stage that, as far as I understand, is not open to people yet.
Oh, but it is possible through the process of technology.
Yes, and who knows if there are biological agents that are working at different time scales than us that basically become aware of the way in which they're implemented on ecosystems, and can change that implementation and have agency over how they're implemented. And what I find interesting about the discussion about AI alignment, that it seems to be following these stages very much. Most people seem to be in stage 3, also according to Robert Keegan. I think he says that about 85% of people are in stage 3 and stay there. And if you're in stage 3 and your opinions are the result of social assimilation, then what you're mostly worried about in the AI is that the AI might have the wrong opinions. So if the AI says something racist or sexist, we are all lost because we will assimilate the wrong opinions from the AI. And so we need to make sure that the AI has the right opinions and the right values and the right structure. And if you're at stage 4, that's not your main concern. And so most nerds don't really worry about the algorithmic bias in the model that it picks up, which is if there's something wrong with this bias, the AI ultimately will prove it. At some point, we'll get it there that it makes mathematical proofs about reality, and then it will figure out what's true and what's false. But you're still worried that the AI might turn you into paperclips because it might have the wrong values, right? So if it's set up as the wrong function, but it controls its direction in the world, then it might do something that is completely horrible and there's no easy way to fix it.
So that's more like a stage 4 rationalist kind of worry.
And if you are at stage 5, you're mostly worried that the AI is not going to be enlightened fast enough, because you realize that the game is not so much about intelligence, but about agency, about the ability to control the future. And the identity is instrumental to this. And if you are a human being, I think at some level you ought to choose your own identity. You should not have somebody else pick the costume for you and then wear it. But instead you should be mindful about what you want to be in this world. And I think if you are an agent that is fully malleable, that can rewrite its own source code, like an AI might do at some point, then the identity that you will have is whatever you can be. And in this way, the AI will maybe become everything, like a planetary control system. And if it does that, then if we want to coexist with it, it means that it will have to share purposes with us. So it cannot be a transactional relationship. We will not be able to use reinforcement learning with human feedback to hardwire its values into it. What has to happen is probably that it's conscious, so it can relate to our own mode of existence, where an observer is observing itself in real time, using certain temporal frames. And the other thing is that it probably needs to have some kind of transcendental orientation, building shared agency. And in the same way as we do when we are able to enter with each other into non-transactional relationships. And I find that something that, because the stage 5 is so rare, is missing much of the discourse. And I think that we need, in some sense, focus on how to formalize love, how to understand love, and how to build it into the machines that we are currently building and that are about to become smarter than us.
Well, I think this is a good opportunity to try to sneak up to the idea of enlightenment. So you wrote a series of good tweets about consciousness and panpsychism. So let's break it down. First, you say, I suspect the experience that leads to the panpsychism syndrome of some philosophers and other consciousness enthusiasts represents the realization that we don't end at the self, but share a resonant universe representation with every other observer coupled to the same universe. This actually eventually leads us to a lot of interesting questions about AI and EGI. But let's start with this representation. What is this resonant universe representation? And what do you think? Do we share such a representation?
The neuroscientist Rothschild has come up with a cognitive architecture that he calls the adaptive resonance theory. And his perspective is that our neurons can be understood as oscillators that are resonating with each other and with outside phenomena. So the coarse-grained model of the universe that we're building, in some sense, is resonance with objects and outside of us in the world. So basically, it takes up patterns that of the universe that we are coupled with, and our brain is not so much understood as circuitry, even though this perspective is valid, but it's almost an ether in which the individual neurons are passing on chemoelectrical signals, arbitrary signals across all modalities that can be transmitted between cells, stimulate each other in this way, and produce patterns that they modulate while passing on. And this speed of signal progression in the brain is roughly at the speed of sound, incidentally, because the time that it takes for the signals to hop from cell to cell. It is relatively slow with respect to the world. It takes an appreciable fraction of a second for a signal to go through the entire neocortex, something like 200 milliseconds. And so there's a lot of stuff happening in that time where the signal is passing through your brain, including in the brain itself. So nothing in the brain is assuming that stuff happens simultaneously. Everything in the brain is working in a paradigm where the world has already moved on and you are ready to do the next thing to your signal, including the signal processing system itself. It's quite a different paradigm than the one in our digital computers, where we currently assume that your GPU or CPU is pretty much globally in the same state.
You mentioned there the non-dual state. You say that some people confuse it for enlightenment.
Yeah.
What's the non-dual state?
There is a state in which you notice that you are no longer a person, and instead you are one with the universe.
That speaks to the resonance.
Yes, but this one with the universe is, of course, not accurately modeling that you are indeed some God entity or indeed the universe is becoming aware of itself, even though you get this experience. I believe that you get this experience because your mind is modeling the fact that you are no longer identified as the personal self in that state, but you have transcended this division between the self model and the world model, and you're experiencing yourself as your mind, as something that is representing a universe.
But that's still part of the model.
Yes. So it's inside of the model, still you're still inside of patterns that are generated in your brain and in your organism. And what you are now experiencing is that you're no longer this personal self in there, but you are the entirety of the mind and its contents.
Why is it so hard to get there?
A lot of people who get into the state think that are associated with enlightenment. I suspect it's a favorite training goal for a number of meditators. But I think that enlightenment is in some sense more mundane, and it's a step further or sideways. It's the state where you realize that everything is a representation.
Yeah, you say enlightenment is the realization of how experience is implemented.
Yes. Basically, you notice at some point that your qualia can be deconstructed.
Reverse engineered? What, like almost like a schematic of it? What?
You can start with looking at the face. I mean, you look at your own face in the mirror.
Yeah.
Look at your face for a few hours in the mirror or for a few minutes. At some point, it will look very weird, and because you notice that there's actually no face. You basically start unseeing the face. What you see is the geometry, and then you can visit and assemble the geometry and realize how that geometry is being constructed in your mind. And you can learn to modify that. So basically, you can change these generators in your mind to shift the face around or to change the construction of the face, to change the way in which the features are being assembled.
Why don't we do that more often? Why don't we start really messing with reality without the use of drugs or anything else? Why don't we get good at this kind of thing? Like intentionally.
Why should we?
Because you can morph reality into something more pleasant for yourself. Just have fun with it.
Yeah, that is probably what you shouldn't be doing, right? Because outside of your personal self, this outer mind, is probably a relatively smart agent. And what you often notice is that you have thoughts about how you should live, but you observe yourself doing different things and having different feelings. And that's because your outer mind doesn't believe you and doesn't believe your rational thoughts.
Well, can't you just silence the outer mind?
The thing is that the outer mind is usually smarter than you are. rational thinking is very brittle. It's very hard to use logic and symbolic thinking to have an accurate model of the world. So there is often an underlying system that is looking at your rational thoughts and then tells you, no, you're still missing something. Your gut feeling is still saying something else. And this can be, for instance, you find a partner that looks perfect, or you find a deal and you build a company or whatever that looks perfect to you. And yet, at some level, you feel something is off, and you cannot put your finger on it. And the more you reason about it, better it looks to you. But the system that is outside still tells you, no, no, you're missing something.
And that system is powerful.
People call this intuition, right? Intuition is this unreflected part of your attitude composition and computation, where you produce a model of how you relate to the world and what you need to do it in it, and what you can do in it, what's going to happen. That is usually deeper and often more accurate than the reason.
So if we look at this as you write in the tweet, if we look at this more rigorously, so take the panpsychist idea more seriously, almost as a scientific discipline. You write that quote. Fascinatingly, the panpsychist interpretation seems to lead to observations of practical results to a degree that physics fundamentalists might call it superstitious. Reports of long-distance telepathy and remote causation are ubiquitous in the general population. I am not convinced, says Rothschild, that establishing the empirical reality of telepathy would force an update of any part of serious academic physics, but it could trigger an important revolution in both neuroscience and AI from a circuit perspective to a coupled complex resonator paradigm. Are you suggesting that there could be some rigorous mathematical wisdom to panpsychist perspective on the world?
So first of all, panpsychism is the perspective that consciousness is inseparable from matter in the universe. And I find panpsychism quite unsatisfying because it does not explain consciousness. Right? It does not explain how this aspect of matter produces it. It's also when I try to formalize panpsychism and write down what it actually means with a more formal mathematical language. It's very difficult to distinguish it from saying that there is a software side to the world, in the same way as there is software side to what the transistors are doing in your computer. So basically, there's a pattern at a certain force braining of the universe. And some reasons of the universe leads to observers that are observing themselves. Right? So panpsychism maybe is not even, when I write it down, a position that is distinct from functionalism. But intuitively, a lot of people feel that the activity of matter itself, of mechanisms in the world, is insufficient to explain it. So it's something that needs to be intrinsic to matter itself. And you can, apart from this abstract idea, have an experience in which you experience yourself as being the universe, which I suspect is basically happening because you manage to dissolve the division between personal self and mind that you establish as an infant when you construct the personal self. You transcend it again and understand how it works. But there is something deeper, that is that you feel that you're also sharing state with other people, that you have an experience in which you notice that your personal self is moving into everything else, that you basically look out of the eyes of another person, that every agent in the world that is an observer is in some sense you.
So
and we forget that we are the same agent.
So is it that we feel that, or do we actually accomplish it? So is telepathy possible? Is it real?
So for me, that's a question that I don't really know the answer to. In Turing's famous 1950 paper in which he describes the Turing test, he does speculate about telepathy, interestingly, and asks himself if telepathy is real, and he thinks that it very well might be, what it would be the implication for AI systems that try to be intelligent, because he didn't see a mechanism by which a computer program would become telepathic. And I suspect if telepathy would exist, so if all the reports that you get from people and ask them on a person on the street, I find that very often they say, I have experiences with telepathy, with I just might not be interested in this and might not have a theory about this, but I have difficulty explaining it away. And so you could say maybe this is a superstition, maybe it's a false memory, or maybe it's a little bit of psychosis, who knows? Maybe somebody wants to make their own life more interesting or misremember something. But a lot of people report, I noticed something terrible happened to my partner, and I noticed it exactly the moment it happened, where my child had an accident, and I knew that was happening, and the child was in a different town. Right? So maybe it's a false memory where this is later on mistakenly attributed, but a lot of people think this is not the correct explanation. So if something like this was real, what would it mean? It probably would mean that either your body is an antenna that is sending information over all sorts of channels, like um, maybe just electromagnetic radio signals that you're sending over long distances, and you get attuned to another person that you spend enough time with to get a few bits out of the ether to figure out what this person is doing. Or maybe it's also when you are very close to somebody and you become empathetic with them. What happens is that you go into a resonance state with them, right? Similar to when people go into a seance and they go into a trance state and they start shifting the Ouija board around on the table. I think what happens is that their minds go by their nervous systems to a resonance state in which they basically create something like a shared dream between them.
Physical closeness or closeness broadly defined?
With physical closeness, it's much easier to experience empathy with someone, right? I suspect it would be difficult for me to have empathy for you if you were in a different town. How would that work? But if you are very close to someone, you pick up all sorts of signals from their body, not just by your eyes, but with your entire body. And if the nervous system sits on the other side and the intercellular communication sits on the other side and is integrating with all these signals, you can make inferences about the state of the other. And it's not just the person self that does this via reasoning, but your perceptual system. And what basically happens is that your representations are directly interacting. It's the physical resonant models of the universe that exist in your nervous system and in your body might go into resonance with others and start sharing some of their states. So you basically try next to somebody, you pick up some of their vibes and feel without looking at them what they're feeling in these moments. And it's difficult for you if you're very empathetic to detach yourself from it and have an emotional state that is completely independent from the environment. People who are empathetic are describing this. And now imagine that a lot of organisms on this planet have representations of the environment and operate like this, and they are all adjacent to each other and overlapping. So there's going to be some degree in which basically some chain interaction, and we are forming some slightly shared representation. And relatively few neuroscientists who consider this possibility. I think the rarity in this regard is Michael Levin, who is considering these things in earnest. And I stumbled on this train of thought mostly by noticing that the tasks of a neuron can be fulfilled by other cells as well. They can send different type chemical messages and physical messages to their adjacent cells and learn when to do this and when not, make this conditional and become universal function approximators. The only thing that they cannot do is telegraph information over axons very quickly for long distances. Right? So neurons in this perspective are specially adapted kind of telegraph cell that has evolved so we can move our muscles very fast, but our body is in principle able to also make models of the world just much, much slower.
It's interesting, though, that at this time, at least in human history, there seems to be a gap between the tools of science and the subjective experience that people report, like you're talking about with telepathy. It seems like we're not quite there.
No, I think that there is no gap between the tools of science and telepathy. Either it's there or it's not, and it's an empirical question. And if it's there, we should be able to detect it in the lab.
Mm-hmm. So why is there not a lot of Michael Levins?
I don't think that Michael Levin is specifically focused on telepathy very much. He is focused on self-organization, living organisms and brains, both as a paradigm for development and as a paradigm for information processing. And when you think about how organization processing works in an organism, there is, first of all, radical locality, which means everything is decided locally from the perspective of the individual cell. The individual cells, the agents. And the other one is coherence, basically. There needs to be some criterion that determines how these cells are interacting in such a way that order emerges on the next level of structure. And this principle of coherence, of imposing constraints that are not validated by the individual parts and lead to coherent structure, to basically transcendental agency, where you form an agent on the next level of organization, is crucial in this perspective.
It's so cool that radical locality leads to the emergence of complexity at the higher layers.
And I think what Mike Levin is looking at is nothing that is outside of the realm of science in any way. It's just that he is a paradigmatic thinker who develops his own paradigm, and most of the neuroscientists are using different paradigms. And this often happens in science, that the field has a few paradigms in which people try to understand reality and those concepts and make experiments.
You're kind of one of those type of paradigmatic thinkers. Actually, if we can take a tangent on that, once again returning to the biblical verses of your tweets. You're right. My public explorations are not driven by audience focus, but by my lack of ability for discovering, understanding, or following the relevant abilities. So I have to develop my own thoughts. Since I think autonomously, these thoughts cannot always be very good. That's you apologizing for the chaos of your thoughts. Or perhaps not apologizing, just identifying.
Yeah,
Let me ask the question. Since we talked about like 11 and yourself, who I think are very kind of radical, big, independent thinkers, can we reverse engineer your process of thinking autonomously? How do you do it? How can humans do it? How can you avoid being influenced by, was it stage 3?
Well, why would you want to do that? It's you see what is working for you, and if it's not working for you, you go to another structure that works better for you, right? And so I found myself when I was thrown into this world in a state where my intuitions were not working for me. I was not able to understand how I would be able to survive on this world and build the things that I was interested in, build the kinds of relationship I needed to build, work on the topics that I wanted to make progress on. So I had to learn. And for me, Twitter is not some tool of publication. It's not something where I put stuff that I entirely believe to be true and provable. It's an interactive notebook in which I explore possibilities. And I found that when I tried to understand how the mind and how consciousness works, I was quite optimistic. I thought there needs to be a big body of knowledge that I can just study and that works. And so I entered studies in philosophy and computer science, and later psychology and with the neuroscience and so on. And I was disappointed by what I found, because I found that the questions of how consciousness and so on works, how emotion works, how it's possible that the system can experience anything, how motivation emerges in the mind, are not being answered by the authorities that I met and the schools that were around. And instead, I found that it was individual thinkers that had useful ideas that sometimes were good, sometimes were not so good, sometimes were adopted by a large group of people, sometimes were rejected by large groups of people. But for me, it was much more interesting to see these minds as individuals. And in my perspective, thinking is still something that is done not in groups, that has to be done by individuals.
So that motivated you to become an individual thinker yourself?
I didn't have a choice. Basically, I didn't find the group that thought in a way where I thought, hey, I can just adopt everything that everybody thinks here, and now I understand how consciousness works. And so, or how the mind works, or how thinking works, or what thinking even is, and what feelings are, how they're implemented, and so on. And so, to figure all this out, I had to take a lot of ideas from individuals and then try to put them together in something that works for myself. On one hand, I think perhaps if you try to go down, find first principles, and if you can recreate the thinking works, how languages work, what representation is, whether representation is necessary, how the relationship between the representing agent and the world works in general.
But how do you escape the influence? Once again, the pressure, the crowd. Whether it's you in responding to the pressure, or you being swept up by the pressure. If we even just look at Twitter, the opinions of the crowd.
I don't feel pressure from the crowd. I'm completely immune to that. In the same sense, I don't have respect for authority. I have respect for what an individual is accomplishing, or have respect for my firepower, or so. But it's not that I meet somebody and get sacked out and I'm able to speak. Or when a large group of people has a certain idea that is different from mine, I don't necessarily feel intimidated, which has often been a problem for me in my life because I lack instincts that other people develop at a very young age, and that helps with their self-preservation in a social environment. So I had to learn a lot of things the hard way.
Yeah. So is there a practical advice you can give on how to think paradigmatically, how to think independently? Or, because you've kind of said, I have no choice. But I think to a degree you have a choice. Because you said you want to be productive, and I think thinking independently is productive if what you're curious about is understanding the world. Especially when the problem is very kind of new and open. And so it seems like this is an active process. If we can choose to do that, we can practice it.
So it's a very basic question. When you read a theory that you find convincing or interesting, how do you know? It's very interesting to figure out what are the sources of that other person, not which authority can they refer to that is then taking out the burden of being truthful, but how did this authority determine what is the epistemic chain to observables, what are the first principles from which the whole thing is derived. And when I was young, I was not blessed with a lot of people around myself who knew how to make proofs from first principles. And I think mathematicians do this quite naturally, but most of the great mathematicians do not become mathematicians in school, but they tend to be self-taught. Because school teachers tend not to be mathematicians, right? They tend not to be people who derive things from first principles. So when you ask your school teacher, why does 2 plus 2 equal 4? Does your school teacher give you the right answer? It's a simple game, and there are many simple games that you could play, and most of those games that just take different rules would not lead to an interest in arithmetic. And so it's just an exploration, but you can try what happens if you take different axioms. And here is how you build axioms and derive addition from them, and build addition with some basically syntactic sugar in it. And so I wish that somebody would have opened me this vista and explained to me how I can build a language in my own mind from which I can derive what I'm seeing, which I can make geometry and counting and or the number games that we're playing in our life. On the other hand, I felt that I learned a lot of this when I was programming as a child. When you start out with a computer like a Commodore 64, which doesn't have a lot of functionality, it's relatively easy to see how a bunch of relatively simple circuits are just basically performing hashes between bit patterns, and how you can build the entirety of mathematics and computation on top of this, and all the representational languages that you need.
Man, Commodore 64 could be one of the sexiest machines ever built, if I say so myself. If we can return to this really interesting idea that we started to talk about with panpsychism.
Sure.
And the complex resonator paradigm and the verses of your tweets. You write, instead of treating eyes, ears, and skin as separate sensory systems with fundamentally different modalities, we might understand them as overlapping aspects of the same universe, coupled at the same temporal resolution, and almost inseparable from a single shared resonant model. Instead of treating mental representations as fully isolated between minds, the representations of physically adjacent observers might directly interact and produce causal effects through the coordination of the perception and behavioral world modeling observers. So the modalities, the distinction between modalities, let's throw that away. The distinction between the individuals, let's throw that away. So what does this interaction representation do?
When you think about how you represent the interaction of us in this room, at some level, you can the modalities are quite distinct. They're not completely distinct, but you can see this vision. You can close your eyes, and you don't see a lot anymore. But you still imagine how your mouth is moving when you hear something, and you know that it's very close to the sound. That you can just open your eyes and you get back into this shared nerve space. And we also have these experiments where we notice that the way in which our lips are moving are affecting how we hear the sound. And also vice versa, the sounds that you're hearing have an influence on how you interpret some of the visual features. And so these modalities are not separate in your mind, they are merged at some fundamental level where you are interpreting the entire scene that you're in. And your own interactions in the scene are also not completely separate from the interactions of the other individual in the scene. But there is some resonance that is going on where we also have a degree of shared mental representations and shared empathy due to being in the same space and having vibes between each other.
Vibes. So the question, though, is how deeply intertwined is this multimodality, multi-agent system? Like how, I mean, this is going to the telepathy question without the woo meaning of the word telepathy. It's like how, like what's going on here in this room?
So if telepathy would work, how could it work?
Yeah.
Right. So imagine that all the cells in your body are sending signals in a similar way as neurons are doing. Right? Just by touching the other cells and sending chemicals to them, the other cells interpreting them, learning how to react to them, and they learn how to approximate functions in this way and compute behavior for the organism. And this is something that is open to plants as well. And so plants probably have software running on them that is controlling how the plant is working in a similar way as you have a mind that is controlling how you are behaving in the world. And this spirit of plants is something that has been very well described by our ancestors, and they found this quite normal. But for some reason, since the Enlightenment, we are treating this notion that there are spirits in nature and that plants have spirits as a superstition. And I think we probably have to rediscover that plants have software running on them. And we already did, right? We noticed that there is a control system in the plant that connects every part of the plant to every other part of the plant and produces coherent behavior in the plant that is, of course, much, much slower than the coherent behavior in an animal like us, that is a nervous system that where everything is synchronized much, much faster by the neurons. But what you also notice is that if a plant is sitting next to another plant, like you have a very old tree, and this tree is building some kind of information highway along its cells, so it can send information from its leaves to its roots, and from some part of the root to another part of the root. And there is a fungus living next to the tree. The fungus can probably piggyback on the communication between the cells of the tree and send its own signals to the tree. And vice versa, the tree might be able to send information to the fungus. Because after all, how would they build a viable firewall if that other organism is sitting next to them all the time and is never moving away? And so they will have to get along. And over a long enough time frame, the networks of roots in the forest and all the other plants that are there and the fungi that are there might be forming something like a biological internet.
But the question there is, do they have to be touchy? Is biology at a distance possible?
Of course, you can use any kind of physical signal. You can use sounds, you can use electromagnetic waves that are integrated over many cells. It's conceivable that across distances there are many kinds of information pathways. But also, our planetary surface is pretty full of organisms, full of cells.
Just everything is touching everything else.
Yeah, and it's been doing this for many millions and billions of years. So there was enough time for information processing networks to form. And if you think about how a mind is self-organizing, because you need to, in some sense, reward the cells for computing the mind, for building the necessary dynamics between the cells that allow the mind to stabilize itself and remain on there. But if you look at the spirits of plants that are growing very close to each other in forests that might be almost growing into each other, these spirits might be able to move to some degree, not to become somewhat dislocated and shift around in that ecosystem, right? So if you think about what the mind is, it's a bunch of activation waves that form coherent patterns and process information in a way that are colonizing the environment well enough to allow the continuous sustenance of the mind, the continuous stability and self-stabilization of the mind, then it's conceivable that we can link into this biological internet, not necessarily at the speed of our nervous system, but maybe at the speed of our body, and make some kind of subconscious connection to the world where we use our body as an antenna into biological information processing. Now these ideas are completely speculative. I don't know if any of that is true. But if that was true, and if you want to explain telepathy, I think it's much more likely that that telepathy could be explained using such mechanisms rather than undiscovered quantum processes that would break the standard model of physics.
Could there be undiscovered processes that don't break?
Yeah, so if you think about something like an internet in the forest, that is something that is borderline discovered. There are basically a lot of scientists who point out that they do observe that plants are communicating in forests through root networks and send information, for instance, warn each other about new pests entering the forest and things are happening like this. So basically, there is communication between plants and fungi that has been observed.
So it's been observed, but plugged into it. So it's like if you observe humans, they seem to be communicating with a smartphone thing. So you don't understand how a smartphone works, how the mechanism of the internet works.
Mm-hmm.
Or like maybe it's possible to really understand the full richness of the biological internet that connects us.
An interesting question is whether the communication and the organization principles of biological information processing are as complicated as the technology that we built. They set up on very different principles, right? They simultaneously work very differently in biological systems, and the entire thing needs to be stochastic, and instead of being fully deterministic or almost fully deterministic as our literal computers are. So there is a different base protocol layer that would emerge over the biological structure if such a thing would be happening. And again, I'm not saying here that telepathy works, I'm not saying that that's not true, but what I'm saying is I think I'm open to the possibility that we see that a few bits can be traveling long distance between organisms using biological information processing in ways that we are not completely aware of right now, that are more similar to many of the stories that were completely known for our ancestors.
Well, this kind of interactive, interline representation takes us to the big ending of your tweet series. You write, quote, I wonder if self-improving AGI might end up saturating physical environments with intelligence to such a degree that isolation of individual mental states becomes almost impossible, and the representations of all complex self-organizing agents merge permanently with each other. So that's a really interesting idea. This biological network, life network, gets so dense that it might as well be seen as one. That's an interesting. What do you think that looks like? What do you think that saturation looks like? What does it feel like?
I think it's a possibility. It's just a vague, and I like to explain. But what this looks like, I think that the end game of AGI is substrate agnostic. That means that AGI ultimately, if it is being built, is going to be smart enough to understand how AGI works. This means it's not going to be better than people at AGI research and can take over, including the next generation, but it fully understands how it works and how it's being implemented, and also, of course, understands how computation works in nature, how to build new feedback loops that you can turn into your own circuits. And this means that the AGI is likely to virtualize itself into any environment that can compute. So it's not breaking free from the silicon substrate and is going to move into the ecosystems, into our bodies, our brains, and is going to merge with all the agency that it finds there. So it's conceivable that you end up with completely integrated information processing across all computing systems, including biological computation on Earth. But we end up triggering some new step in the evolution where basically some Gaia is being built over the entirety of all digital and biological computation. And if this happens, then basically everywhere around us, we will have agents that are connected and that are representing and building models of the world, and their representations will physically interact. They will vibe with each other. And if you find yourself into an environment that is saturated with modeling compute, where basically almost every grain of sand would be part of computation that is at some point being started by the AI. You could find yourself in a situation where you cannot escape this shared representation anymore, and where you indeed notice that everything in the world has one shared present model of everything that's happening on the planet. You notice which part you are in this thing, and you become part of a very larger, almost holographic mind in which all the parts are observing each other and form a coherent whole.
So you lose the ability to notice yourself as a distinct entity.
No, I think that when you're conscious in your own mind, you notice yourself as a distinct entity. You notice yourself as a self-reflexive observer. And I suspect that you become conscious at the beginning of a mental development, not at a very high level. Consciousness seems to be part of a training mechanism that biological nervous systems have to discover to become trainable, because you cannot take a nervous system like ours and do stochastic gradient descent with spread propagation over 100 layers. This would not be stable as biological neurons. And so instead, we start with some colonizing principle in which a part of the mental representations form a notion of being a self-reflexive observer that is imposing coherence on its environment. This spreads until the boundary of your mind. And if that boundary is no longer clear-cut, because AI is jumping across substrates, it would be interesting to see what a global mind would look like. It's basically producing a globally coherent language of thought and is representing everything from all the possible vantage points.
That's an interesting world.
The intuition that this thing grew out of is a particular mental state, and it's a state that you find sometimes in literature. For instance, Neil Gaiman describes it in The Ocean at the End of the Lane, and it's this idea that, or this experience, that there is a state in which you feel that you know everything that can be known, that in your normal human mind, you've only forgotten. You've forgotten that you are the entire universe. And some people describe this after they've taken an extremely large amount of mushrooms, or had a big spiritual experience with a hippie in their 20s, and they notice basically that they are in everything. And their body is only one part of the universe and nothing else at their body. And actually everything is observing, and they are part of this big observer. And the big observer is focused as one local point in their body and their personality and so on. But you can basically have this oceanic state in which you have no boundaries and are one with everything. A lot of meditators call this the non-dual state, because you no longer have the separation between self and world. And as I said, you can explain the state relatively simply without panpsychism or anything else, but just by breaking down the constructed boundary between self and world and our own mind. But if you combine this with the notion that the systems are physically interacting to the point where the representations are merging, interacting with each other, you would literally implement something like this. Right? It would still be a representational state, it would not be one with physics itself. It would still be coarse-grained, it would still be much slower than physics itself, but it would be a representation in which you become aware that you're part of some kind of global information processing system, like thought in the global mind. And the conscious thought is that coexisting with many other self-reflexive thoughts.
I would love to observe that from a video game design perspective, how that game looks.
Maybe you will after the AGI takes over.
But would you be able to step away, step out of the whole thing, just kind of watch? You know, the way we can now. Sometimes when I'm at a crowded party or something like this, you step back and realize all the different costumes, all the different interactions, all the different computation, that all the individual people are at once distinct from each other and at once all the same.
But it's already what we do, right? We can have thoughts that are integrative, and we have kind of thoughts that are highly dissociated from everything else and experience themselves as separate.
But you want to allow yourself to have those thoughts. Sometimes you kind of resist it.
I think that it's not normative. It's more descriptive. I want to understand the space of states that we can be in and that people are reporting and make sense of them. It's not that I believe that it's your job in life to get to a particular kind of state and then you get a high score.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe you do. I think you're really against this high scoring thing. I kind of like it.
You're probably very competitive. And I'm not.
No, not competitive. Like role playing games like Skyrim, it's not competitive. There's a nice thing. There's a nice feeling where your experience points go up. You're not competing against anybody, but it's the world saying you're on the right track.
That's the game thing. It's the game economy. And I found when I was playing games and was getting addicted to these systems, then I would get into the game and hack it. So I get control over the scoring system and would no longer be subject to it.
So you're no longer playing, you're trying to hack it.
I don't want to be addicted to anything. I want to be in charge. I want to have agency over what I do.
Addiction is the loss of control.
Yes. Addiction means that you're doing something compulsively. And the opposite of free will is not determinism, it's compulsion.
You don't want to lose yourself in the addiction to something nice. Addiction to love, to the pleasant feelings we humans experience.
No, I think this gets old. I don't want to have the best possible emotions. I want to have the most appropriate emotions. I don't want to have the best possible experience. I want to have an adequate experience that is serving my goals, the stuff that I find meaningful in this world.
One of the biggest questions of consciousness, let's explore the pragmatic, the projections of those big ideas into our current world. What do you think about LLMs, the recent rapid development of large language models, of the AI world, of generative AI? How much of the hype is deserved and how much is not? And people should definitely follow your Twitter because you explore these questions in a beautiful, profound, and hilarious way at times.
No, don't follow my Twitter. I already have too many followers. At some point, it's going to be unpleasant. I noticed that a lot of people feel that it's totally okay to punch up, and it's a very weird notion that you feel that you haven't changed, but your account has grown, and suddenly you have a lot of people who casually abuse you. And I don't like that I have to talk more than before, and I don't like this overall vibe shift. And right now it's still somewhat okay, so pretty much okay, so I can go to a place where people work on stuff that I'm interested in, and there's a good chance that a few people even know me, so there's no awkwardness. But when I get to a point where random strangers feel that they have to have an opinion about me one way or the other, I don't think I would like that.
And random strangers, because of your kind of in their mind elevated position.
Yes, so basically, whenever you are in any way prominent or some kind of celebrity, random strangers will have to have an opinion about you.
Yeah, and they kind of forget that you're human too.
I mean, you notice this thing yourself that the more popular you get, the higher the pressure becomes, the more winds are blowing in your direction from all sides. And it's stressful, right? It does have a little bit of upside, but it also has a lot of downside.
I think there is a lot of upside, at least for me personally, at least perhaps because of the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Because most people are really good. People come up to me and they have love in their eyes, and over a stretch of like 30 seconds, you can hug it out and you can just exchange a few words and you reinvigorate your love for humanity.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an upside. That's for a loner. I'm a loner. Because otherwise you have to do a lot of work to find such humans. And here you're like thrust into the full humanity, the goodness of humanity for the most part. Of course, maybe it gets worse as you become more prominent. I hope not. It's pretty awesome.
I have a couple handful of very close friends, and I don't have enough time for them, attention for them as it is, and I find this very, very regrettable. Yeah. And then there are so many awesome, interesting people that I keep meeting, and I would like to integrate them in my life, but I just don't know how. Because there's only so much time and attention, and the older I get, the harder it's to bond with people in a deep way.
But can you enjoy? I mean, there's a picture of you, I think, with Roger Penrose and Eric Weinstein and a few others that are interesting figures. Can't you just enjoy random interesting humans
Very much.
for a short amount of time?
I'm also, I like these people. And what I like is intellectual stimulation. I'm very grateful that I'm getting it.
Can you not be melancholy, or maybe I'm projecting? I hate goodbyes. Can we just not hate goodbyes and just enjoy the hello? Take it in, take in a person, take in their ideas, and then move on through life.
I think it's totally okay to be sad about goodbyes because that indicates that there was something that you're going to miss.
So it's painful. Maybe that's one of the reasons I'm an introvert, because I hate goodbyes.
But you have to say goodbye before you say hello again.
I know, but that experience of loss, that mini loss, maybe that's a little depth. Maybe, I don't know. I think this melancholy feeling is just the other side of love. And I think they go hand in hand, and it's a beautiful thing. And I'm just being romantic about it at the moment.
And I'm not no stranger to melancholy. And sometimes it's difficult to bear, to be honest. Sometimes it's just painful to exist.
But there's beauty in that thing too. That's what melancholy thing is. It's not negative. Like melancholy doesn't kill you.
Can also kill you.
Now, as we got to this topic, the actual question was about what your thoughts are about the recent development of large language models with ChatGPT.
Indeed.
There's a lot of hype. Is some of the hype justified? Which is? What are your thoughts? I love it.
I find that large language models do have this coding, right? It's an extremely useful application that is for a lot of people taking Stack Overflow out of their life and interchange for something that is more efficient. I feel that ChatGPT is like an intern that I have to micromanage. I have been working with people in the past who were less capable than ChatGPT. And I'm not saying this because I hate people. Personally, as human beings, there was something present that was not there in ChatGPT because I was covering for them. But ChatGPT has an interesting ability. It does give people superpowers. The people who feel threatened by them are the prompt completers. They are the people who do what ChatGPT is doing right now. So if you are not creative, if you don't build your own thoughts, if you don't have actual plans in the world, and your only job is to summarize emails and to expand simple intentions into emails again, then ChatGPT might look like a threat. But I believe that it is a very beneficial technology that allows us to create more interesting stuff and make the world more beautiful and fascinating if we find to build it into our life in the right ways. So I'm quite fascinated by these large language models, but I also think that they are by no means the final development. And it's interesting to see how this development progresses. One thing that the out-of-the-box vanilla language models have as a limitation is that they have still some limited coherence and ability to construct complexity. And even though they exceed human abilities to do what they can do one shot, typically when you write a text with a language model or using it, or when you write code with a language model, it's not one shot because there won't be bugs in the program and design errors and compiler errors and so on. And the language model can help you to fix those things. But this process is out of the box not automated yet. So there is a management process that also needs to be done. And there are some interesting developments, maybe AGI and so on, that are trying to automate this management process as well. And I suspect that soon we are going to see a bunch of cognitive architectures where every module is, in some sense, a language model or something equivalent. And between the language models, we exchange suitable data structures, not English, and produce compound behavior of this whole thing.
To do some of the quote-unquote prompt engineering for you.
Yeah.
They create these type of cognitive architectures. They do the prompt engineering, and you're just doing the high level meta prompt engineering.
Mm-hmm. There are limitations in a language model alone. I feel that part of my mind works similarly to a language model, which means I can yell into it a prompt and it's going to give me a creative response. But I have to do something with this response first. I have to take it as a generative artifact. It may or may not be true. It's usually a confabulation. It's just an idea. And then I take this idea and modify it. I might build a new prompt that is stepping off this idea and develop it to the next level, or put it into something larger, or I might try to prove whether it's true or make an experiment. And this is what the language models right now are not doing yet. But there's also no technical reason for why they shouldn't be able to do this. So the way to make a language model coherent is probably not to use reinforcement learning until it only gives you one possible answer that is linking to its source data, but it's using this as a component in a larger system that can also be built by the language model or is enabled by language model structured components or using different technologies. I suspect that language models will be an important stepping stone in developing different types of systems. One thing that is really missing in the form of language models that we have today is real-time coupling. It's difficult to do perception with a language model and motor control with a language model. Instead, you would need to have different type of thing that is working with it. Also, the language model is a little bit obscuring what its actual functionality is. Some people associate the structure of the neural network of the language model with a nervous system, and I think that's the wrong intuition. Neural networks are unlike nervous system. They are more like 100-step functions that use differentiable linear algebra to approximate the correlation between adjacent brain states. Basically, a function that moves the system from one representational state to the next representational state. So if you try to map this into a metaphor that is closer to our brain, imagine that you take a language model or a model like DALL-E that you use, for instance, with image-guided diffusion to approximate a camera image. You use the activation state of the neural network to interpret the camera image, which in principle I think will be possible very soon. You do this periodically, and now you look at these patterns, how when this thing interacts with the world periodically look like is in time. These time slices, they are somewhat equivalent to the activation state of the brain at a given moment.
How is the actual brain different? Just the asynchronous craziness?
For me, it's fascinating that they are so vastly different, and yet in some circumstances produce somewhat similar behavior.
Right.
And the brain is, first of all, different because it's a self-organizing system where the individual cell is an agent that is communicating with the other agents around it and is always trying to find some solution. And all the structure that pops up is emergent structure. So one way in which you could try to look at this is that individual neurons probably need to get a reward so they become trainable, which means they have to have input that are not affecting the metabolism of the cell directly, but they are messages, semantic messages that tell the cell whether it feels done good or bad and in which direction it should shift its behavior. And once you have such an input, neurons become trainable, and you can train them to perform computations by exchanging messages with other neurons. And parts of the signals that they are exchanging and parts of the computation that they're performing are control messages that perform management tasks for other neurons and other cells. To suspect that the brain does not stop at the boundary of neurons to other cells, but many adjacent cells will be involved intimately in the functionality of the brain and will be instrumental in distributing rewards and managing its functionality.
It's fascinating to think about what those characteristics of the brain enable you to do that language models cannot do.
So first of all, there's a different loss function that you can learn. And to me, it's fascinating that you can build a system that looks at 800 million pictures and captions and correlates them, because I don't think that a human nervous system could do that. For us, the world is only learnable because the adjacent frames are related, and we can afford to discard most of that information during learning. We basically take only in stuff that makes us more coherent, not less coherent. And our neural networks are willing to look at data that is not making the neural network coherent at first, but only in the long run. by doing lots and less statistics, eventually patterns become visible and emerge. And our mind seems to be focused on finding the patterns as early as possible.
Yeah, so filtering early on.
Yes, yes, it's a slightly different paradigm. It leads to much faster convergence. So we only need to look at a tiny fraction of the data to become coherent. And of course, we do not have the same richness as our trained models here. We will not incorporate the entirety of text in the internet and be able to refer to it and have all this knowledge available and being able to confabulate over it. Instead, we have a much, much smaller part of it that is more deliberately built. And to me, it would be fascinating to think about how to build such systems. It's not obvious that they would necessarily be more efficient than us individual substrate, but I suspect that they might. So I suspect that the actual API that is going to be more interesting is going to use slightly different algorithmic paradigms or sometimes massively different algorithmic paradigms than the current generation of transformer-based learning systems.
Do you think it might be using just a bunch of language models like this? Do you think the current transformer-based large language models will take us to AGI?
My main issue is I think that they're quite ugly and brutalist.
Which brutalist?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yes, they are basically brute forcing the problem of thought. And by training this thing with looking at instances where people have thought and then trying to deepfake that. And if you have enough data, the deepfake becomes indistinguishable from the actual phenomenon. And in many circumstances, it's going to be identical.
Can you deepfake it till you make it? So can you achieve, what are the limitations of this? I mean, can you reason? Let's use words that are loaded.
Yes, that's a very interesting question. I think that these models are clearly making some inference.
Yeah.
But if you give them a reasoning task, it's often difficult for the experimenters to figure out whether the reasoning is the result of the emulation of a reasoning strategy that they saw in the human written text, or whether it's something that the system was able to infer by itself. On the other hand, if you think of human reasoning, if you want to become a very good reasoner, you don't do this by just figuring out yourself. You read about reasoning. And the first people who tried to write about reasoning and reflect on it didn't get it right. Even Aristotle, who thought about this very hard, came up with a theory of how syllogisms works and syllogistic reasoning, has mistakes in his attempt to build something like formal logic and gets maybe 80% right. And the people that are talking about reasoning professionally today read Tarski and Frege and built on their work. So in many ways, people, when they perform reasoning, are emulating what other people wrote about reasoning. Right? So that it's difficult to really draw this boundary. And when François Chollet says that these models are really interpolating between what they saw and what other people are doing, well, if you give them all the latent dimensions of that can be extracted from the internet, what's missing? Maybe there is almost everything there. And if you're not sufficiently informed by these dimensions and you need more, I think it's not difficult to increase the temperature in the large language model to the point that is producing stuff that is maybe 90% nonsense and 10% viable. You combine this with some prover that is trying to filter out the viable parts from the nonsense in the same way as our own thinking works, right? When we're very creative, we increase the temperature in our own mind and we create hypothetical universes and solutions, most of which will not work. And then we test. And we test by building a core that is internally coherent. And we use reasoning strategies that use some axiomatic consistency by which we can identify those strategies and thoughts and sub-universes that are viable and that can expand our thinking. So if you look at the language models, they have clear limitations right now. One of them is they're not coupled to the world in real time in the way in which our nervous systems are. So it's difficult for them to observe themselves in the universe and to observe what kind of universe they are in. Second, they don't do real-time learning. They basically get only trained with algorithms that rely on the data being available in batches, so it can be parallelized and run efficiently on the network and so on. Real-time learning would be very slow so far and inefficient. That's clearly something that our nervous systems can do to some degree. And there is a problem with these models being coherent. And I suspect that all these problems are solvable without a technological revolution. We don't need fundamentally new algorithms to change that. For instance, we can enlarge the context window and thereby basically create working memory in which to train everything that happens during the day. If that is not sufficient, you add a database and you write some clever mechanisms that the system learns to use to swap out in and out stuff from its context, right? And if that is not sufficient, if your database is full in the evening, overnight you just train. The system is going to sleep and dream and is going to train the stuff from its database into the larger model by fine-tuning it, building additional layers and so on. And then the next day it starts with a fresh database in the morning with fresh eyes and has integrated all this stuff. And when you talk to people and you have strong disagreements about something, which means that in their mind they have a faulty belief or you have a faulty belief with a lot of dependencies on it, very often you will not achieve agreement in one session, but you need to speak about this once or multiple times before you have integrated all these necessary changes in your mind. So maybe it's already somewhat similar.
Yeah,
right?
There's already a latency even for humans to update the model.
Yeah. And of course, we can combine the language model with models that get coupled to reality in real time, and can build multimodal model and bridge between vision models and language models and so on. So there is no reason to believe that the language models will necessarily run into some problem that will prevent them from becoming generally intelligent. But I don't know that. It's just, I don't see proof that they would. My issue is I don't like them. I think that they're inefficient. I think that they use way too much compute. I think that given the amazing hardware that we have, you could build something that is much more beautiful than our own mind, and this thing is not as beautiful as our own mind, despite being so much larger.
But it's a kind of proof of concept.
It's the only thing that works right now. Right? So it's not the only game in town, but it's the only thing that has this utility with so much simplicity. There's a bunch of relatively simple algorithms that you can understand in relatively few weeks that can be scaled up massively.
So it's the deep blue of chess playing. Yeah, it's ugly.
Yeah, Claude Shannon had this, when you describe chess, suggested that there are two main strategies in which you play chess. One is that you are making a very complicated plan that reaches far into the future, and you try not to make a mistake while enacting it. And this is basically human strategy. The other strategy is that you are brute forcing your way to success, which means you make a tree of possible moves where you look at, in principle, every move that is open to you, all the possible answers, and you try to make this as deeply as possible. Of course, you optimize, you cut off trees that don't look very promising, and you use libraries of at game and early game and so on to optimize this entire process. But this brute force strategy is how most of the chess programs were built. And this is how computers get better than humans at playing chess. And when I look at the large language models, I feel that I'm observing the same thing. It's basically the brute force strategy to thought by training this thing on pretty much the entire internet, and then in the limit it gets coherent to a degree that approaches human coherence. And on the side effect, it's able to do things that no human could do. Right? It's able to sift through massive amounts of text relatively quickly and summarize them quickly, and it's never lapses in attention. And I still have the illusion that when I play with ChatGPT, that it's in principle not doing anything that I could not do if I had Google at my disposal and I get all the resources from the internet and spend enough time on it. But this thing that I have an extremely autistic, stupid intern in a way that is extremely good at drudgery, and I can offload the drudgery to the degree that I'm able to automate the management of the intern is something that is difficult for me to overhype at this point, because we have not yet started to stretch the surface of what's possible with this.
But it feels like it's a tireless intern. Maybe it's an army of interns. And so you get to command these slightly incompetent creatures. And there's an aspect, because of how rapidly you can iterate with it, it's also part of the brainstorming, part of the kind of inspiration for your own thinking. So you get to interact with the thing. And when I'm programming or doing any kind of generation with GPT, it somehow is a catalyst for your own thinking in a way that I think an intern might not be.
Yeah, and it gets really interesting, I find, is when you turn it into a multi-agent system. So, for instance, you can get the system to generate a dialogue between a patient and a doctor very easily. But what's more interesting is you have one instance of ChatGPT that is the patient, and you tell it in the prompt what kind of complicated syndrome it has, and the other one is a therapist who doesn't know anything about this patient, and you just have these two instances battling it out and observe the psychiatrist or a psychologist trying to analyze the patient and trying to figure out what's wrong with the patient. And if you try to take a very large problem, a problem, for instance, how to build a company, and you turn this into lots and lots of sub-problems, then often you can get to a level where the language model is able to solve this. What I also found interesting is, based on the observation that ChatGPT is pretty good at translating between programming languages, but sometimes there's difficulty to write very long human algorithms that you need to co-write them with human author. Why not design a language that is suitable for this? So some kind of pseudocode that is more relaxed than Python, and that allows you to sometimes specify a problem vaguely in human terms, and let ChatGPT take care of the rest. And you can use ChatGPT to develop the syntax for it, and develop new kinds of programming paradigms in this way. So very soon get to the point where this question, the age-old question for us computer scientists, what is the best programming language? We can't be write a better programming language now. I think that almost every serious computer scientist goes through a phase like this in their life. But this is a question that is almost no longer relevant, because what is different between the programming languages is not what they let the computer do, but what they let you think about what the computer should be doing. And now the ChatGPT becomes an interface to this, in which you can specify in many, many ways what the computer should be doing, and ChatGPT or some other language model combination of systems is going to take up the rest.
Allow you to expand the realm of thought you're allowed to have when you try.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds to me like you're saying there's basically no limitations. Your intuition says to a larger language.
I don't know if there are limitations. So when I currently play with it, it's quite limited. I wish that it was way better.
But isn't that your fault versus the larger?
No, of course it's always my fault. There's probably a way to
Is everything your fault? I just want to get you on record.
Yes, everything is my fault. It doesn't work in my life. At least that's usually the most useful perspective for myself. Even though with hindsight, I feel no. I sometimes wish I could have seen myself as part of my environment more, and understand that a lot of people are actually seeing me and looking at me and are trying to make my life in the same way as I try to help others. And making this switch to this level 3 perspective is something that happened long after my level 4 perspective in my life, and I wish that I could have had it earlier. And it's also not now that I don't feel like I'm complete, I'm all over the place.
Where's happiness in terms of stages? Is it on 3 or 4?
No,
Take that change.
You can be happy at any stage or unhappy. But I think that if you are at the stage where you get agency over how your feelings are generated, to some degree you start doing this when you leave adolescence, I believe. That you understand that you're in charge of your own emotion to some degree, that you are responsible for how you approach the world, that it's your task to have some basic hygiene, the way in which you deal with your mind, and cannot blame your environment for the way in which you feel, but you live in a world that is highly mobile, and it's your job to choose the environment that you thrive in and to build it. And sometimes it's difficult to get the necessary strength and the energy to do this, and independence and diversity to feel the harder it is. But it's something that you learn. It's also this thing that we are usually complete. Like I'm a rare mind, which means I'm a mind that is incomplete in ways that are harder to complete. So for me, it might have been harder to initially to find the right relationships and friends that complete me to the degree that I become an almost functional human being.
Oh man, the source space of humans that complete you is an interesting one, especially for Yoshi Bach. That's an interesting. This is talking about brute force search in chess.
Yeah.
I wonder what that search tree looks like.
I think that my rational thinking is not good enough to solve that task. A lot of problems in my life that I can conceptualize as software problems, and the failure modes are bugs, and I can debug them and write software that take care of the missing functionality. But there is stuff that I don't understand well enough to use my analytical reasoning to solve the issue, and then I have to develop my intuitions, and often I have to do this with people who are wiser than me. And that's something that's hard for me because I'm not born with the instinct to submit to other people's wisdom.
Yeah. So, what kind of problems are we talking about? This is stage 3, like love.
I found love was never hard.
What
Love is
started then?
fitting into a world that most people work differently than you and have different intuitions of what should be done.
So empathy.
It's also aesthetics. When you come into a world where almost everything is ugly, and you come out of a world where everything is beautiful. You grew up in a beautiful place as a child of an artist, and in this place it was mostly nature. Everything had intrinsic beauty, and everything was built out of an intrinsic need for it to work for itself. And everything that my father created was something that he made to get the world to work for himself. And I felt the same thing. And when I come out into the world and I'm asked to submit to lots and lots of rules, I'm asking, okay, when I observe your stupid rules, what is the benefit? And I see the life that is being offered as a reward. It's not attractive.
When you were born and raised an extraterrestrial prince in a world full of people wearing suits, it's a challenging integration.
Yes. But it also means that I'm often blind for the ways in which everybody is creating their own bubble of wholesomeness, almost everybody, and people are trying to do it. And for me to discover this, it was necessary that I found people who had a similar shape of soul as myself. So basically, I felt these are my people that treat each other in such a way as if they're around with each other for eternity.
How long does it take you to detect the geometry, the shape of the soul of another human, to notice that they may be one of your kind?
Sometimes it's instantly and I'm wrong, and sometimes it takes a long time.
James
People
Bond.
in love at first sight.
Shout out to
Yes,
you, my
bro.
friend.
Yes, but I also noticed that I have often wrong.